So we have no more worries. No more killers. No more animatronics. No more ghosts. Except for us. Kid, are you ready to move on?
Honestly? Yeah. Kind of boring down here.
This has been a good adventure. I'm glad I got to spend it with you. I'm glad I got to spend it at all. But I'm ready. I'm ready to move forward. Mr. Moreno! Surprised to see you here. You shouldn't be. I'm a bit of everywhere now. It's the price and the guarantee that I pay for all of this. I see. So what is the reason that brings you here? I'm just finishing some things up. Some loose plot threads, unanswered questions, lingering mysteries. Just trying to wrap everything around so that I can finally move on. Well, are you ready to move on? At first I wasn't. But now I prepared myself. And I finally got the courage and the willpower that I need to be able to move forward. And next year, things are gonna evolve. Do you expect some big changes coming your way? Things don't change. People don't change. We adapt. We learn from our past decisions and mistakes and adjust accordingly. That's how we evolve. But we always remain who we've been deep down. It's just a matter of figuring out and finding who that person is. Does that mean you're still Death? Death incarnate? Yes. I mean, it could be me. It could be A-Rex. It could be anyone. That's the thing about Death incarnate. Is that it can be embodied by any living being. By any living thing. Anyone that sets out on a journey that I wish to go on. The journey of immortality. The journey of searching for true freedom. True life. Seeing what it can truly be capable of. That's the point of being death. Being death is a responsibility. One to which I have to atone for. One to which I have to follow in the footsteps of. No matter what ends up happening. So what is your journey then? And what will you be doing going forward? Fulfilling my self-preservation. It's my destiny. To finish what I started here. To start again where I need to go. Everything going forward is what I need to do. For me, because that's who I am. It's my own created game to play and achieve what no one has yet. To accomplish something that was seemingly deemed impossible. That is my game. That is my goal. That is my destiny. And if I'm not the one fulfilling it, then who will? Everything that I set out to do here was to lead me to figuring out what that destiny truly was. And now that I know, now I know how to do it. And now I know what I need to do in order to achieve it. And how will you do that? Asking a man how he's going to achieve something that no one has yet is not something that can be properly answered. I mean, how could I? All I can do is simply try in an area to which no one has yet. People have tried in certain areas that haven't worked for them. I'm going to try in the area that I think will work for me. It's a long journey, a long road, but it's one I'm willing to take if it means getting this done and making this happen. Well, wherever you end up, all I am programmed to tell you is good luck. I appreciate it. But I still have one more thing to do before the end of all for the people. It's not something new by any means, but it's a goodbye. It's my exit that I need. In fact, there's something I need you to give them as well. And what will that be? I need you to give them the Randomness Act. Your YouTube show? Yes. Why? Why? Because I want them to know that I didn't abandon them. That I'm not leaving them for my own selfish desires. I want them to have something that will not only remember me by, but also help them pursue whatever goals they need to. I've always wanted to give them something that nobody else could. And now I can. This is something that nobody else has but me. But now everyone can have. Because of you. And it's important that when you give this to them, that you make sure that they know that I wanted them to have this, and that I love them for everything they gave me, and for everything that they could give to someone else. Okay? I hope we cross paths again when we need to. But for now, whatever happens, it's on me to finish. And I'm leaving it in your hands to present it like you had before. And I know you can do it. Because I believe in you the same way that you believed in me. And that you've helped me. It would be my honor, Mr. Moreno. Alright. This audio commentary is brought to you by me, Eric Moreno. You should know who I am by now. I'm the fucking guy who's running this shit, alright? Anyway, let me figure out what I'm going to talk about really quick. Okay, I got it. So today, what I got here to present to you is an audio commentary in regards to my infamous storyline as come this next week, I believe, because this is dropping on Christmas Eve or Christmas. So coming next week, I'm going to officially stop uploading altogether on this channel. I know I said, the end of the channel was back in May. That was true. It was the end. That was the end of the storyline. I had nothing left to contribute to that storyline. But I said that I was going to do, like, random, inconspicuous uploads from time to time. But I decided ultimately that, you know what, I just want to stop uploading altogether on this channel because I don't have anything left to upload here on this channel anymore. I could still upload stuff on my main channel, which is Eric Moreno, at Eric Moreno A-Rex. That's, actually, it's at Eric_Moreno _A-Rex. You will see it in the description anyway. I always link it. It's nothing new, but I will still upload there, but that stuff is going to be my stuff. I'm not uploading here anymore because I have no reason to upload any external medias that don't relate to me and my works anymore. I have done that era of YouTube already. I have done that numerous times by now, and at this point I've exhausted everything creative and new that I could do with media that doesn't belong to me. So it's time to do everything that I can do that's new with media that belongs to me, you know what I mean? So that is why starting next week, you're going to see the channel officially dies, which has been a part of the storyline for since I ended this channel back in May. And it's going to be weird. It's going to be very weird because, I spent so much time on this channel, and to see it finally end, that's going to be very strange. But, I wanted this, what I'm doing right now, I wanted this to be last year. That's first of all. That's why I'm so frustrated right now, is because this should have been a last year thing. Everything was supposed to be finished by the end of December 2023. But it didn't end. And unfortunately, I couldn't finish that sentence because I had a hiccup. Unfortunately, I had to extend it into this year as kind of like a punishment that I put on myself. I don't know why I did that, but I just kind of did, because I just wasn't getting it done, and I didn't want to force anything in regards to what I wanted to get done. I wanted to finish the Randomness Act. That's what was disappointing me the most. It wasn't the fact that I didn't end the channel necessarily last year, even though that was a major hit to me. The biggest hit was that I didn't finish Randomness Act, which the finale was supposed to drop on the 29th of 2023, December. It ended up dropping April 5th of this year, which is 2024. And the reason why it got extended was for a few reasons. One of them being that Matt, who I was working with at the time, to my friend, of course, who I was working with to make the show, got concussed, I think, twice. One of them was when we were recording the show. I think some of y'all maybe have saw that in the blooper reel, because I did put it in the blooper reel, where he hit his head on a bar going up a slide by mistake. That was one time he got concussed, and then, I think a week later, he got concussed again, and it was crazy. It was, or maybe I got it wrong. Maybe it was he got concussed the week before we filmed again, and then he got concussed during the film. It was one of those. But he got concussed, and we couldn't finish filming until the end of... Well, actually, we didn't finish filming until, the end of February, which was also bad for me because I advertised that the last episode was going to release at the end of February, and then it didn't, and then it was changed. The ending was changed. Because I couldn't film where I wanted to film anymore because I got a police complaint. I believe I told this in a post. I also said this in the scrap content and fun facts video. But I got a police complaint because people thought I was, not people, but somebody assumed that I was some real masked assailant and thought that I chased them, which I don't know how they would have thought that, because I'm in an isolated area with a bunch of fences, and you have to go through an entire tennis court in order to get to the basketball court, which I was at. So I have no idea when this person thought I did what I did, but they did, and Police got involved when I was recording some solo scenes of me, and I just ultimately decided I just don't want to do it anymore. I got discouraged. I'm gonna be honest with you. I got discouraged from that. I shouldn't have got discouraged from that. I should be able to go back there and finish what I started. What give you the real ending of how the Randomness Act was supposed to end. But that would go against what the Randomness Act is, which the concept of the Randomness Act is all about improvising. And in a situation like that where I had an idea in mind but I couldn't execute that idea because of certain aspects that were not able to allow me to do that in terms of my own mentality, I had to improvise. And what I improvised with ultimately was doing commentary at the end as JR, Jerry Lawler, and Booker T, which originally that was supposed to be over the fight scene between Rey Mysterio, Sofa Guy, Lounging King, or actually he's Hockey Slayer, and A-Rex. And then you would get to choose who the WWE World Heavyweight Champion would be at the end by picking one of the 4 boxes. Would you pick Rey? Would you pick Eric? Would you pick Matt? Or would you pick A-Rex? And then ultimately, each ending would have its own style, but each ending would technically lead to the Undertaker fight, because Undertaker would abduct A-Rex. That's only if he lost the championships, though. So if you pick Sofa Guy, Hockey Slayer, or Rey Mysterio, it would lead you to the unlisted video where A-Rex fights the Undertaker. But if you picked A-Rex to win the titles, then it would have led you to the same bad ending that you ended up getting for the real bad ending, which is when you pick A-Rex Mafioso over me. So ultimately, I did end up getting still to the same point, but I feel like the closure in terms of Sofa Guy, Hockey Slayer, and Rey Mysterio just didn't hit because I couldn't do what I wanted to do. So ultimately that was the biggest disappointment that came from not being able to finish last year. And honestly, I don't know if I will ever get back to that and give you the real ending for my own sanity. Maybe I will. I just don't know when. I just don't know if I actually will go through with it. Because, I have a hard time going through with some things. I had a hard time going through with this commentary. I didn't feel motivated to want to sit down and talk here for I don't know how many hours. It might be a couple hours. But what ultimately motivated me, funny enough, was one of my friends who I was trying to kind of convince to watch this, my full movie, the 6.5 hour video. I was trying to convince him to watch it for a couple of months now, because he said he wanted to watch it, and then he ultimately never did. And every time I try to get to him to watch it, something comes up. And so he finally tells me that, he finally, said something about my movie where he's like, it's crazy that you made this. And I'm like, oh, did you watch it? And he said, well, a bit. I had it in the background. And I know he probably didn't mean it as an insult, but that was good enough motivator for me to finally be able to sit here, because, what do you mean you had it in the background, motherfucker? I'm gonna prove to you that I'm worth your time. But I get it, this is all jokes and stuff. I'm just messing with him. But, I do thank him, and I am sorry for this being the reason why I finally sat here and did the commentary. But, motherfucker, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, man. You know you are. But he's not gonna listen to this either. This is also gonna be hours long, and I know him. He doesn't watch long things unless it's like a television show that for some reason he's addicted to. So, besides that point, we get to this, and I don't know where to start about the storyline, about all the skits, and talk about something that I've already talked about ad nauseum at this point. But I know some of you are still unaware and a bit clueless to everything that happened on this channel, which to me is still baffling. I don't know how you could get on this channel, see all the stuff that I've made, and still not know. Right? How do you click on this audio commentary and not know what the commentary is about? You know what I mean? That baffles my mind. But I understand why certain people might not be interested in my content, because this is the channel, after all, that was just to post soundtracks, music, make edits, make mashups, make random videos. That's what this channel was supposed to be. So, you know, I understand that aspect. If you're only here for that stuff and you never checked out this stuff, I get that. But if you're checking this out, right, and you have no knowledge of what you're missing out on, get your ass to those videos and start watching, because you won't understand a damn thing I'm saying today unless you know exactly what it is that I am talking about, which is pretty much what I've hinted at behind the scenes of this entire channel, and then made it very clear multiple times in multiple posts, in multiple videos, what this channel is about, and what I ultimately made this channel about, and the story that I ultimately made this become for a chapter of my life. And, you know, I like I said, I don't want to go all into it again, because I've went into it in depth a few times now. But what I am going to do is I am going to go behind the scenes for each of those skits, those ideas, and kind of the mentality involved, that, or at least the mentality that I had that went into said skit, because each of them kind of had their own reasons for existing that ultimately created the storyline at hand that made up this channel. So, as you may or may not know, sometime in 2021, on the main channel, I was making commentary videos. Why I made those commentary videos was because I ultimately just wanted to talk about stuff. And at a certain point in time, at the end of 2021, I found myself so overstacked with all this video uploading that I was doing, both here and on my main channel, that I wanted to stop uploading. And for me to do that, I would have to finish up everything that I'd have to do and then end the channel off. And that was what 2022 was about. And then that's when I created a bunch of skits. And then sometime in the middle of 2022, I decided I was going to inform y'all that the channel was going to end, because it's like, oh, hey, just so y'all know, the channel's going to stop soon. Here's the reasons why. Here's the reason why I even created this channel, yada, yada, yada. That's what the beginning of a contemporary end. The very start of the storyline is the beginning of a contemporary end. That was the first video where I alluded to the idea that I was going to stop uploading. And then, like, from the things that I was talking about in that video, which I was discussing essentially the uploads that I wanted to do, the uploads that I had coming, the reason why the channel existed, and all that crap. From there, I built a storyline, both accidentally and intentionally at the same time. And the way that it worked, honestly, I wouldn't recreate it, because there's no way for me to recreate it and make it any better. The only thing that I would ever want to do again is the final episode of Randomness Act, because I really want to do that Fatal 4-Way match. Like, how could I promise y'all? Like, I made an entire trailer, preview trailer, that there was going to be a Fatal 4-Way match, and then there wasn't a Fatal 4-Way match. I fucking hate that. I hate that. It bothers me to this day, but I get it. I can't, like, I get why, but, like, oh my God, I'm never going to let go of that. That's, like, I'm not a person who holds on to regrets anymore, but if there is one regret I would hold on to, it's that. Is that I never truly finished the vision of what I wanted the way I wanted it to. Like, sure, I finished the meta A-Rex Mafioso storyline, but I didn't finish Sofa Guy's story. I didn't finish Hockey Slayer's story properly. I didn't finish Rey Mysterio's story properly. Those are the three mugs that I kind of just half-assed gave them an ending. Like, oh, Mysterious Champion. Oh, Sofa Guy made it rich, made it big time. He's going his own way. Oh, Hockey Slayer is a professional hockey player. But y'all don't get to see the bond. that leads them to those points. You know, you don't get to see Rey Mysterio actually win the belt, which would have been the real ending. Would have been picking Rey Mysterio, and then it leads to the Undertaker fight. That would have been the real choice. You wouldn't have gotten to see Sofa Guy and Hockey Slayer, you know, chalk it up, be friends, both get arrested by Enrique Jose Moreno, the police investigator. You wouldn't have seen that, and you wouldn't have seen A-Rex Mafioso get teleported by the Undertaker. Kind of just get snatched up. You wouldn't have seen the respect that A-Rex Mafioso would have had for Rey Mysterio, which is one of the major things of this whole storyline, was that A-Rex Mafioso was a bit disrespectful to the legends. But in reality, he really wasn't, because he was just confident in himself. He didn't really care about dealing with this stuff because he knew that I was making him do it. So not seeing that is like you're missing a piece of the story. Ugh! Frustrates me. It frustrates me. But in terms of everything else, I don't regret anything. The commentary videos that I made in 2022, I know some people might, you know, who were there during that time, who actually cared about that stuff. I know some of y'all will be like, well, do you regret those? Because you deleted those specifically, and those commentary videos in 2022 are the sole reason why the A-Rex Mafioso character became his own character. And no, I don't regret those commentary videos. I'm sure that I was definitely misinforming a lot of you about some of the stuff I was talking about. But in a way, I do see the videos that I did in 2022 more as a character than I did with the 2021. Because 2021, here's how I view it, right? The 2021 commentary videos was me just talking about shit I was frustrated about, because I didn't have an outlet to talk to at the time. I didn't know who to talk to, so I just said, oh, let me just talk in public. 2022, it was more of like an ego thing where I was trying to convince you, oh, this is the right path. This is the path that you need to take. You know, the stupid political bullshit and all that crap. I found it was more character than anything, right? I feel like if you took those videos seriously at the time, you would have a right to, but at the same time, I wouldn't have taken myself seriously. Like, watching it back now, I don't think I would be able to take myself as seriously with those videos, because those videos in 2022, I definitely feel like I was playing more of a character than I was kind of being honest from the heart, which is something that I've learned to be better at, is much more authentic, much more honest. Because when you're honest with yourself, then you're capable of being much more truthful about the things that you think about. Like, you have no reason to be afraid of anything that you have on your mind, because no matter how many times people will say shit about you or think about you, it's never going to be any worse than what you think about yourself. So as long as you're capable of being truthful and straightforward with yourself, then you're good. Here I am doing it again. Look, I'm doing that commentary thing again. Anyway. Yeah, but then you had 2023's commentary videos, which was Teacher Rex, and the point of that, which I explained in the True End commentary, was that I wanted to make videos that were more factually based and objective than the ones that I did the prior year. And so what I did was I created a character that was completely unbiased and was simply just going to tell you the facts, which is exactly what A-Rex Mafioso was doing, but he was actually being biased and he didn't realize it. So that's what Teacher Rex is. Now Teacher Rex, the character, became such a big character and such a big vital piece to that overall story, which I knew he was. Like, I knew the Teacher Rex character was going to be big to the A-Rex Mafioso storyline. I didn't realize how impactful he would actually be, because Teacher Rex, because he is the unbiased character created by society, and why I say he's created by society is because he is created with nothing but the knowledge of objective truth. And so, by account, the reason for his existence is to teach society, and so he would be created by society to teach society about what is real. And, you know, he ended up being the character that presented the concept of the Randomness Act, and then he would end up being the one to finish the story of the Randomness Act, the true ending of the first season of the Randomness Act. He was there, and he managed to get me and A-Rex to come together to form Death Incarnate, which I will go more in depth on a little bit later. But in terms of Teacher X, what Teacher X ended up doing is he ends up being the one to run the societal business. And what he meant by that is that he is going to run the post after I choose to leave, which is what the story's about. So the Randomness Act was all about me choosing to leave the channel, which is what I always wanted. And then A-Rex Mafioso, what he always wanted was to move on and not, deal with my shit anymore. And so we ended up coming together to achieve the same common goal. He also wanted me to be better. And so by me moving on is how I become better. And so together we form Death Incarnate. And so Teacher X finally gets to close out the storyline. And now he has the privilege and the opportunity and the responsibility to present you with the concept of the Randomness Act, which is an entire video of itself that you will see next week. And to say that I am excited for that would be an understatement. I know it doesn't sound like I am right now because I'm not in the right mentality, but when I'm really thinking about it, I am actually really happy that this is going the way that I want it to go. Because the Randomness Act is such a unique concept to where I see it as a perfect developmental show for any of you to take as an opportunity to be better at filmmaking, to be better at editing, or to actually pursue those as real jobs and as real passions and as real hobbies. And now any one of you can create your own season of the Randomness Act, and it is going to be a very special video that I'm for sure going to have on the main page of my channel. When that happens, of course. But for now, I'm just glad that I get to finally close out all this. And just say my final goodbyes for this channel. Because it's been a long time coming, but I've extended it for too long. I don't know why I extended it for as long as I did. Part of, all of this is my fault. At the end of the day, I have no one to blame but me. No one is forcing me to make videos. The only person forcing me to make videos is myself. And I guess it was just to prove a point of some kind. Prove a point that I could do the things that I didn't think I could. Because when I started doing the videos in 2021, when the whole channel shabacle YouTube happened, my main channel got deleted, and I had to make a second channel, and then my main channel came back, all that crap. I graduated school literally the next month, or a few months after that. I graduated school. I graduated my film program as well. I graduated both of those at the relatively the exact same time, 1 week apart or so. And I knew, and I told myself, that what I wanted to do with myself was take a step away from the real world, because I didn't want to just jump straight into the action when I had really no mental space or mental idea of what was the next step. Because high school, for me, high school was the most forgettable experience imaginable, which is a very different experience from a majority of people. I think a majority of people would say that high school was their most eventful, their most passionate, or blah, 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 all that crap. To me, you could write high school out of the picture entirely, and I wouldn't have missed a damn thing. The only thing I would have missed is a kid committing suicide, which, that's a thing that happened. There's not much I could say about that. But in terms of the high school era of stuff, it sucked. It sucked. Everything that I gained during that era was out of high school. It wasn't in high school. So high school was just completely pointless. The only thing the things that I gained were friends, and the things that I gained was the film program, and that was all out of high school. So, needless to say, fuck high school. But I knew that when I wanted to graduate, after I graduated, I wanted to take a step away, and my relief was making videos. And when I made videos, I wanted to kind of train myself to get better at the stuff that I wanted to get better at. So I wanted to start writing. I wanted to start making music. I wanted to start making videos. I wanted to start doing all these things that I was passionate about so that I could get better at them. And in time, I did think that I ended up getting better at all those things. I do think that I am good. I'm terrific at writing. Personally, I believe that anyway. You could call it ego or whatever. I'm just confident in myself because in terms of what I enjoy and what I like, I think I nailed it. And in terms of video making, I think I did really good. There's still certain editing tricks that I'm not the best at. But other than those, I think I've got pretty good at that too. Music, I don't know. I've definitely gotten better at music editing. Like, I'm very good at music editing. And thankfully, a big help to that was stem splitting websites that have allowed me to kind of split up instruments, mix them around, test them in different songs, and see how that works out. But in terms of making music, I still think there's room for improvement. I have ideas of how I want to make music. I just don't have the way to get the real sound that I want. Like, I got the idea, I don't got the sound. I don't have the proper tools to make it sound lively, or the instruments in person to make it sound lively. And that's the kind of music that I appreciate and I respect as more realistic sounding music. I don't always like electronic music. Sometimes I do, but for the most part, not really. If I'm gonna make music, I want it to be like a real guitar, a real string, a real drum, but I know that I'm limited in terms of that because I don't know how to play all that. Yes, I have a drum set, but to be perfectly honest with you, I don't know how to play the drums anymore. I've lost that ability. To me, it's not like riding a bike because I don't know how to ride a bike. I wish I knew how to ride a bike, but I don't. Balancing, I don't know. I don't know how to balance on that piece of shit. But anyway, to get back to the point of the matter, what was the point of the matter? I remember now. It was because I was saying my final goodbyes, and for me to say my final goodbyes, I kind of have to go back and rewatch and, analyze what I did in the past. Yay. I love fucking up words. Anyway, let's review here. So, the first stuff that I want to talk about are, I guess I'll talk about the film program works that I did with Matt, because those were technically the very first works I ever did. So, the very first thing I ever filmed, well, actually, it's not the very first thing I ever filmed, but it was the first thing I ever worked on with Matt, and that was the Hoodie Advertisement. And essentially what it was that I walked down the hall wearing a hoodie of the film program school, which was a Nassau Berry Tech BOCES, and Matt would run out and he would jump over a table. He would fake, fucking up the jump by landing on his face, but not actually, but also actually. He would crawl to the chair. He says that's a bad idea. I go over to him and I said, you should have worn this hoodie. It'll protect you. It's a Berry Tech hoodie. It'll protect you from injury. And then he goes to try it, and he successfully does the maneuver that he was trying to do. Now, ultimately, what ended up happening was that the project was lost. I did not have the original. I had a few scenes from the highlight reel that I made. And so whenever you see clips from that, that's why it looks a little disjointed, edited. That's why you also see a little blooper clip in there where when I tossed to him the hoodie, he missed the hoodie, he grabbed it, and I lay down on the table. I didn't have any other clips of that to put in place for the storyline, so I kind of had to ultimately use that blooper clip there. But yeah, it was just a normal project, something to advertise the Berrytech hoodie, and it was the project that ultimately allowed me to meet Matt for the first time and get to know him and get to work on him, Jesus, and ultimately get to work with him with other projects. And the immediate next project that we worked on was action motion sequence, which simply, as it states, is simply just an action motion sequence. All he had to do was just run, and then my idea was that he was going to slip or trip, hit the wall, and just say, ow, that's it. And I was just going to do different camera angles to make it look more epic, and of course add the music, which I found out that he is a music composer. So he composed like different albums of tracks, and so I just started to use his tracks, started to edit his tracks up a bit, and we ended up making some good projects out of that. Action motion sequence went pretty good. I had a couple of extra clips that I decided to use for bloopers, which tended to be a thing that I started to do, was like put bloopers at the end of each of those original film program stuff. And it's funny because one of the bloopers, I believe, is... Well, actually, there's a couple of good bloopers in there, but one of the bloopers was that the camera wasn't working, and so I was getting another kid in the class to fix up the camera whilst Matt was there standing next to another kid, and you could tell that the boy was high as fuck. Like, he was heavy on drugs at this time, and I'm glad he's finally off that shit, but... He wasn't there. He definitely wasn't there. You could see it in the clip. You're probably seeing it right now on screen because I'm going to do like a visual showcase as well. He's not there. He's looking around like a crackhead. And he says, hey, yo, you want to see me jump into the wall? It's funny shit, but it wasn't as funny as him tripping and falling for real, which that was funny, and then him screaming. That wasn't planned. When he was supposed to just say ow, I just told him, hey, just say ow, like ow, like you got hurt. He ended up screaming so loud, he said, ah! And it echoes throughout the entire hallway. And the teacher comes out and is like, is everything all right? I'm sitting there dying laughing because the... Why he would do that, I don't know, but little did I know that things would escalate even more in the next project, which was the assignment, which is another project, unfortunately, that got lost in translation, but I still have a few clips. I actually have the original footage. But the funny thing about the original footage is that the original footage did not have any audio, and so in post I ended up having to film with audio or re-record like sound effects and different audio voice lines and stuff to dub over. And it was a simple project that I got a few kids in the class to do, where you had a class going on and the teacher says, okay, take out your homework, and then the idea of the story is that you have to pull something out of your bag or something along those lines. Like you have to, you lose the homework, right? You lose the homework, and you have to find the homework in a random, peculiar spot that doesn't make any sense, but is edited very good. That's essentially what the project was, something along those lines. And it was called the assignment because you're looking for an assignment, and it is one of your assignments to do, so it's the assignment. And what I ended up doing is I ended up going into my backpack, and this was around the time when I had a fucking bag full of crap that I never fucking wrote in or never used, like folders, notebooks, and I was pretty much weighing down my back every day. But I had some buff ass shoulders at the time, though. I miss that. I should start wearing heavy bags again because I need those buff ass shoulders again. Damn. Here's the insecurities. So I ended up just going through the bag, tossing a bunch of the crap out. You just notebook, folders, boom, boom, just throwing it out, throwing shit out. The student next to me just looking at me, just like, wow, he's really just throwing shit out. And then I dig really deep in the bag, and then I pull out a hand, and then out comes Matt, who you see him earlier in the skit, who was also fucking gone in that skit too. He was also high, I forgot. He came high that day too. And you could see that earlier in the skit where he's just like high as fucking hell. He's just staring out into space. And then so he starts to crawl out of the bag, and essentially I just had to do it from an angle where it looks like he's crawling out of the bag, because obviously I didn't have the editing skills at the time to make it, the sizing and the cropping. I still don't know how to crop. I don't know if DaVinci's good with cropping. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just terrible at that. Maybe I have to get like some kind of Photoshop thing. I don't know. I have to learn to get better with cropping. In terms of like cutting like certain things out, like silhouettes out or items out. Like I have to learn to do that in editing. Maybe I have to use more green screen stuff, but I don't know. And so he crawls out of the bag, and while that's happening and the student next to me is freaking out, I find my homework in my hoodie, which if you watch the whole thing, you see the homework in my hoodie the entire time, which is what I was looking for. And then I go and I push him back into the bag. I give the teacher my homework, and I look at the student like, what the fuck? And the bloopers for that too, man. Some funny shit. Oh, man. So there was... Okay. So there was a... I don't know if it was deleted. I think I have the clip, obviously, but I don't... There's the original audio I don't have. But we dubbed over audio, and that was a blooper in and of itself, too. So the original clip was... Matt was crawling out of the backpack, quote unquote. And for some reason, he didn't know where to stop when crawling because he wasn't in the right state of mind. And so he just kept crawling, and then he just fucking flips over the table. And the girl sitting there bust out laughing. And I'm just looking at him like, what are you doing? Why did you do that? But then it gets better because, like I said, I had to dub all the audio in post. And so obviously for the bloopers, I needed audio for that shit too. And so when we were recording audio, we were running out of time that day. I think we had a substitute. That day. And we were essentially being called to the main room. And just like, hey, get over to the main room. She's doing a teaching today, or she's doing some kind of lesson. And we were still in the computer room. Editing, or actually not editing, recording. We were still recording audio. And we were running late. And I said, we have to record this audio right now. We have to record it to make it sound like you fell off the table. Let me tell you, this man next to me, I say go, right? I press the record button, This man proceeds to yeet himself across the table like penguin slide. He penguin slides across the table. Shing! Goes flying off the table. And then does a fucking yell. And I look out the window of the computer room, and all the kids turn and look at me. And here comes the substitute running in. It's like, is everything all right? And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I don't know about him, but I'm all right. Oh my god. Ah! I wish y'all could see the visual that I saw, because it was the funniest thing. I only have the audio, so I'll probably play the audio. But the visual of seeing him throw himself penguin slide across that table, fly off it, and then scream, and then just seeing everyone just go, what the fuck? Looking through the fucking window. Oh my god. There's one of those moments in life that you just gotta enjoy, man. You just gotta enjoy it for what it was. Holy shit, that was funny. I will never forget that. Like, I tend to have bad memory these days. My memory's going for certain things. I don't know if it's just my problem. But that is something I will never forget, because that was so fucking funny. Probably one of the funniest things Matt ever did, that I ever saw him do. I don't know if he was high that day or if he just just wanted to be crazy, but it was funny.
My hands are shaking because I'm like high on speed.
That's for sure one of my favorite projects we ever filmed. We ever recorded that one. Did we record anything else in 2019? I know I did something earlier in the year. My first ever project. I remember it now. My first ever project that I ever did was something called the 15-second definition, which all I had to do was like define a word, which the word was revelry, something like that. And essentially I had to show 3 examples of the word whilst I'm defining it, whilst I'm doing like a narration over it. One of them was I'm laying on a couch and then I hear a siren go off and I go freaking out. I don't have the footage for that one, but I have footage for the next 2. The next one was that someone has their phone out, they show a clock, they show the time, because the word revelry is like early morning call or something like that. Early warning system, some along those lines. And so then another siren goes off, the one that I have, like the prop that I have, that I use in some of my videos, some of my skits. And I essentially wake up like, oh shit, I fall out of my chair. That's another one. And then the last one is someone using the megaphone to say, get up boy, and I ended up getting a kid named Thomas, who ended up becoming a part of my storyline, shockingly enough. I know he probably is not a big fan of that, but he ended up doing it. Thank you for your permission for being in my skits, and I thank you for contributing in the way that you did, Thomas. But yeah, the get up boy, that's another good one. Get up boy, I ended up using all of these different projects, the action motion sequence, the assignment, the 15-second definition, the Hoodie Advertisement. All these ended up becoming the story of Nicky and Jimmy, which are 2 characters that I believe they ended up getting their names from a project known as The Substitute, which I will talk about soon enough. But before I get to The Substitute, I have to finish up what I did in the year, which was, I think we got one more project during the year. Or maybe another one, I don't recall. But we got one more project, and it was supposed to be like a big project. Me and Matt weren't working on it, though. And I wasn't the director or the editor for it. Somebody else was doing all that. Someone else was writing it, but we were filming it, and I just remember like bits and pieces of filming it. That project ended up getting canceled and thrown out the window, so that's why I don't talk about it or bring it up, because it's like it was just a pointless project that I didn't really get involved in, except for some of the parts that I acted in. I do remember one little scene that I did where I was running late. I grabbed my phone, run out of my house, and then run over to the stadium, this podium, where there's like a microphone and a bunch of chairs. It's like an auditorium. And I run in, I slide on a chair, I push the shit out of this kid, yink, and then I take the podium stand. I do remember that. But that was a project that ended up getting deleted. I don't remember what it was called. But after we filmed that, because we actually ended up finishing filming that, and I wasn't the one who was editing, so I didn't have to worry about that. Matt and I, Matt specifically, Matt wanted to record some stunt reels because he wanted to become a stunt man. I'm not sure if he still does. That probably went out the window a long time ago. I'm not sure. Because he doesn't really do action stuff anymore. He's kind of past that point. He used to want to do it all the time, but now that he's suffered so many injuries, I don't think he wants to put his body through that much anymore, and I get it. I understand. But he at the time, he wanted to do like a stunt reel. And he wanted us to form like an obstacle course where we just film a bunch of stunts that he does. And so we ended up getting a table, we ended up getting some chairs, the spinning chair, a regular chair, and we ended up filming from one side of the hallway to the other side of the hallway, him doing a bunch of stunts. And so you have him jumping over a table, you have him going under a chair, you have him doing a baseball slide into a spinny chair, spin around one hallway, cut the corner, jump over another table in a kicking off the wall, and then leap over another table and land sitting in the chair. And so we filmed all that. Obviously, there was some bloopers. There were some mess-ups in terms of how far he went. I know the one where he almost broke his fucking ankle is one that I use a lot, because holy fucking shit. But there was also a few where my chair ended up spinning too far. I was going, help me, I'm spinning. Was there another iconic blooper? If there was another iconic blooper, I'll probably put it in right here. But if not, I think that the more memorable thing from that stunt reel was the part where he had to jump over the table the second time, like later, near the end, because I had to go under the table. And I had to record him jumping over the table. And I don't know why, but I was so worried about him landing on, like, breaking through the table. I don't know why I thought that was going to happen. But I just remember being on the table, like, so paranoid that he's going to fucking bink into me somehow. I don't know. I still don't know to this day. But I do know that the stunt reel and all this ended up being the story for Nicky and Jimmy, and also Matt, the Lounging King, where essentially what I ended up doing for the Mafioso storyline was I made Matt, after filming the sofa commercial, which I'll get to soon enough. After filming the sofa commercial, he runs late to class, and then it plays the action motion sequence where he trips, he runs into the wall, he finds out that he went flying into the wall, and so he's curious about how he did that. And so what he ends up doing the next day is that he ends up performing a bunch of stunts, and right when he's about to make it, he fucks up at the end. And so now he's really determined, and that's when Nicky, for the Hoodie Advertisement, rounds the corner, and he says, yo, bro, check this out, I got it this time. Jumps over the table, lands face first, and then Nicky's like, hey, you should wear this Berry Tech BOCES hoodie. And he ends up wearing the BOCES hoodie, and even though he still lands on his face, because I ended up using the blooper where he fucking crashes down, he doesn't end up hurting himself. And so he says, it works, I love it, that's what I need. I need to not hurt myself. And so that's what the trilogy story there ended up being for those minor skits. And, of course, that's the introduction to Nicky, who you end up finding out Nicky is always sleeping in class, always tired. And then eventually he ends up... what does he end up fucking doing? And then eventually he ends up getting in trouble for sleeping in class. Tommy, or Thomas, who ends up playing a character named Timmy Tom, gets in trouble for, yelling in the megaphone at me, get up boy, pranking me and shit. And then Jimmy gets in trouble for another project that he ends up doing. He gets, for skateboarding. He got in trouble for the Frankenboard, as M. James call it. Matt has this stick, this wooden plank, that he turned into a skateboard. And I don't know why, but he calls it Frankenboard because it's like a makeshift board, and he uses it occasionally. And we ended up using it for the Randomness Act because I thought, this is the Randomness Act. We're using all of our cool little items to make something, worthwhile out of this show. And so let's pull out Frankenboard. And so we did. During this era of BOCES filmmaking, COVID hit. And then I didn't come back until the next semester, which we filmed something called The Treasure Hunt. It was one of the first projects we did. This is when I finished the stunt reel and actually edited it completely. But The Treasure Hunt is another one of those projects that I unfortunately had to get rid of because there was somebody in it that I couldn't get permission for them being in it anymore, and so I had to kind of get rid of the project, and I lost the original project. I don't know if I have all the footage, but I do have a majority of the footage from that project. And the project was essentially not mine, actually. I didn't write it. I didn't direct it either. This was the director, his name was Dylan. And this was a kid I've already worked with in prior projects. And this project, I believe what the idea is that you have to go on a treasure hunt. But the idea is that the two main individuals for the project is that y'all have to split up in different directions and then somehow wind up back in the same spot. Or wind up in opposite directions meeting up with each other. And then whatever the treasure ends up being is what the treasure ends up being. And so the idea, what we ended up doing was that Matt and this other kid would be, stocking some stuff in the back. And whilst doing that, they find an envelope of some kind. Matt reads it, and it is a message that I wrote. I wrote this message, and it's a very complicated message, but you will actually be able to hear this message in the Final Curtain video, which will come out on New Year's Eve, so December 31st. That will be the last video that I ever make as the creator of this channel. And it is a message where I believe I was telling them, I was doing like a jigsaw thing, like, hey, I want to play a game. Y'all been taking your life for granted, you're letting life pass you by, you're letting time pass you by, and so, to find the key to the treasure, you must understand, the point of why I'm making you go and do these things. And so they end up starting to look for the treasure. They split up in two different directions. Matt goes to the computer lab, the other kid goes out to the hallways. And what they end up doing is they end up finding different clues that lead them in the direction to outside the building. And so they wind up outside, and what Matt ends up finding is another note. They both end up finding another envelope. Matt and this other kid are kind of struggling over the envelope. And then Matt reads the envelope and finds out that there was no treasure, that the treasure was all waste of time. The treasure was valuing your time, which became ironic because that is entirely what the A-Rex Mafioso storyline became, was all about time. And this entire storyline, this entire channel, this is what it's all been about. Was the waste of time, or was it valuing your time and, making use of your time? And so how I repurposed this skit that ended up going into the garbage, or I ended up using only one shot of it in the actual storyline, where Matt throws the envelope down, and I repurposed it and made it seem like, oh, this is his suspension note. Oh, you got suspended note. And he's like, oh, come on. But yeah, this little project ended up becoming very big for the A-Rex Mafioso storyline, where I think even in the Randomness Act, A-Rex, in one of the unlisted choices, he mentions the treasure hunt. And he mentions how somebody went on a treasure hunt once, and when they went on a treasure hunt, they ended up finding the value of time. And that was what the entire storyline of this is all about, was about time. And it's about managing and utilizing your time and valuing your time by finding a purpose within that time. And how I managed to do that, I don't know. That's the beauty of improv sometimes, is that sometimes you will just go into a project and not know what the fuck you're doing, and then all of a sudden it makes gold. Sometimes that's great. Sometimes, I don't know. you just kind of sit there scratching your head like, man, things just really worked out the way they were supposed to, huh? I'm not religious, so I don't believe that there is a path in life, or there is some designated path. So I just kind of believe that certain things just happen to happen. And the reason why certain things happen is because of the choices that we make, and how the choices that we make have consequences, and how those consequences lead to different routes that we as people go in. And so it's always interesting to see how certain things like this kind of unfold in the grander scheme of things, where something like a project that was going to get trashed and ended up getting trashed, where to the point where I don't have the original project anymore, somehow suddenly becomes this major key player in my project that was entirely improvised. So it is interesting. It is always wild to see something like that happen. Moving on now, and we move on to the infamous sofa commercials. Yeah, the sofa commercial, which spawned its own storyline within the Randomness Act. To be perfectly honest, I don't know why it went on for as long as it did, but it did. It was supposed to be a one and done. And what the project originally was, that was pitched to me, that was pitched to all of us, of course, everyone in the class, was that you had to make a 30 or 60-second commercial advertising a product. And I was told that it could be any product that you can think of. And I shit you not, I looked at the back of the class, I saw that green couch next to the green screen, and I was like, that's the product right there, that's the one right there. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to advertise that sofa right there. And it ended up spawning the infamous Eric the Sofa Guy character, and of course the Matt the Lounging King. And what the skit was a parody of another skit by the homie Dashy XP. I believe I talked about this. I don't remember where I talked about this at, but I do specifically remember talking about this, where, Dashy XP. So if you ever watched his skit known as Ghetto Furniture Hardware Store, which you probably see on the screen right now, that was the skit that I pretty much took the inspiration from for my skit, because I was very much into the YouTube and the internet during this time. So I was watching all kinds of YouTubers, subscribed to all kinds of YouTubers, and so Dashy happened to be one of them. And his skit, that one in particular, happened to be one that was always the most memorable for me. And I wanted to parody that by doing a skit with Matt and, doing the dance in the beginning. Hey, y'all want some furniture? And then we had our own song. And ironically enough, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Matt wanted to make a song for the sofa commercial. He wanted to make some music for it. And the first song that he made for it is a song called New Product, which you probably heard 100 times during the sofa commercial skits. It's that little, like, that song. Originally it was called New Sofa, or at least I called it New Sofa, and then I called it New Product because we ended up reusing the song for other sofa commercial, well, not sofa commercial, but hardware store commercial skits. And I remember thinking, like, he used to make that, he was making that song for the intro, and I'm like, this doesn't fit the intro. This does fit the advertisement side of things, but it didn't fit the intro. And so I told him, let's make another song for the intro. And that's when he made Who Want Furniture, and I gave him like some ideas, like, I want a guitar that, like, a commercial kind of something like that. And I also told him about, like, a tambourine, just adding that, because he hasn't done that for his music, but I thought it would work perfectly, just having a little in the back of the music for the intro. And that would make the Who Want Furniture song, and that's the song that plays at the beginning of that commercial, and that's the song that we were singing to, and that was also a song that ended up getting reused a lot for these commercials. And I really enjoyed the fact that this skit in particular kind of has its own music, even though it's like 3 tracks that are exclusive to this commercial, which I will get to the third one in a second. But I still like the fact that it felt like a bigger deal, this skit. Like, these skits, the commercial skits, felt like they were more special than the other ones that we filmed throughout the years. And so, it always kind of had that flavor to it. I remember I wrote the script during, like, I believe we were doing some testing one day on a computer, and I finished early, and so I was just writing the script up right immediately after I did the testing. And I handed the script to Matt, and I'm like, Matt, you don't have that many lines. All you got to do is just act on cue. And ironically enough, it was him fucking up his lines 20 times over that kind of created the dynamic between Sofa Guy and Loungy King that would go across all the different medias to which those two characters would appear in. And because in the original commercial, I don't think we had any moment like that. Like, the only moment to which Matt was, like, messing up was the beginning song, and that was just because it was to copy and parody the Dash EXP video opening song, where, someone fucks up because he's talking about, like, want to be with girls and stuff. And then, so the commercial went as exactly a commercial would expect you. We introduce ourselves, shake each other's hand, advertise, hey, you ever wanted to have a good couch, you ever have back pains or something like that? I don't remember the exact lines. I probably have to rewatch it again. But, so then, I hit him in the back. I put him on the couch. He's like, well, don't worry, because now we got a couch that's just for you. That's so comfortable. Pushes back on the couch. He screams like crazy, but I'm telling you, it's a good product. There was also a scene that was cut with another kid who I also couldn't get the permission for to use in the actual full thing. So I had to cut that scene as well. Where all he said was basically like, oh my god, it's the best product in the world, I've never had such a backbreaker with a piece of wood. It was supposed to be like a sexual innuendo at the time. But besides that, the skit would then end off, of course, continuing the parody, where it's like, damn, these are some good prices, because that's what Dashy did. Damn, these are good prices. And they hold the pose, looking like a bunch of idiots. And that was pretty much the skit, but we fucked up so many times. Like, there is too many bloopers for that simple commercial. Like, that should have been something that was done in, like, 10 minutes. And Matt kept fucking up every single time. He fucked up in the beginning song where he didn't know what he wanted to say or what he had to say or how to move, even though I was telling him, like, hey, move like this, stop like this. And then he fucked up the part where I was supposed to hit him in the back because for some reason he kept finding it funny that I'm just gonna pat him on the back like, ooh, and he just kept breaking character. There was I think we fucked up on every scene, even the fucking introductions we fucked up on, where like he didn't know what to say, like, even though all he had to do was like introduce himself. He didn't know what to say. I introduced myself. Then he gets on, and he's supposed to introduce himself. He says, line, give him the script. Man, that guy, man. He fucked up so many times. He even fucked up on the shot where I was supposed to, like showcase the sofa. Like, we're showcasing the sofa where I'm supposed to put up the text with the prices. And he didn't know what to do there either. He just... and then I believe I even did a blooper where it was like a montage for some reason, because when we were first practicing the skit, we didn't have the audio on. And so we were kind of doing the skit without any audio, doing some practices with like script and stuff. I don't know why, but I thought it would be a funny blooper to showcase like a love story. Like, oh, this is the typical dating scene, and then it all goes well, and then the breakup happens, because there were so many moments where I fucking started to yell at him and get mad, and then he just kept dying laughing, and it was always funny. And I did that little parody at the end where it's like, the whole romance thing. I don't know why I thought that would be funny. I ended up doing it regardless, and it made for a funny blooper reel. That's still one of my favorite blooper reels of any skit that we ever did, because it's such an easy skit to do, and we just fucked up so many times. But because we did that so many times, we birthed these characters of Sofa Guy and Loungy King, who are just these fucking goofballs. They are really just characters that are just idiots. They're a bunch of idiots. They're two idiots that just don't know how to run a store and are just fucking each other over any chance that they get. It was so good. I had such a good time with this skit. This is still my favorite skit from the film program, but I had such a good time with that skit. I knew we had to do another one. We had to. And I believe what we were doing at the time was we were doing a project where it was supposed to be a showcasing in class, where it was like a test, and you had to be in the room during a test, and it was supposed to be something went on. I don't remember, but I do know that skit inevitably got reinvented into The Substitute. But that skit ended up getting canceled, and then I reinvented it with Substitute. But I already had like the idea for Sofa Commercial 2. And during this time, I believe I was creating and composing my first ever song. Price is Too Great is the first ever song I ever created. And what a fucking song it is, Like, I just knew I wanted to mimic the kind of cheap look that we had going for the Sofa Commercial, and the cheap music that we had. That Matt made, the two songs, Who Want Furniture, New Product. I wanted to mimic that with my song. But I also wanted to make it an actual song. And so, I had to have like a hook, a bridge, and then of course an ending. And I just remember taking a bunch of random samples, like a bass that I thought was good enough, it had a good melody. Some bongos. I don't know why I picked bongos. I just knew like bongos would just I don't know, it fit really well. And I knew I wanted the wacky wah guitar. Every element and every instrument that I used for that song, I knew I just wanted it to be the most goofy sounding thing while still sounding like a legitimate song, you know? I didn't want it to go like full Gen Z degenerate kind of music, which was something that one of my classmates, Dylan, really likes. He really liked the degenerate kind of stuff, you know, the ear rapes, the stupid edits, goofy sounding sound effects. He liked all that kind of stuff, but I didn't want that for this song. You know, I wanted it to sound comedic and goofy, like it does fit a commercial, but I also wanted it to be a song too. And so I had to kind of like blur the lines of using these wacky instruments but making it work. And you could be the judge of that, but according to a majority of you that ended up watching or listening to the song, y'all really like that song. I'm glad you did, because it was definitely fun to make. It was the first ever song I ever made, and so, you know, I'm proud of it for that. I'm proud that I managed to blur the lines of, you know, first time composing with creating something that was supposed to sound cheap. And you don't really notice it, because the actual song, the official song, is much better sounding than the original demo. The original demo literally sounds like it's straight from GarageBand. I did not tweak it at all. I think the only thing that I tweaked in the original demo was that I had cut out the bass at the end, and it was like an obvious pop. It was like because the song was supposed to end, and the song was supposed to end on the bass note before the bass note repeated itself. And so that's kind of what I did for the demo. And then when we filmed the extra credit furniture hardware store skit, Matt and I just had a blast. I just remember we had a blast. Obviously, of course, I wanted to start the skit off with Price is Too Great, but I did not get the full song made. It was just the demo. We were just using the demo, and then I inevitably just used the demo for the second commercial. And so we had the song playing in the background. Or actually, I think I was playing it through my headphones. Like, I was playing it through my headphones, and Matt was trying to listen through my headphones of the song. And I essentially just told him, you know, I had the script, the lyrics in front of him, and the lyrics was probably the easiest part of making that song, because as soon as I like have the rhythm, I don't know what it is, I'm really good with words. I've always had a thing with words, you know, that's why I'm a writer. I'm really good at talking when I can talk about something passionately, because for the most part, I'm not a big talker. I don't talk a lot. I don't really say a lot of things. But when it is something that I really love and I really hate, and I'm really good at talking about that, that's when I could really go. And so with this music, you know, with Price is Too Great, I was capable of really going. And so I had the lyric sheet in front of us, and we were literally reading from the the sheet whilst recording, and so you could see the actual paper of the lyrics in front of us while we're holding it. It's actually kind of funny, I ain't gonna lie. And the lyrics was essentially, I wanted it to be, you know, as goofy sounding as the actual song is. And so, you know, I wanted to be like, hey, it's Eric, the sofa guy, and Matt, the lounging king, and this is Eric and Matt's furniture hardware store. And then I knew for the wah guitar parts, I knew I wanted to go like a higher pitch that sounds so over dramatic, like with prices. I knew that I wanted to do that for the wah guitar. And so I was just like, I was going through the paper, and Matt didn't know I was going to do that. So you see his reaction live. The girl that was doing the camera, who was recording us, she was watching all this unfold live. It was funny as fuck, I ain't gonna lie. And then we get to the hook. The hook was Erica Matt's hardware store with furniture and so much more. Price so great you can't ignore, with new products like never before. I don't know how I got that hook so easily, but I just, like, I knew the hook. As soon as I was writing the song, I was like, that's the hook right there. That's exactly how I wanted to go. And it ended up working out, and it's catchy as fuck, man. It's so catchy. Occasionally I listen to it from time to time because of how catchy it is. I do want to make a version without the ad-libs that I added in the later part of the song, but I get that the ad-libs kind of add to the song, you know, having moments from the different commercials and us kind of joking about it in the song. You know, the backpack and all that crap. Oh, and when I was writing the song for the bridge, which was like when the bass changes to a different bass, I knew I wanted it to be like a back and forth between me and Matt. I wanted it to be like, I want to go with couches, and then, or actually no, he goes with couches, and I go, and more, always for sale. And then I mentioned his friend Daryl in the song because Matt always was talking about his friend Daryl. He was essentially always talking about Daryl. Daryl was the editor hockey guy that he would always mention. He was always talking about Daryl. Every time we would ever like film something, he would always somehow find a way to bring up Daryl's name. And I believe I helped Matt. This was also when I helped Matt with his commercial, because we all had to do the commercial project. And so he had a commercial where he was advertising hockey sticks. I wish I had that too, but I do not have the footage for that one at all. But essentially, I was just the store's clerk for his skit, and I was just giving away the hockey sticks, presenting them to him. That would also be repurposed later on for Randomness Act. But yeah, he mentioned his friend Daryl like all the time, and so I thought it would be funny to have that in the song. And I would be like, oh, his friend Dale. No, it's Daryl, you fucking idiot. And it ended up working out really well because a character named Daryl would inevitably become a major character. Well, he's not that major, but he was a pretty prominent character in the Randomness Act, where he has his own episode. There's an entire episode where Daryl is a main character. And so, you know, the whole Daryl thing ended up paying off after all. And I'm glad that little gimmick came back around, you know, that little one-liner. I love when I could bring stuff back around that was like a little detail before and then bring it back. Those are always my favorite moments when making skits, because those are moments that most times or not you will overlook, but then when you go back and when you're going down the line and when you're watching the later skits, and you're like, oh, that he did mention that earlier on. That's always my favorite part of all of the skits that I ever made, was, you know, connecting the dots back to the original skits and referencing those original skits without always kind of taking away from the spotlight. You know, I didn't always want to do the whole nostalgia gimmick where it's just like, oh, you remember this kind of deal, even though I did do that a few times. But I did want to have moments where it was like, hey, do you remember when I mentioned that? And if you don't, well, you know, you're missing out. That's all I'm saying. But the second commercial was an interesting one, because I felt like this one, it was entirely me. Because I wrote the entire script for the second one as well. But Matt was essentially going off of what I was going off of. This was kind of like a predecessor to what we would inevitably do with the Randomness Act, which was all improv, to where I would read off of my lines, and I would want him to play off of me, and I would play off of him, and, you know, whatever he said, I would say based off of what he said, but I would have to still push the narrative forward. And the second commercial, I think, was great for that because it allowed you to see these characters a lot more fluidly, and it allowed you to see us improving from when we first started making these skits to now, because we were doing so much better this time around compared to the first time around, where the bloopers were just endless in the first hardware store skit. The second hardware store skit, I don't think there was that many bloopers, but the bloopers were a lot longer in length when they did happen. So it's not like I didn't have any bloopers to present. I still think that the blooper reel is actually longer than the actual second commercial. But yeah, there were still some great bloopers. I knew I wanted to intentionally do some blooper gags. Like, there was one where I wanted to surprise him with the table and you just run up at him. There was another blooper that I wanted to do where I just wanted to, like, stutter my way towards him. Just like... And it was almost like a Jaws thing. That was funny. That was a funny blooper. I'm glad that it worked the way I wanted it to go. But yeah, everything else just kind of happened. And I think the point of that commercial was to advertise a table. Yeah, the foot resting table, and then the additional foot resting cushion. And the foot resting cushion was just a backpack. I'm not sure where I got the idea of the backpack from. I think why I got the backpack was just because I wanted it to... Yeah, I think Matt mentioned the backpack. Like, he mentioned something like having a cushion for your feet on the table, like having a little pillow. And then I just said, oh, let's just use the backpack. And he's like, well, it's a fucking backpack. I'm like, yeah, that's the point. That's the gimmick. And then that ended up being a part of the skit. He's like, well, that's a fucking backpack, right? He's like, what did you say? Well, what is it? It's a foot resting cushion. And of course, I had to have that line in the Price is Too Great song. And so I just remember this era of when we were making skits, which was like the late 2020 to early 2021, as like one of the most fun eras that we had making the skits, making the projects in the film program, because we essentially were allowed to be a lot more free than we were in the first semester. And we got to film a lot more stuff. Matt and I's chemistry was like off the hooks at this point, so we could literally bounce off of each other in terms of dialogue. And, him saying something, me saying something, and then him doing an action. I do an action, he does an action. And it just ended up working out so well. And I ended up finishing the Price is Too Great song. I gave it more flavor. I gave it some more reverb, some more ambience to it. I added a little kick drum at the beginning and a little bit throughout the song as well. Made some of the instruments sound a bit more lively. And, of course, I got the lyrics. We recorded. The last thing we ever did was the lyrics. That was almost near the end, like the last month of the film program that we did. And I was actually kind of getting a little rushy with him because, I didn't know if I was going to see Matt again after that point. I didn't know if we were going to hang out again. And so I was kind of rushing him to be like, let's record these lyrics, man. We got to get these lyrics out. We got to get these lyrics for the song because I want to drop the song. I wish I could have kept the song up as the original upload that it was. Unfortunately, I didn't have it at 4K quality. And so I had to re-upload it in time because I didn't have it up in 4K quality. And then I also did this weird thing where I created like a third channel temporarily. But that didn't last long. I got rid of that shit really quickly because the third channel that I created temporarily was supposed to be like a work channel. But that was what the main channel was for. And so it made no sense for me to make a third channel when I already have a main channel that does the exact same thing. So yeah, we ended up finishing the song. We recorded the ad-libs, added it all together. I edited it, and then I released it on YouTube. I believe the same day that I graduated the film program, which is a nice little touch. But before I graduated the film school, there were still a few other projects that we managed to do before the end of the year. And one of those projects is something that I almost completely missed entirely to talk about. And it was one that I did on the tail end of 2020 as well, alongside the Sova commercial, which is also based with music. And so what the project was, it was called the visual poetry. And essentially what you had to do for the visual poetry is that you had to, I think, have some kind of like music playing whilst you were displaying some visual in like a poetry-esque format. I don't know. It was a bit confusing for me, but overall that's the general gist that I got from it. And that's ultimately what I ended up going with was the song Evil Empire, which wrestling fans will know the song to be the Corporate Ministries theme. And let me just tell you something beforehand. That was the same year that I found out that song even existed, because up to that point in time, I think I had an idea that the Corporate Ministry existed, but I didn't know that they had like 2 different themes, or technically they have 3 because they also have an album version theme. But I didn't know they had their own themes. I thought it was just a No Chance in Hell or just the Ministry of Darkness theme. But it turns out that they have their own theme, and it turns out it is my favorite wrestling theme song of all time, Evil Empire. I fucking love that song. Like, yes, King of My World is always going to be my favorite song, because how could it not? I love Saliva. But in terms of wrestling themes, Evil Empire was it. And I was obsessed with that song. I still to this day am, to a degree, but not really as much as I did in 2020. Like 2020, I think everyone should know, was my Mafia era. I was obsessed with the Mafia in 2020. Not necessarily wanting to be in a gang or anything like that. No, I wasn't stupid. I wasn't an idiot. But I was obsessed with like true crime. I was obsessed with like wanting to learn about true crime. I can't speak there. I was obsessed about learning about true crime, mobsters, the gang life, and like the mindset of criminals and the psychology behind some insane individuals. And I wanted to know about like their strategies, their business plans, and all of that. And so Evil Empire was the perfect fit for that, because what Evil Empire is about is a group of individuals that come together, that form the merger from hell, and it's all corrupt and corporate, and what they want is to take over the entire industry. And so that song was essentially perfect for me to tell it in a visual poetry format. In fact, that song was so perfect, it actually helped me pass a whole ass English exam that I needed to pass the class as a whole for a senior year, which I didn't even know. So in English class, they always had this thing where you had to like show some kind of outside source material and compare it to the one that you were reading. And I never understood that, because they did such a piss poor job explaining it to me every single year. And every single year I didn't understand it. Every single year went by and I fucking failed or that test or something to that degree. And then I finally understood what the fuck they meant by that. It's like, oh, you can use an outside source. That means I could use a song like Evil Empire and compare it to my project. And that's what I did. I compared Evil Empire with the book that we were reading at the time in English class, which I believe was called The Crucible. Was it The Crucible? It was The Witch Trials. You know The Witch Trials. You've heard of it. Fucking motherfuckers think that the women were witches and started killing people, and because of all the fear and the paranoia and the snitching and all that crap. Essentially what we got going on in today's day and age, but to the trans degree. I'm not going to go into that whole shabacle again. I have a million times. It's on my main channel. But needless to say, I used that song and it passed my entire grade. And then so obviously I used it for this project too, the visual poetry. And what I had to do was essentially just make a music video with the song. And so I went into, I believe this was the first ever recording where I had the fedora, was the visual poetry of Evil Empire. So when I dressed up, in the fedora, in the leather jacket, this was the first ever time I did it. And I don't even think I had the leather jacket and the fedora as a combo together. I believe they were separate combos. I also did the business suit. That was the first time I wore a suit in a video too. So you had a lot of first times with that one music video. And essentially, my sister, this is the first time I'm mentioning family member that I have. I don't really talk about my family that much. I keep that more private. But my sister helped me film a lot of what I was doing. She helped me film a lot of the shots because I didn't know how to place a camera or where to place a camera or set it up. I didn't have a tripod either at the time. I'm not sure when I got a tripod, I'm gonna be honest. It just kind of appeared one day. All of a sudden I had a tripod. I'm like, oh, that's perfect. And now I can use the tripod. But yeah, I had her help. She even was in some shots, but obviously she covered her face because she doesn't want to be seen. But eventually I did kind of mash up all those little, scenes and shots together. And I did like a bunch of different characters. I did one with the hoodie, like a hoodie to parody like Undertaker as the Ministry of Darkness version. And I was playing a bunch of instruments. I had the drum set. I was playing on the piano over there, which I don't even know if it still works. Probably broken. We pulled out a violin, which is my sister's. I think it was a violin. It might be a cello. I'm not sure. No, it's a violin. What am I talking about? Violin. It's a violin, and we also kind of used that as a guitar because we don't have a guitar. That's the one instrument I need. If there's one instrument I need and I need to learn, is a guitar, because a guitar is everything to me. I love guitars. So if I ever make music in the future, I want to make music with guitars. Unfortunately, I don't have guitars and I don't have the knowledge to play a guitar, but I have the knowledge to play notes. So that's the best I could do for that. And when I was making the Evil Empire, I did have a little bit of a struggle getting it on time with the due date, because I believe this was the first project that I edited that I was really like editing, like trying different tricks and trying like different techniques that I had never used before up to that point in time. Because up to that point in time, I had only done like the action motion sequences, the Hoodie Advertisement, the treasure hunt, those little skits that were only like short skits. This was the first time that I was editing something with multiple like shots, camera angles, flashes, effects, and like coloring. So this was the first time I tried that, and it worked out really well. Unfortunately, I missed the due date, or I had to rush it and cut it down, which is why the song is cut down. It's not the full song. Because I had an idea that I wanted to do where it's like a shot with all the people playing instruments in one shot. The guy on the drums, the guy on the piano, and then the guy playing the guitar. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. So it is what it is, but I ended up loving how it turned out in the end. Another random project that we had to do was a project called The Chase, or at least that's what I remember it being, because the project in and of itself, I don't remember if it was like a chase for everybody or if it was just what we did was a chase, because that project happened so fast that I don't really remember the full context behind what the project really was about. If it was actually a chase sequence and you had to go from like a certain direction or whatnot, or if it was just like another action motion sequence, which is why I ended up calling it Action Motion Sequence 3, to complete the set of the action motion sequences of the first one and the stunt reel, and then now we have the chase. And essentially for the chase, we filmed this so fucking fast. I remember how fast we filmed this. We did it so quickly that like as soon as we finished it, the teacher was surprised by how quickly we did it. And then I just went straight to the editing room and started editing it. And Another kid in the class who I can tell this kid, it's Thomas, it's the same kid, it's Thomas. I could tell he wasn't like really into filming a lot of the projects, which is a bit contradictory to actually being in the class, but I could tell he wasn't big on it. And he really wanted to just kind of do his own thing during class periods. And so that's why I always found him to be like the perfect cameraman, because Matt and we like to get shit done like quick and efficient. So I usually got him as like the cameraman to film for us. So that way we could just do what we have to do, finish up, and then, we can go our separate ways and I'll just go edit. And for the chase, I think it was all improv because we didn't have like a legitimate idea of what we were going to do. I just remember how it was going to kick off. How it was going to kick off was that I'm sitting in my chair, I'm scrolling through my phone, and then Matt is like trying to like tell me something like, oh, hey, we got this party going on. Are you going to come by? And I'm just ignoring him because I'm on my phone. I'm like, I'm busy right now. And he's like, oh, come on. And then he takes my phone and he runs off. And I go chasing after him. Now, the cane was not mine. The cane was another kid's cane. And I knew I wanted to chase him with a cane because I wanted to go for an old school film style for this chase. Like a gray, no colors, black and white style for this chase sequence. And I would just chase him around with a cane. Like, you goddamn kid taking my phone type of thing like that. And so I grabbed the cane and we just essentially started filming right away. We got the shot done. We went into the hallway. We started shooting all the different angles. And essentially we got the shit done really fast. Now there was indeed some very funny bloopers that happened. One of them happened during one of the hallway chases where when I was chasing after Matt, and he rounded the corner. He rounded the corner and he was going to run back into the room. I threw my cane at him. So this was a gimmick that happens, is that I throw my cane at him and he dodges it, he misses it, or I miss it, and he runs in and then I go pick it up and then I continue the chase. But on this throw, when I threw the cane, it bounced off the glass frame of whatever was hanging on the wall there, and it was so loud that I thought I broke it. I thought I broke the glass. Like, I was genuinely like, oh shit, I fucked up. I fucked up bad. I thought I broke it. I thought I broke it or cracked it or something because of how loud it sounded. Now, obviously, when you watch the footage itself, it doesn't sound that loud, but it was pretty loud for us. I mean, it was so loud for us that Matt had somehow, I don't know how he did this, but he somehow convinced himself that when he heard the sound, that was the cane hitting the back of his head or something, and that's why he did like a tuck and roll. And near the end there, where he tucks and rolls as if he got hit, to try and avoid any kind of damage or something. I don't know. But that was a fucking hilarious blooper. Another hilarious blooper was near the end, I remember, where I go and I chase after him. And there was another blooper as well, where when I chase him into this computer room, he actually, off camera, runs directly into like a chair and a desk. And he goes like, ow, fuck! He fucking ran straight into a chair and desk. I'm like, oh, shit. But another funny blooper is when I slam down the cane and I go after him and I miss him. That's the point. I'm supposed to miss him with the cane. I almost hit him, though, because his hand did not move in time. And I grab my phone back. I'm like, give me the phone. Don't ever take my fucking phone again. And I walk away. And he looks at the camera and he goes, man, he actually hit me. That was not intended to be there. But it worked so well that I actually put it in the actual chase sequence itself. Because that fits as like a perfect ending. Like, oh my God, he actually hit me. Even though I'm the one who took his phone. Like, no shit. And eventually, of course, I repurposed the chase sequence as well to be a part of the sofa commercial storyline, or I should say the furniture hardware store storyline, and made it so it seems like Matt the Lounging King was trying to get Sofa Guy's attention. Sofa Guy was ignoring him because of the film, what they filmed earlier, which would have been the second commercial. And so he just decides to take his phone, runs off, tests to see how mad Sofa Guy would get, and Sofa Guy gets pretty mad. And this is the first time, I guess, in story, Lounging King does his little, stunts, and it actually ends up working out for him until the very end when I catch him. And, of course, that's going to play into the Randomness Act later on when I chase him again. And we have that little fight again. And it also plays into another little thing that happens in the Randomness Act where they go to a party, which is hinted at here because Lounging King is talking about, hey, there's a party going on later tonight. And the party so happens to be the casino party that becomes very prominent in the storyline of the first season for the Randomness Act. So I'll get there again. I will get there when I get there. Randomness Act is a long ways ahead. But for right now, this was the chase sequence, and it was fun, short, and simple. I do miss those projects, the ones that were fun, short, and simple, because I do feel like at times I do complicate some of my stuff a little bit too much, but it's how I develop my stories. I like to make simplicity into complexity for enjoyment and for the drama and enjoying the drama. And unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't always work, but I think for what we did here, this short and simple was perfect for the chase sequence. And then, of course, we have the last project, the very last, the official last project, I deem, besides the highlight reel, which I'll also talk about. But the real last project that I did was The Substitute. Now, The Substitute was a project that was formed because it was, I believe, a raffle pick project. So what ended up happening was you got raffle picks of who was on your team, and then it was a raffle pick of what genre you were going to make, and then it was a raffle pick of what the idea for the genre was going to be. So I got a raffle pick. I got the usual boys. I got Thomas. I got Dylan. And then I didn't actually get Matt the first time around. Matt, later on, I think a few days later, switched to my group because he wanted to work with me specifically, which I do thank him for that. But the other stuff that we picked out of the raffle was horror, which I was so happy about because this is the first time that I actually got to make something horror related, which is my favorite genre. So, well, actually, I don't know which is my favorite genre, horror or drama. I think I prefer drama, but if it's a horror drama, then that's perfect. But yeah, we got horror. And then the other thing that we got picked out was a substitute teacher. You have a substitute teacher coming in. And essentially we had to make up an idea, a horror film, with the idea of a substitute teacher. The problem that ended up happening is that they wanted you to all be the writers for the story. And that was the problem because me and the kid Dylan have very passionate views on how to write a story. And unfortunately, the way that we wanted to tell this was completely different. Dylan wanted to go for more of a horror comedy route. I wanted to go more horror, genuine horror. And so what ended up happening is that we ended up writing, I believe, our own separate scripts that we eventually combined together. And then we also ended up directing it at the same time. We both ended up being the directors. And we ended up editing our own cuts for the story, too. His cut was the one that we ended up presenting to the class, which is called the theatrical cut. I don't have the theatrical cut, obviously, but I do think it was All right. I didn't like how it ended. You know, that's the problem. It was like the ending. There was a lot of ideas that we had for what we wanted to do for the ending. So pretty much my script and how I wanted it to go went 1-in-1. Like how we filmed it was like 1-in-1 how I wrote it. And it was going perfect until the ending. And the problem with the ending of The Substitute was that what we wanted to do for the ending, we did not have no time. Because for some reason, for this project, which you would think they should give you the most amount of time for, they gave us the minimum amount of time to do this project. And I hated that. Because I knew there was no shot we were going to film this in a single day. Like, there was no shot we were going to film all of this in a single class period. And so we tried our best to film it all in a single class period. And obviously, we had to cut a corner because we didn't finish the ending. And so what I ended up doing with the ending was just kind of making it a little montage of, like, the substitute shots that we got of, like, the actual substitute character. But it didn't feel right, because the ending that we were going to go for is that when the substitute entered, the substitute would actually like start to attack us in a paranormal way, each and every single one of us. And then it was going to end with like the final frame shot of the substitute grabbing the camera. But that's not how it fully ended up. I think it still like visually works for what we were going for. It feels like there's a piece of the story missing. Like it feels like we jumped to the conclusion a little bit too early. That's all it feels like. But over the years, I've learned to appreciate what we did end up getting. Because what we did end up getting, I really love what we ended up getting from that project. Like I really love the atmosphere and the coloring that I ended up using for the story, where mine used a like deep dark blue atmospheric color and Dylan's used like a greenish hue, which kind of separated it. Like his green hue one was more like a Saw movie. So his was like a Saw movie. Mine was more like a contrasted version of what the room actually looks like. And so when we were filming the story essentially went that I get a little ping from my phone that we are going to get a substitute teacher. Matt comes up behind me. He's like, what do you mean we got a substitute teacher? I'm like, yeah, come look at this message. And then a kid that's running late to the, I believe the idea is that we are in detention. And so we're in like this detention. We're being watched by a camera in the room because our teacher is not there yet. And so we're going to get a substitute for detention. And the kid comes in late, and he's like, oh, we got a sub? And I'm like, yeah, come check it out. He comes to check it out, and as he's checking out, we're reading over what's going on, and it seems like this substitute seems like the same person as this killer that was on the news. And the killer that was on the news is this weird, strange man who was in the forest. And as we were like describing it, this quiet kid in the back of the detention room is like imagining and envisioning all these scary scenarios of what this killer might look like. And he has like this envisionment of him being like right next to him and this horrible thought. And he's like, what if this teacher is a demon? And we're all looking at him like, what? And I love the fact that we all go, what, at a completely different time. So it goes like, what? That's funny. That was unplanned. I think even our teacher was like, that's probably the best moment is our out of sync what's. And then, of course, one of the kids, the kid that came in late, is like, nah, that can't be a demon. There's no such thing as demons. This is all a bunch of bullshit. And, if we're going to have a substitute, I'm just going to leave. And he goes to leave. But then he starts to hear footsteps. And as he hears footsteps, he gets a little paranoid. He runs back. He's like, I started hearing footsteps. And then the kid in the back accidentally drops a book. It scares the shit out of us. We all turn to look at him. And as we do, the camera in the room gets corrupted by this demonic entity where these hands grab at the camera and like shake it a bit. And I really love this idea that I did where in every shot that's over the camcorder, you can see this demonic entity somewhere in the room. Now, I feel like I did abuse that in the remastered cut version that I did, but I think like him being there in every shot somewhere in the room, kind of watching over us, works really well and is pretty creepy too. And then eventually, as the kid that came in late is now like paranoid and like, why'd you drop that book, man? And I'm telling him like, calm down, calm down. He's like, don't tell me to calm down, man. I only got so much time left and stuff, and I don't remember what exactly he said, but I know he was panicking a lot. And then eventually, after he panics enough, we get the door opens to our room, and it's supposed to be a substitute. And what I was supposed to say is like, oh, look, the substitute is a normal substitute. And then that's when the paranormal stuff happens with the substitute teacher. But that's not what ended up happening because we didn't end up having enough time to film it. In fact, I think even one of the shots I had to like really convince the teacher to film because we missed it. And I had to film it the next day with the Thomas kid. So we ended up having to film that shot later on. But everything ended up working out really well style-wise. I'm really proud of that project. I think I was very proud of it to the point where I uploaded it on my main channel at one point. I obviously switched it to the second channel when I started doing the storyline for the second channel. Or actually, I don't know why I put it on the second channel. I put all of my old projects on the second channel. Looking back on it, I don't know why I did that. But, you know, I did, and that's how it turns out. I guess maybe for more coverage? I don't know. I really don't know why I put it on the second channel, but it's on the second channel, the substitute. Blooper-wise, I don't know if we had much of any bloopers because we had to film everything very tightly and neatly. There was one blooper, I do remember, where I was just being me normally. And while I'm talking, you know, I'm talking normally and I tend to curse. Because to me, I don't believe in bad words. I don't believe in curse words. I just say what's ever on my mind. And if people take that insultively, that's their problem in my mind. Because I don't mean it insultively. If I'm directly insulting you, believe me, you would know. I would make that very clear. But I don't tend to do that like regularly. So while I'm talking, I happen to have been like randomly starting to curse while I'm describing the substitute, and it ended up making a very funny blooper where I didn't curse like once, I cursed like twice or 3 times in a row, and Thomas right next to me is like, all right, come on, man, you gotta chill out, and I'm like dying laughing. That was a funny blooper. But all in all, I think this project could have been so much better if we had more time. If we were not on a strict time limit and a time budget, I think this could have been easily the best project I made in the entire film program. But to me personally, I still think that's Sova commercial. But this is definitely up there, you know. Other than like the ending, which I wish I could have done a bit better, this is still like a great project. And it gives a little tease at what I'm capable of in a horror field. Now, looking back on it, it's not really the best that I can do in the horror field. I know I could really make something scary. Like, I ended up doing that. I ended up making something very terrifying later on, but we will get there when we get there. But right now, I believe this is about to wrap up the film program stuff, because I think that was the last film program thing that we worked on before eventually we did I did the highlight reel as like a final goodbye to all my classmates at the time. And I made like a highlight reel of all our best moments. I even took some stuff from other little mini things that we had to do. Like Matt and we did a Mask PSA project at one point. And essentially the Mask PSA project was just us talking about like the COVID mask because they wanted us to do some kind of propaganda regarding COVID. And so they just wanted us to talk about, wearing a mask, to protect your safety from COVID and all that. And the gimmick that I did for that PSA was that we were filming something, but then we turned off the camera. But in reality, I didn't film that, and instead I turned on the camera, and you get to hear our conversation while we're walking back to the classroom, kind of, joking about this stupid, like, PSAs. Oh, man, this is so stupid, man. And we're, like, throwing shots back at each other in a funny way until eventually someone passes us by and is like, you still got the camera rolling. And we're like, wait, what? Oh, shit, the camera's rolling. And then that's when the PSA stops. It's a funny little gag PSA. I don't think we did anything crazy blooper-wise in that one. I know we just had a couple of funny conversations. But all in all, it was just a regular, like, PSA. We did a couple other PSAs and kind of student interviews throughout the year as well, but none of those really were standout enough to warrant their own, I guess, project, if you will. But all in all, that was kind of like a wrap on the film program in general. And I made the highlight reel of all the best moments and all the best bloopers and all the best scenes. And that was just the end. And I said goodbye. And then eventually I graduated. And at the same time, I graduated high school. And I had no idea where the future beheld me after I graduated. And I believe I talked about this earlier already, but when I went to do YouTube for my own thing, I really didn't have a plan other than I was just going to post the soundtracks that I wanted to do. And so that's what I did. I posted the soundtracks, the various soundtracks that I talked about in my channel retrospective video. So here we go to 2022. Now, after 2021 and you kind of getting myself settled into the YouTube stuff and posting stuff and then wanting to move on to whatever was next in my life and just adjusting. Like, I wanted to start writing stories. I was writing some short stuff. I wanted to make music. I was making some music demos here and there. One song that I made that I was really proud of, a song called Not Gonna Hurt You, which is this cello and I believe violin song with some choir to it. That is this creepy ambient score that was going to be for a short project that I made called Over the Radio. And what Over the Radio would have been about was this story of a family living in a cabin in the woods who they go hunting. They're a little bit dysfunctional, but at the end of the day they're still a family, and they go hunting for the day, and as they come home at night, this kid encounters a strange man in the forest, and the strange man is trying to lure him away from the cabin, but the kid runs and he tells his parents about the man, and then suddenly their power goes out in the cabin. And so now they have to go inspect the cabin, and that's when some creepy, weird shit starts to happen throughout the cabin, and throughout the story, this man clearly has some devious intentions and starts doing some bastardly stuff with the family. And so this was one of the scores that was going to be a part of that little project. Not Gonna Hurt You was a score that was going to be for a scene where the kid was tied up in the darkness into it on a chair. He was going to be tied up to a chair in the middle of the darkness, and this man was going to come from the darkness with a candlelight, and the kid was not going to know if this man was trustworthy or not. And so the score that plays is this contrasting song where the main melody is this deep cello, which was a leitmotif of the man's theme throughout the story, throughout Over the Radio, playing with this violin and this choir that seems much more uplifting and seems like he's willing to deliver hope but at the same time, he's not trustworthy. And so the instruments kind of play and battle it out into which instrument plays louder. Sometimes the cello is louder, making it seem more sinister. Sometimes the violin is louder, making it seem more hopeful and gracious. Sometimes the choir is louder, making it more dramatic. And I really loved that score. And whilst the project itself, I don't know if it'll ever actually be made into a short film. Maybe one day, if I actually start making legitimate films, you might see me just do a little test film in the form of over the radio just for it, just because. But I don't think it will happen, especially since I'm not a big fan of filming in the middle of the woods, in the middle of the night. That's not something I'm willing to do. I know I did that for the Paranormal Investigator epilogue that I recently just did. But originally I was going to do it alone. Thankfully, I didn't have to do it alone. But the idea of doing that alone is pretty scary. It is pretty scary. But that song, I think I was very proud of that song. And eventually I decided, because the project and because the album was going to go to waste anyway, to drop it as a single. And I released it as a single, I believe, in 2023 in November. Like November 28th, 2023. That's when I dropped the song. It's on my main channel. And some people have checked it out already, and a lot of people like it. And I'm very glad you like it, because it is a song I'm very proud of. It's one of those songs that I think feels official without it feeling like it's made from GarageBand. Like, yes, obviously, I use a music program to make my music. I don't have actual instruments to be making music right now. Yes, I have a drum set, but like I said, I don't really know how to play the drums. But overall, that was the first one that felt like it was a real track, and it didn't feel like it was just ripped straight from like some music samples, because that's something I didn't want to do. I didn't want to use music samples, because when you know what the sample sounds like, then it doesn't sound original. I wanted it to sound original, and I came up with this beautiful melody for both the cello and the violin, and it just ended up working out really well, and I really love it. But yeah, that was just one of the things that I did, and that was just one of the things I ended up doing for the build-up for 2022. And 2022 is when I finally started to do skits. Now, early in the year of 2022, I did a few skits. Some of those skits were skits that would eventually become a part of Paranormal Investigator, DVD 1. And some of those skits would eventually be the outlines for skits that I would do for the End of the Fun channel storyline. So, if I remember correctly, a few of the skits that I did were Five Nights at Freddy's ones, where one of them was the one where I'm eating pizza. Another one was when I was trying to get Freddy. And then another one was The Thing. I remember The Thing being one where The Thing was, like, I was just redoing the ending of The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, with the whole, like, you're the only one left, why don't we wait here a while, see what happens. What other skits did I film? I believe I filmed one for Chucky. I do remember I was going to do a Chucky video, because I was going to review the Chucky TV series, but the series and the show was so bad that I ended up just scrapping it, because I don't want to just talk about something that I hate for who knows how long. Like, eventually, yeah, that's what I had to do for, like, Hell of a Boss and stuff, but for Chucky, I didn't want to do that, because I didn't care that much. So I ended up using the skit that was going to be for Chucky, where A-Rex finds this egg that leads him to the sloth, and the sloth was going to be like a bootleg Chucky like doll or like a possessed doll in the form of Chucky, but then I switched it to IMP. But we'll get there when we get there, you know. But these were some of the skits that I filmed early in the year that weren't tied to anything, didn't have any prior connections. Another one I did was the FNAF one where it was literally just Five Nights at Freddy's, just checking the cameras and then avoiding the demonic entity and stuff. But these were some of the things that I filmed early in the year for videos, or like for the beginning of videos later, that I was going to be making later on in the year. I don't know when I was eventually going to get to those videos. I just knew that eventually I would. At some point, I was going to get to these videos and I was going to make these videos. Then going on into the summer is when I linked back up with Matt. And it was about a year since I finally hanged out with Matt again. And I got to meet him and I got to spend time at his house. And, you know, we've been close and in contact ever since. And I'm thankful for that. But we decided to do some more stuff. The first thing we did was just a little fun thing that we did at a park somewhere. And we just filmed some chases, and it was a demo of what I would have liked for a chase sequence that eventually I did execute for the Randomness Act, and I utilized that demo as the perfect example of how I wanted it to go. And so you can see the demo in the scrapped content Randomness Act video. And then sometime after that, we started to prepare filming for a third hardware store commercial, a fourth action motion sequence, and the Price is Too Great music video. Now, I believe the first thing we filmed was actually the third commercial, but the first thing I released was the Price is Too Great music video. So with the Price is Too Great music video, it's exactly what it says it is. It's a music video. So I had Matt and we were just essentially doing the music video style. We had our little props and items to make it seem like we were singing along to the song. We were playing instruments. I played the drums. At one point during a drum beat, Matt's dumbass was playing a piano, that was a funny little moment. And of course, you know, we went back and forth with how the lyrics go, and that's also how I created the alter ego of Sofa Guy, known as Bling Mug, where because in the vocal points I wore a crown and money glasses that inevitably formed the gold standard, the Bling Mug, for Eric the Sofa Guy. And that was a nice little thing that I wanted to do, where every time Bling Mug was on screen, I wanted the screen to go completely gold. So I wanted the color to be completely gold. Unfortunately, the problem is that the lighting color choice that I used for the Price is Too Great music video, I used yellow. And so you can't really tell when I do the whole gold gimmick because it looks yellow. So unfortunately, I guess that was a problem on my end, where I should have made the coloring for the normal shots something else and then make the gold standard the gold standard. But, you know, you live and learn. We got the dogs in some videos. Actually, there is also a Dogtage, where it's just a bunch of clips with the dogs, Matt's dogs. He has 5 dogs, and they're all named after candies. There's Oreo, Reese's, Snickers, Brownie, and then the last one is Daisy, which is not the candy, but Daisy is Matt's personal dog. That is the dog that Matt is closest with. And there is a Dogtage that I made for that. I thought Matt was going to upload on his channel, but ultimately I uploaded it. I never really advertised it. I think I only did one time for hey guys, look, it's dogs. You like dogs? There you go. But yeah, I do have a Dogtage, and it is all about the dogs. So if you want to see it, you can. It's on the channel. It's in the random uploaded shit playlist because it is a random uploaded shit of just a bunch of dogs. So if you want to see that and just enjoy some dogs, go ahead. But for the Price is Too Great music video, I think it's exactly how I wanted it to be. You know, it's just kooky, but also perfectly in line with the Sofa Guy and the Lounging King. And I love the edits of like the colors with it being gray and red for like the flashback of the past two commercials. And then it directly leads into the third commercial, which the idea for the third commercial was that Sofa Guy and Lounging King are broke now and are in the backyard of somebody's house. And they are just trying to sell this lounging chair that happens to be in the backyard to get a profit again. And why they're broke is because they spent all their money on a casino. Which inevitably I picked back up on with the Randomness Act again. Like I said, we will get to that. Randomness Act is one of the last things I want to talk about. So, with the third commercial, the idea in mind was to inevitably have a breakup between Sofa Guy and Lounging King. It was to split them up, to set up an arc for the Randomness Act. And so what this one does, and I like the comedic moments in this one more than I do the second commercial, because in this one it feels more raw and authentic, and I prefer raw and authentic most times or not, because you can't really replicate that. Sometimes there are moments that just happen that just fit so well, like the one moment where I'm saying like, oh, it's on sale now, I have this creepy ass face, and you just hear the fucking motor of a car pass by and birds chirping to make it look like I'm a fucking sicko. That you can't replicate something like that. That's just authenticity. But then of course you have like a couple of the mistakes and mess ups where because this is one of those skits that didn't really have a script, Matt doesn't really know where I'm going to go for most of the time, and then he's just trying to follow along and try to pick up where the improvise should pick up off of. And sometimes I don't know where the hell he's going with whatever his gimmick is. Most times what happened was during the lounging chair sequence when we're presenting the chair, he would talk about PTE, personal or PPE, personal protective equipment. And I had no fucking clue what he was talking about because we never like planned it. You know, that's the problem with not having a script sometimes and doing improv. But, you know, I tried to work with it, and eventually it did end up working, where he then got dressed up in the helmet and the hockey gear and looked like a fucking buffoon. And that would build up his alter ego, the Lounging King's alter ego, in the form of the Hockey Slayer, which then would be picked up on in the fourth action motion sequence. But for the third commercial, I think the breakup between Sofa Guy and Lounging King worked out really well. It didn't feel too forced. It felt perfect. Like it had been building up to that point, because I had been just shitting on Lounging King, or Sofa Guy had been shitting on Lounging King all this time. And now eventually Lounging King is finally just fed up with it. And he's like, nah, I want to go do my own thing, just run around, have fun, practice this new parkour skill that I learned. And Sofa Guy's like, oh, I don't fucking need you. Go ahead, go do your shit. And so Lounging King runs off and he becomes Hockey Slayer. And then Sofa Guy's left alone. And he's like, I don't know what to do. And I literally, in that moment, I had no idea what I was going to do, because the plan was to have the breakup, but I had no idea where to go from the breakup, you know? So I just tried, like, when I sat down, I, like, smacked my knee. I'm like, damn. I'm literally sitting there thinking, okay, where do I go from here? And I just like, all right, you know what? Let me go grab the fucking camera, turn the shit off. And I just wrote in a text box saying Sofa Guy will return in the future. When? Well, the Randomness Act, obviously. And that skit, I think, was pretty fun. We had a lot of time to film that one, because we filmed that the same day that we filmed I believe the same day that we filmed Price is Too Great music video, or it may have been the day after. I do not remember exactly, but it was relatively the same time frame. And so, we got to do a lot of the gimmicks side by side. I don't know if there was any bloopers that were like extreme. I know we had a little fight at one point, like we pretended to fight with a baseball bat and a hockey stick, and it was just very stupid. Because we couldn't actually swing at each other, otherwise someone would have legit got hurt. I mean, we have a real stick and a real bat. Somebody was bound to get hurt if they got hit by that shit. So, but overall, I think works really well as the third piece of this trilogy of commercials, and to cap it off and move on to the next phase of Sofa Guy and Lounging King's arc, because the original idea that I pitched to Matt with the third commercial was just kind of like a return to form. Like, after a year of their absence, they come back to reform one more commercial, and it was going to be one final send-off. And in a way, it is one final send-off, but just not in the way that you would expect a send-off to be. Instead, these two break apart, and that's the end for them. For now, anyway. Obviously, there's more to come with those two characters. I'm trying to think if there was any, like, specific scenes or bloopers that were standout moments to describe or talk about. I don't think there was. I know there was a couple moments where Matt was presenting, like, his helmet and all that stuff, and it was kind of funny with my gags of, like, seeming pissed and all that shit. But I don't think there was any standout bloopers. If there is, you'll probably see it now on screen. If not, then it is what it is. But next, we followed up with the Action Motion Sequence 4, which I called The Slayer. Now, I don't know how this actually came about. I just remember that we just started filming in this park. Because of reasons, and then inevitably we made it into like a serial killer chasing this kid type of deal, where I was on the playground, and when I was on the playground, I would be hiding from this guy after playing on the seesaw or the seahorse, and then he would find me, and then he would chase me, and we would do all these stunts where I would jump over a fence, he'd jump over a fence, but it looks better, and somehow he still can't catch up to me, even though he's clearly running faster than me. Then I would try to do like the zip line thing, and then look miserable at it, whilst he looks like a professional zip lining. And then, every moment that I did something, I was supposed to look terrible at it, and he was supposed to look great at it. But the funny thing is that he can't catch up to me, despite the fact that he's doing amazing. So that's essentially what the skit was, is him chasing me around, and we have just little gags here and there of him trying to attack me, and then it goes to the end where he corners me by this tree, and then he catches me when I lose track of him. And he somehow magically appears behind me. Not sure how he did that, but he did. Son of a bitch. And then the whole gimmick with Rey Mysterio. Another completely random thing that happened that I just inevitably just tied into the Randomness Act. There was no plan with the Rey Mysterio stuff. It just happened. So the idea originally was with the Rey Mysterio mask is that I had it on deck just because. And randomly, I thought it would be a funny gag where I'm just walking around watching the Hockey Slayer chase essentially nobody, because the gimmick was that there was no kid he was actually chasing. It was all in his head. Makeshift of how he was going to inevitably take out his frustrations and murder kids. And that's what inevitably would have been the substitute with Nicky, Jimmy, and Timmy Tom, as well as the Quiet Kid. But what ended up happening was that when I revealed my face, it would be just a guy in a mask. I'd be like, what the fuck? Well, I'm talking about this guy. And meanwhile, you're thinking, what the fuck is Rey Mysterio? What the hell? That was the gag. That would have been pretty funny on a standalone. But then inevitably, I pursued it as a real story where I did a whole Rey Mysterio arc. And the whole water park fight with Action Motion Sequence 4, that was fun. Because the water park was on, and essentially we ran over there. He jumped the brick wall, I ran around it. And then what I wanted to do, and I told them flat out, what I wanted to do was I wanted us to charge straight into that water park and just start swinging, playing in the water. Just like two kids, but we're grown-ass adults and nobody else is there, so we're just having fun on our own. It was a fucking blast. But that shot where we were about to strike each other and then to be continued in the Randomness Act. I believe the Action Motion Sequence 4 was actually the first time that I said, this show is coming. Because I said in Sofa Commercial 3, or I said Sofa Commercial 3, Hardware Store Commercial 3, that Sofa Guy will return. I never said where he will return. I never mentioned that he was going to return in Randomness Act. Randomness Act, the first time I ever announced it was in Action Motion Sequence 4, The Slayer. So this was the first time that I mentioned it, and I was so excited to finally make this project happen. Because, like I said, 2016 is when I came up with the idea. That was a whole, well, if this was 2022, that was a whole 6 years ago. So now Matt is giving me this opportunity to actually pursue this show because now he's here and now we can record with each other and make this show, or at least make the first season of this show what it's supposed to be. And it ended up working out, but this was the first time that I teased it. Now, in terms of, I guess, bloopers, the one blooper that I do remember was that when he chased me into the playground area, where like through the slide and stuff, he tripped, and then I just went back and just started kicking at him. But one of the funniest jokes also that I ended up making here was completely just natural and authentic. I didn't come up with this joke. It just happened on the spot where I happened to be spinning this spaceship, and when I was moving it, I had to move the spaceship up to the very top, where it's like, okay, I need to get to this spot right here. And it so happened that the top planet in the wall there was Uranus. And so, or Uranus, whatever you want to call it. And so, my joke, which wasn't really a joke, was just me just commentating on it, was like, I need to find a way straight up into Uranus. But I can't reach Uranus because I couldn't move the fucking rocket up there. And it just made one of the funniest jokes, just natural. And I didn't even pick up on the joke that I made until like later on. But that was a funny gag. Something else that I also was teasing, but I never actually pursued, was Sofa Guy calling this kid and like advertising his store. The reason why I didn't pursue this is because this ended up being an imaginary kid. So it was all made up. So if Hockey Slayer made it up, he would make up the idea of Sofa Guy being like, oh, you want to buy our product? You know, I'm running the store now. You want to buy our product, new product. And the kid was just like, fuck off. But I wanted that to be something in the Randomness Act where that would have been like some random caller that Sofa Guy would have called, but I didn't end up going through with it because it wouldn't have made a whole lot of sense. And timeline-wise as well, because this takes place a few days, I would say, after the third commercial, whereas the Sofa Guy episode from Randomness Act that takes place, I would say a good amount of time has passed since then, another couple of days or so. So it wouldn't have lined up the way that I had set it up to have been. But ultimately, Action Motion Sequence 4 turned out really well and really fun, and it was another one of those short but simplistic. And I also, what I aimed to have done with Action Motion Sequence 4 was to make it like the perfect combo of all the previous 3 action motion sequences. So you have a chase sequence, like from the third one, like the chase. You have stunts, like you did in the second one with the stunt reel. And then, of course, you have like the funny gags where you ran around. And even though I don't think Matt tripped at all, but I did, I made myself look like a stupid idiot when I was tripping around, like the first action movie sequence. I even did the gimmick where there was a gray black and white screen for the intro, like I did for the chase sequence. So everything was like a perfect combo trilogy of all the prior action motion sequences leading up to this one. So that was something I wanted to do, and I executed, and I'm really happy with how that one turned out. Not a lot of people checked it out, obviously, because nobody knew who I was, but now you do. So now you want to go back and check it out. It's pretty fun. You've probably seen it at this point in time, though, so no need. And you probably see it on screen, too, so there really is no need. But then again, go check it out. It's the story that wraps around Hockey Slayer and Rey Mysterio. Sets that up, anyway. Builds up that rivalry. And then from there comes End of the Fun Channel arc. Now, once again, the End of the Fun Channel arc was never initially planned to be what it was. It happened because it happened, because I wanted to end the channel and because I was making skits. Remember how I said earlier in 2022 I was making these skits for certain videos? Well, I was essentially doing the exact same thing here with wrestling videos. So I was making some wrestling videos and I was making some skits for wrestling videos where I was going to be the WWE World Heavyweight Champion, or at least I was going to be the World Heavyweight Champion while the WWE Championship was being presented, because the video to which I was making the skit for was how I would have booked the WWE Championship in 2011. And so the whole idea of the skit was presenting the WWE Championship. And so I, the world champ, A-Rex Mafioso, because I'm the world champion, because I'm the king of my world. You know, that's the whole gimmick. I'm the king of my world. It revolves around me. So that's why I had the world title. So I was presenting the WWE Championship as A-Rex Mafioso. And this was the first time that I had created the A-Rex Mafioso character and was presenting the A-Rex Mafioso character as a completely separate character to me. And I was essentially just playing myself, but, you know, obviously more emotional and more dramatized than how I actually am. And so I was just presenting, I was doing exactly what I was supposed to do. I was presenting the WWE Championship, and then I would have mentioned the fact that I was going to make more of these commentary videos, as I called them, serious talks at the time, because that was something I was going to do. I was going to make more serious talks. And so that was something that I spoke about and teased and inevitably was going to pursue. And so after I got done presenting the WWE Championship, I mentioned about myself and how I was going to end the channel and how I essentially was posing as the character A-Rex Mafioso and not actually being the character, kind of showcasing to you as the audience that, hey, for whatever storyline that I'm pursuing here, these are two separate characters. A-Rex is a separate character and Eric Moreno is a separate character. Even though they're both really me at the end of the day, they are separate characters. So that was how the storyline kicked off. And it also kicked off with a little skit between Vince McMahon and Triple H, because Vince McMahon, I believe, had the allegations at the time, but I don't think they were as serious as they inevitably became. They were kind of just like teased allegations, and then Triple H was also kind of teased to be the new CEO, but I didn't know if he actually was going to be or not. But I did the whole skit of Vince McMahon like begging, let me just do this one more time, Paul, one more time, Paul. And he did it one more time. He presented the championship one more time, and then he presented me, and then I went on my ramble. And I even mentioned a prior video in the form of the beginning of a contemporary end. So then that leads into part 2 of this wrestling trilogy of storylines here, which was a video called How I Would Have Booked WrestleMania 28, I believe. And so the idea was that I was going to present WrestleMania 28 with your boy, Teddy Long. And so I come out with the World Heavyweight Championship, A-Rex Mafioso, but now I'm a heel in the eyes of the audience because I am going to be doing the series talks again, and because I talked down to myself like A-Rex Mafioso was better than me, was better than Eric. So he does the whole Bully Maguire dance, and where that idea came from was one of the uncaged ranking videos that I did sometime over the summer. Like, I did Uncaged ranking series. If you don't know what Uncaged is a WWE unreleased album series that they used to do, that they went up to 15 albums of unreleased WWE music that they would randomly release. They would pick random wrestlers and their themes that have never been released and put them into an album. And for one of the rankings, I believe they had the song Heavily Funk, which was God's theme, because if you don't know, in wrestling, God was a character at one point. It was actually really funny. You should go check it out. It was hilarious, that whole storyline. And I danced to the song in that video, in that ranking. I did the Bully Maguire dance in that song, in that ranking. And then I parodied that, and I referenced that in this wrestling one, where now I am, the world champion. I'm entering in the backstage area, kind of showcasing my ego and my pride a bit. And then Teddy Long cuts me off, and he's like, "Let me holler at you, player. I don't like how you've been treating Eric Moreno, so I'm going to book you into a match against Eric Moreno, and it's going to be champion versus champion, winner takes all." And then, of course, there was also the tease of one-on-one match. Whoever wins that match is going to go one-on-one with The Undertaker. Now, that's another storyline that I didn't think was going to be pursued until I actually ended up pursuing it. So I'm building up all these arcs here that are later going to be explored. The arc between the rivalry between Teddy Long and A-Rex Mafioso, the rivalry between A-Rex Mafioso and Eric Moreno, myself. And it's all beginning to formulate into its own storyline with this entry. Even though the prior entry is really the beginning of the End of the Fun channel story, this is when the story really kicks off, because the prior one could have just been seen as a skit just for that one video of me presenting the WWE Championship. But this is when it really begins to feel like an actual storyline, and where I actually pursue it, because now A-Rex Mafioso is beginning to go full heel mode as the character that he is, and he's really presenting himself as I wouldn't say a villain, because he's not a villain. He's just a guy who's very confident and arrogant in himself, that happens to think that this whole shabacle that he's doing for these skits is just very stupid. But he has to do it regardless, and he's being treated like shit by Teddy Long, who is his general manager. So that ends up formulating a rivalry between them that then leads into a part 3. So now I have teased a WWE World Heavyweight Championship match, winner takes all, between me and A-Rex Mafioso. And I teased that whoever wins that match is going to face The Undertaker one-on-one. And so now and not only that, but A-Rex Mafioso's Mafia, because at the time, this is when my channel's name was A-Rex's Mafia. If you don't know, I changed the channel name because I didn't want to call you my Mafia members, because then that's me taking responsibility over you as my audience, which is something that I didn't want to do, because you're supposed to be a broad audience and choose on your own to be my audience. And if I claimed you as my audience, then that would have put responsibility on my shoulders, which I didn't want to take. So that's why I changed it to A-Rex's Fun channel, because that made more sense, because it was my fun channel. So then you had the WWE World Heavyweight Championship winner takes all match, which was the third video of that wrestling trilogy, where it was presenting WrestleMania 29, or how I would have booked WrestleMania 29. And so in the video, in the skit, I am beating the shit out of myself, or A-Rex Mafioso is beating the shit out of Eric Moreno, I should say. And you have the commentary in the back. I did JR, Jim Ross, I did Jerry Lawler, and I did Booker T, because those are the three commentators that I have the most fun impersonating. They're the most recognizable in terms of like random comedy. There's some others too. There's Taz and there's Joey Styles, but I really wanted to do Booker T, Jerry Lawler, and JR, because that was just like the perfect trilogy right there, the perfect trio for my skit. You have JR, who's just like, by God, by God, by God. You have Jerry Lawler, who's just sucking up to A-Rex Mafioso at every second. You have the banter between those two, and then you have Booker T, who's just kind of in his own world, just commentating whatever the fuck he feels like commentating. That's Booker T for you. I liked doing that shit. Man, doing the dubs for that, doing the recordings for that, that was fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. And A-Rex Mafioso, after winning against me, so he jumps off a chair with a pillow, which I was supposed to be like pretending to be like a chair, because I didn't actually have a steel chair. But he jumps off with a pillow, does like an elbow drop, and then you see the chancla flying in the air, and it fucks up my ceiling. To this day, fun fact, to this day, the chancla hitting that tile in the roof, that fucked up the tile. Like, I cannot move the tile back in place because the chancla hit the fucking tile. I'm pissed about that. But it is what it is, you know. I can't do much about that, you know. It is what it is. So then, you know, A-Rex Mafioso is gloating with the titles, and then he grabs a microphone and he starts talking shit to me, and he starts beating the shit out of me. He even starts talking to JR, breaking kind of the fourth wall. I mean, the whole idea of this being like a meta storyline where, even though, yes, I'm playing characters and I'm having fun just because, at the same time, at the end of the day, though, I'm still like challenging myself and challenging who I am through my skits, because at this time I was having a hard time trying to figure out where I was going to go next after YouTube and what my purpose was. And so this whole storyline playing into that, and how one side of me, which is A-Rex Mafioso, is kind of being like, do something, go do some fucking shit. And then the other side of me being Eric Moreno, being like, I don't know what to do. I just kind of want to enjoy it as it lasts. They're clashing against each other, and it makes this meta storyline where in reality this is actually happening at the same time that it is happening, but it's also just made up as well. So it's like, is it real, is it made up? Blurring the lines, you know, the typical WWE style. And so happened that I've been doing WWE skits, and then it moved on from WWE skits into Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel skits. But before it does that, I believe there was another portion of the skit where I encounter an interviewer. And that was another tricky thing to film, because once again, I didn't have a tripod at the time, so I just had to place the camera down and then pretend like somebody else is holding the camera, and then take the camera from them even though there's nobody there. It's just me holding the camera and taking the camera from myself, and then having to do the voiceovers in post. And I essentially teased that serious talks are coming, and I'm going to do some reactions and stuff, which is all stuff that I did at the time. That's exactly what I did. Obviously, you can't see it now because I deleted them. That's another storyline thing I will be talking about very soon. Something else that I happen to have created, if you will, at the time were my iconic catchphrases, which the two catchphrases happen to be, as a matter of fact, let's face the facts, I'm here to give you a reality check. If you can't handle that, I'll beat you with a baseball bat, best believe. And then the second one is Arrivederci, you bitch-ass motherfucker. Now, those catchphrases originally came from different things. So the first catchphrase, which is a very lengthy one, the as a matter of fact, let's face the facts, there's multiple layers to how that catchphrase came about. The first layer, as a matter of fact, let's face the facts, is because of a wrestling promo, which was DX mocking the Nation of Domination, where they dressed up as the Nation of Domination, and Triple H dressed up as the Crack. The Crack! And at one point, Triple H says, as a matter of fact... And I don't know why that stuck with me, but I always found the way that he said it and the way that he pointed at the camera, like, as a matter of fact, to be hilarious to me. But the thing is that every time that I used to watch it when I was younger, I used to always think that he said, let's face the facts, Rock. That's what I thought he used to say, but it turns out he said, as a matter of fact. And so what I ended up doing was I ended up just using both. As a matter of fact, let's face the facts. That was how the first line came about. I'm here to give you a reality check, and if you can't handle that, I'll beat you with a baseball bat. That part comes from something that I was writing, and that I'm still writing to this day, is my show. And in my show, there's a character who had a similar catchphrase as that. I forgot how the original goes exactly, but it was similar to that, to where he was like, maybe, I think because he was an alcoholic, he was presenting the like a spiritus kind of alcoholic beverage, and he's like, you know what this is? This is like a spiritus alcoholic beverage, and it's the I think it has like the strongest alcohol effect on you, effect on a person. And so he was like, you know, if you can handle that, then you can also handle the facts. Otherwise, I'm going to have to beat you with a baseball bat, you know, and give you a reality check or something along those lines. Because his whole gimmick was to give people reality checks. And like in a physical manner, though, he would like physically attack people to give them a reality check. And so I incorporated that into my motto, because that's essentially what A-Rex Mafioso does. You know, he gives people reality checks by being very straightforward and truthful with them in a very harmful and hateful almost fashion. And he is also somebody who can be very physically violent. And so he brings out a baseball bat. Yeah, you can definitely see that. And eventually, he finally does in his dedicated episode of the Randomness Act. But again, we'll get there. Now, the last catchphrase, Arrivederci, you bitch-ass motherfuckers. The bitch-ass motherfucker part, that's something I've always been saying, even since I was younger. Because it's the perfect trio combo, you know? You say, bitch, and you hit him again, ass, and you hit him one more time, motherfucker, bitch-ass motherfucker, simple. The Arrivederci, that one came about because of my Mafia obsession and me wanting to know some Italian slang, and I learned that goodbye in Italian is Arrivederci. And it so happens that I would have been making a Hazbin Hotel skit, and some characters in Hazbin Hotel come from an Italian descendant, and so it worked out for that skit. But instead of keeping it just for the character that I did in that skit, I ended up giving it to A-Rex Mafioso, and I ended up just using it for myself for an outro and for like one last goodbye, you know, arrivederci, because who the hell speaks Italian as a goodbye? You know, everyone says goodbye, bye-bye, or see you around, or something like that. Mine is more unique, because you're not going to hear somebody say in Italian arrivederci in a video. And if you do, that's going to be surprising. That's going to keep you off guard. Like, arrivederci. Oh, I didn't know he just speaks Italian, but he doesn't, because I'm Puerto Rican. But even being Puerto Rican, I can't speak Spanish. What kind of bullshit is that? I'm Hispanic that I can't speak Spanish. I hate the fact. That does indeed bother me to a degree, because like how you gonna be a heritage and then you're not gonna be able to speak the heritage? Then again, I'm not big on culture, so I don't know. I would like to be able to speak in 2 different languages, but I guess I'm stuck in English for the rest of my life. So that's how those catchphrases came about, and I incorporated those catchphrases into all my videos, and of course, obviously, the series talking videos that A-Rex Mafioso would have filmed soon after that. But before he does that, we go on to the next trilogy of skits regarding him and the End of the Fun channel, which is the Hell of a Boss and Hazbin Hotel trilogy of skits. Now, remember how I said earlier the Chucky skit was turned into the Hell of a Boss skit? Well, it was, because the whole skit is that A-Rex Mafioso is listening to music, he's jamming, and then eventually he hears somebody drop something in the other room, and he goes to investigate, and then he encounters the Sloth, and that was essentially supposed to be the character of Jake from the Chucky TV series, and that I was parodying. Oh my gosh, I can't. Nope, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna come out. But you know what word I'm trying to say there. And so I obviously had to change it because I didn't want to do the Chucky video, and so I wanted to still use it because I thought that shot of me going from the silhouette into seeing my face, it was a beautiful shot, and I ended up using that for A-Rex Mafioso. The sound effect was also an accidental sound effect. So fun fact, the sound effect that you hear there where it sounds like I fucking destroyed a car wreck came from when I was trying to move my camera closer to like zoom in on me, and I was pulling at a little stool, and I was pulling a little stool like closer to me to get closer, and unfortunately I fucking like leg sweeped it, and it fucking crashed on the ground and made that epic noise that was fit perfectly for the skit. And then the whole golden egg thing, that shit was also a pain in the ass because I had to get that golden egg to not only roll perfectly into the frame of the shot, but also stop dead on in the middle of the shot. That took a good amount of tries, but eventually I got it perfectly. And then the whole, doing the toy thing, doing the puppeteer thing, that one was a bit tricky too because you have to talk whilst also moving the doll. And at some points I didn't know what was needed to be said next because at the same time I'm playing 3 characters. The doll is obviously supposed to represent Blitzo, but you have Moxie and Millie off screen. And obviously the reason of the skit's existence is because I reviewed season 1 of the show, which if you watch it, you know I'm not big on the show. I don't like it. I ended up hating that season. But the actual skit itself turned out to be very fun because it teased a lot to come with my character of Eric Moreno and how it was going to eventually lead into the Saw skits. But for now, it was like a tease of, okay, someone hired the Assassin's IMP to take out A-Rex Mafioso, and obviously it was going to be me, of course. Like, who else would have done it? But the banter between A-Rex and the sloth doll, who is supposed to be Blitzo, is some of the best that I had. That's one of the most fun parts, is when you can have the banter between the characters, because I could really just go back and forth with myself any day of the week, because I can come up with conversations and ideas to just talk about week after week, day after day, second after second, minute after minute. It's very fun. Very fun to do, and that was, of course, building up to the next skit. Something I also was teasing was the idea of Serpentius running hell, which was the new ruler that they were talking about. And the reason why I had Serpentius' character being like the new ruler of hell was because I had a Has-Been Hotel theory that Serpentius was going to be portrayed as the goofy villain that just takes all the damage, and then inevitably he was going to become a serious villain and a legitimate threat, similar to the wrestler William Regal. You know how William Regal started off as a very comedic character who was just, fucked around by all the wrestlers, messed around with, and then eventually he became a legitimate heel that you actually saw as a threat, and he was fucking up some people in the roster when he became King of the Ring. That was how I viewed Serpentius, and that's how I thought Serpentius would have turned out to be. But then again, that's when I thought the show was written by competent writers, so I guess you can't win them all. But that led into another one of my favorite skits. Well, I mean, the IMP one, I don't think it's one of my favorite skits, but it was definitely a fun one to do because of the banter between the characters. But the next skit with the Serpentius and all the fucking lighting and the editing with the glitching camera and all that, that was fun. That was really fun to do. And then, so the wig, right? My mom, I believe, had a costume where she was, I think, dressed as a witch. And so she had this fake wig to make her hair look darker. And I was, I was like, well, that wig is perfect for long hair, because I don't have yes, I had long hair during that year. 2022, my hair was unnecessarily poofy and curly and big. I should have cut my hair a long time ago, but it wasn't straight down. I couldn't straighten it out unless I had gel and a lot of water, but it would have been complicated. But to me, the wig worked really well because it blended in with the costume, the suit that I was wearing, as well as the hat, which I believe was the hat, the fedora as well. I actually don't remember what hat I used. I think it was my fedora. I think it was just the fedora because I didn't have a top hat. So I used the fedora as the replacement for the hat. And I was just talking out of my ass as this character, just being over the top, dramatic, just having a blast. The candles were a little problematic. I was worried that one of the candles was going to drop and just start a fire, because this desk right here is very unstable and doesn't have solid flat surface. So at any given point, that one of those candles could have fucking fell and burned the shit up. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Thankfully, the book that I had there didn't burn either. That book, if you're wondering what that book was Stephen King's If It Bleeds. I never actually read it, though. I ended up, I think, donating it. But it was a big enough book that made it look like it could be a actual satanic book that I'm opening up and I'm reading, and I'm like, the first rule of order. That was a fun skit, the whole lighting and all that. That's another thing about my basement, is that this light that sits above me in my green rocking chair happens to, sometimes when you turn it on, it flickers a lot. And so that ended up working out very much for the skit where it's supposed to flash light and look like it's thunder. And it worked out really well, and I am very happy with how that skit turned out. But of course, it had a second part to it where I was talking shit to this ruler. So, oh, you're the ruler of hell, and I'm breaking the fourth wall because I'm looking at him through the screen while he's on the screen, which is an interesting thing to do because you have to edit your skit in full, and like essentially I had to edit a bunch of reaction shots and then save that edit with the reaction shots and then time it with how I'm talking to the camera and how I'm pointing at the screen and stuff. So that was a fun little editing thing that I got to do on my own. And then of course it's building up to A-Rex Mafioso having these like old friends that died a long time ago that live in hell, and that he needs help from he needs to recruit them to essentially combat whoever's trying to take him out. And so he's trying to get the ruler of hell, Serpentius, to get his old friends for him. But obviously Serpentius is like, who the fuck are you talking to? I know you're not talking to me, bitch. Like, I'm running this shit right now. And A-Rex Mafioso is so disrespectful and just doesn't give a crap. He just treats him like a joke, which is how the show treats him as well. So it's not out of character at all. And then eventually the skit ends with me just slamming the laptop and him just yelling, Rexy! But the fun thing is that this was one of the rare times where the skit in the video that I used, there was an ending sequence, an end credit sequence where the skit continues. And A-Rex Mafioso, after, saying, shutting down the laptop, leaving Serpentius behind, he sees a note on the stairwell and he goes to pursue it. And it's essentially the number 666. And it says, see you in 6 days, Rexy. And then all of a sudden, he gets attacked by me. And I kidnapped him, pignapped him, just like in Saw. And he's confused as fuck, obviously. And the whole gimmick with the see you in 6 days thing was supposed to be when you got to see A-Rex Mafioso in real time again. Because in real time, the next skit that had A-Rex Mafioso that was going to drop, the next video that was going to drop, was going to be in 6 days from when I attacked him. So 6 days after I attacked him is when he would have saw him again, and that's why it said in 6 days. So obviously that's how that transpired. But of course, before I could get to that, I had to continue the Serpentius stuff. And so this skit was also another skit that I filmed earlier in the year. Like, it was one of those early year 2022 year skits where Serpentius essentially goes and confronts the spider family here of Arachnus and Angel Dust. And so obviously he's, setting up his authority, and you have the bootleg Dark Side and Ministry Undertaker themes playing, because the whole idea was for him to be like the Ministry of Darkness type of character for Hazbin Hotel. That's what I was doing from my theories anyway, because the theory was Hazbin Hotel's corporate ministry, because I thought they were going to have like the Ministry of Darkness storyline, corporate ministry storyline, but do it with the Hazbin Hotel characters. That's what I thought was going to inevitably happen. Obviously, again, that was me assuming that they had competent writers. But in the actual skit that I made, after Serpentius, gets done chat-sizing them after they were watching some soap opera, which was just the fucking FNAF sister location, soap opera dramas. Another day, another life. That stupid shit. And he's just chastising them. He's just going off. You're like, oh, you better get back to work. All that shit. And then Arachnus goes, Ayo, shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up, bro. the fucking boom drop. This is by far another one of my favorite skits, was this, because once again, the banter between the Arachnus and then the off-screen Angel Dust, because ain't no fucking way in hell was I gonna be dressing up as a femboy. Now, you see, I have my limits too. One thing I ain't doing is I ain't dressing in feminine clothing. I don't see that happening. So, obviously, I couldn't work that out, so I had to do Angel Dust off-screen. And it is weird because I am actually really good at doing an Angel Dust impression. I don't know how good I am now, though, but at the time, I was definitely really good at it. So, I was doing I was doing the back and forth arguments. And, God, the gags that I had there with the whole, like, Arachnus, like, having a crush on Cherry Bomb. It's, oh, man, I would fuck your girl. You know, I would fuck your best friend, Cherry Bomb, man. I'd grab her, too. Grab her. And you see the fucking 6 arms because the spider. Bro, oh, man. I don't know. I think I was really good at the comedy shit back then. I don't know how good I am at comedy now. But the comedy back then was really good. It fit really well with the video, what the video topic was about, which was about Hazmat Hotel. It fit really well with that, and it also fit really well with the storyline that I was telling. That's how I was capable of balancing it out. I don't know how it went later on. I have to review it once I start talking about it, but man, that skit was funny. Like, you know, obviously the insult, faggot, you know, the word behind, you know, some people are not going to be too thrilled about that one. But, you know, it works for the dynamic of the brothers here, because these two characters, they're supposed to be brothers. So if a brother is talking to another brother, they're going to say whatever the fuck is on their mind. And this is a show that's all about that. So I don't see it as insultive. So the characters having their banter, and Serpentius finally just goes in. He's like, hey, I'm running this. The slow turn I did here. And then with the fucking Ennio Morricone song playing, the dee 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 dee. Bro, it was perfect. I don't know if I could top that skit. And then, of course, you have the shootout, the guns, boom, 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 you're dead. And then the reference to the Roman Reigns promo. Man, I was firing on all cylinders in that skit. I don't know what it was. I just had all the ideas. I'm like, I know exactly how this skit's gonna be, or should be. But up to this point in time, in the storyline, you think Serpentius is dead because he just got shot up by Arachnus and Angel Dust, and you think that's it. You know, that's a wrap on Serpentius. You're not going to see him again. Little did you know, Serpentius was actually the Undertaker, and I was going to bring his ass back and make him more menacing, like I said I was going to. You know, the whole idea of him being a joke and then becoming a serious villain. Guess what? I pursued it. Because that's the whole idea. That was the whole idea. So I'm glad that came full circle as well. But man, I just had so much fun making these skits at the time. Like, you could tell that my enthusiasm for this channel really started to grow again. Like, I was so interested in wanting to continue the channel finally. Like, that was a problem that I was having for a long time, was that I wanted to stop making videos, but now suddenly that I'm building up the storyline to stop, I'm suddenly having the most fun I ever had making YouTube videos, because I'm just having fun. I'm just doing whatever the fuck I want, because that's what YouTube used to be like, you know? YouTube used to be all about having fun and, you know, making creative ideas and posting them to the public. That's what the whole idea of YouTube was, until it became like a business and it became strict, and it couldn't find that balance between being a business and being a fun platform. I view it on the same level as film in a way, because some people make films to make an art, you know, to actually respect the business and create art, whilst others just want to have fun and make some random stories. And I totally understand it, and I totally get that. Like, I will never discourage somebody having fun making a random film. To me, however, I think when it comes to the profits to which come from those products, that should be clear line. Like, if it's an art, that should be where the money should really go, or should be really expensive, because it's actual art. You know, it's actually being taken objectively seriously as compared to somebody who's just having fun. And those kind of entertainments, I don't think should cost money. You know, I think that those should be free or be cheap, because if you're making a film to just, you know, have fun and just fuck around and just make a entertaining, lighthearted story, then I don't think the money that you should cost people should be that high. That I think is reasonable. You know, if you're making a YouTube video just for fun and you're fucking around, I don't think you should be making the same amount of money as somebody who is professionally doing this the best that they can, because that just destroys the whole business as a whole. When somebody is working their ass off to make legitimate art out of a YouTube video, as compared to somebody else who is just dicking around and then so happens to make the same amount of money or even more money than that person, like, that's unfair. Like, that's not how it should be treated. That's why I think there should be an understanding between the balance there, or at least a split between the two. Like, imagine YouTube made a version of its app, another version, a second version, where it was just about having fun. Dude, I would get off of this version immediately and go to that one again and start making videos again. Because if that's the case, then fuck it, dude. I'm gonna start making all kinds of fun skits again. Because man, the one thing that I hated about YouTube for a long time was the direction that it went in for the business, because now it's strict, and now they destroy fun. You know, they destroy the fun in making videos, and they expect you to, you know, try to go for the money nowadays. And some YouTubers are all about nothing but the money. And I just think that's not what YouTube is about. You know, that's not what YouTube was made for. You know, when I think of classic YouTube, I think of those videos that were made just for fun, because people wanted to have fun, not because they were looking for a cash grab. So I don't know. Now, from there, and from Hell's New Rulers trilogy, we move on to the Saw styled videos, because next were the Saw skits. Now, the Saw videos in question, I believe, were like how I would have booked Saw 4 as a finale, and how I would have booked Saw X as a finale, because this was at a time where I wanted Saw X to be the final film. And now, I mean, ironically, it might actually be the final film, because fucking creative differences. But, well, not exactly creative differences, but rather creative complications, I'll just say. But now, and then also, I wanted to pursue the idea of what if Saw was a trilogy, and then years later they made a fourth film. And that's where those videos came from. And so the skits for those videos were obviously Saw-based, and I wanted to do a Saw skit. And funny enough, this was an idea I wanted to do back in my film program days. But obviously I didn't have anything for that, because they didn't want me to do anything horror-related yet. So until I got the substitute. But here I got to pursue a Saw skit, and, you know, pursue it like how it would be in Saw, because my fucking basement looks just like a Saw location. So I just got some rope, tied myself to a chair, or at least to the piano seat there, the best that I can, and made it look as convincing as I can, because I couldn't really, like, tie my hand all the way in, because it was a very loose rope. So I had to make it look convincing. And then, of course, the dagger. Now, the dagger, if you remember, was brought up in the Hell of a Boss skit. The one with the imps, or in the form of a sloth, where they mentioned how they were going to kill A-Rex with the dagger. And A-Rex laughed at the idea, like, oh, that puny-ass knife, that can barely cut through bone. But now, he is being put to the test, because now, all he is given is that tiny-ass knife, that tiny-ass dagger, and he has to use it to cut through bone. You see, I am good at paying attention to my own story. Sometimes I'm not the best at portraying the story, because the way that I have to utilize YouTube tricks and editing is not the way that I would have loved it to actually have turned out. But in this case, this is one of those foreshadowing moments that I had foresight for. So it worked out beautifully. And the Saw skit is another very special one where, you know, you have the classic Saw tropes, you have the light beam, you have the music, which a lot of that music was remixed by my friend Thomas Claxton for his own personal fan film Saw projects, which obviously works perfect for my skit because I could just take those musics, mix them around, mash them up, and make it seem like I have my own Saw game going on here. Tied up, only got a dagger, got to cut my hand off, and that was essentially pretty much it. I don't think there was anything other than the classic, typical Saw gimmick with that skit. I love the opening that I did for that too, because like in the dark, but you have the flashlight and all you see is me, and then I use the flashlight and the music lines up perfectly with me finding myself trapped. The fucking chair cutting off my what the fuck unintentionally, like that wasn't me editing that was actually the chair making that sound, drowning out me saying the word fuck at the perfect time. Like, you can't write that. It happens on its own. I love authenticity, bro. I love authenticity. And then, of course, you have the second part where you finally have A-Rex confront me, but obviously I still have a voice modulator on, which is something that I had on at the beginning of a Contemporary End video, where I had a reverb and it made my voice sound a little different than my voice actually is. Because up to this point in time, obviously, except if you take out the idea that I've been talking over all of my videos, I have not talked or confronted A-Rex in person in the skits. So I've always been kind of in the shadows, doing my own thing. And now, you know, he confronts me and I'm like, why the fuck did you cut off your arm for real? You know, that was just a whole joke that I was going to do for a skit. And so now he was missing an arm. Obviously, when you when you back yourself into a corner, like making your character cut off his arm, but you also have a show like the Randomness Act where anything goes, I'm just going to have the fucking character grow back his arm. And not only is that storyline relevant for, you know, because the concept of the Randomness Act allows you to do anything, so he could just grow back his arm, but also thematically it makes perfect sense, because the mascot that is supposed to be A-Rex Mafioso, the one that I originally had on my channel, the mascot that I originally had that I just ripped from, I believe, like DeviantArt, and then just colored it and saturated it the way that I wanted it to look. The original mascot that I had was a reptilian, a raptor character, a buff raptor character. And so him growing back his arm is in theme with a reptile. So that's perfect. Like, you can't write this shit. It's too good. It's too good, man. It's too good. And so that made perfect sense why his arm would grow back, because the whole idea of A-Rex Mafioso is the fact that I am trying to pretend to be this mascot character who doesn't actually exist, but I am pretending that he exists. That is the whole point. It is me playing a character who is pretending to be a character that is not actually the character, but in reality is the character that I'm just simply playing as. It's confusing. It's meta. It's supposed to be. That's the beauty of it. But yeah, he finds me in the the laundry chute of all places. And he confronts me. He accidentally. So that was actually my own fault. So I accidentally actually hit the arm that is supposed to be cut off. And I realized it in the moment, like, oh shit, I just hit that arm. That would be painful, right? And I had to play it off. I'd be like, ah, God, I hit the arm. Like, are you're stupid. What the fuck are you doing? It's fun making those skits. Like, that one was a very simple one because it only had the shot of me looking down into the laundry chute. And that was about it. And then eventually I hit the camera. Had to cheat a little bit because I missed the camera the first time around. So I did a little cut. You might see it. You might have saw it. But, it is what it is. I still got the camera nonetheless. But yeah, man, that was a fun arc that led up to that moment. And then, of course, it builds onto the Randomness Act too, because something that happens in the prior Saw game skit is that A-Rex kicks the shelf of CDs that I have there that I never use because most of those are just my family's music and other stuff CDs. Probably some yoga tapes in there. And it just so happened, like randomly, when I kicked that thing and I realized that I fucking kicked it, one of the CDs drops and crashes on the ground, and it lands beautifully, by the way, on the piano stool over there. And man, and then I play off of it like it's the DVD that happens to be the one that I play for Paranormal Investigator, because that wasn't planned. This is another thing that I didn't plan, but it worked perfectly and it played out authentically, because now it seems like it's the same DVD or CD that I use when I did the intros for the Paranormal Investigator series, which is what was coming up next. Around this time is the Paranormal Investigator series, which it's how it works, how it all fits together. I couldn't have read it any better because it all authentically made itself work. That's what I loved about doing these skits at the time, is how the End of the Fun Channel skits build onto themselves and worked itself out. Now, this is when the story takes a little break from A-Rex and Eric Moreno, and obviously during that time frame, some Randomness Act stuff happens. But before I could talk about Randomness Act, I guess now I could start talking about Enrique Jose Moreno, the Paranormal Investigator. My favorite character that I have ever portrayed. And he was a complete accident of a character. Now, obviously, a majority of Paranormal Investigator skits were already filmed, like I said. The first one was a FNAF one where it was a kid eating pizza, and he's confronted by the pizzeria's owner, and he mentions how they locked a kid outside of the pizzeria, and the owner runs out. And that was supposed to be a reference to the FNAF theory that I was of the video that I was doing at the time, where I was saying how Henry lost his girl Charlotte because of, and it was supposed to be like this whole thing where one of the Afton kids was the twin of Charlie, and he was kidnapped by William Afton and raised as his own. That was the whole theory, right? The whole theory revolved around that, and revolved around how the mother of Charlotte is the same mother of the Afton family, and it's just been passed around between William and Henry. So the idea of the skit was to have, this kid who is just eating pizza be like one of those bully kids that would locked Charlotte outside of the pizzeria to get her killed. And it was a fun little skit that I did, eating the pizza. I just happened to have ordered pizza and brought it home, and I'm like, yeah, let's film. And I ate some pizza on screen. I did the meme, because why the fuck not? Some coloring that was not the greatest. I wish I could have did better on the coloring with that one, but it is what it is. And the split screen there. There was a few gags. I love the fact that I managed to somehow play the kid character really well, because that is a struggle, playing a child character, and not because when you're not a kid anymore, it's hard to understand how a kid's mind works. So I'm glad that it felt like Gregory was a kid in that skit. And then, of course, you have the next skit, which is Gregory running away after getting attacked. And I had the watch, I had a random watch in my, I want to say inventory. I had a random watch. Where the fuck did I have it? On a cabinet somewhere. And so I put it on. I did the whole gimmick of like Freddy. I'm running. I did a little stunt on my sofa there, which I did actually struggle with at the time, because I could not for the life of me leap over my couch here. I don't know how I couldn't, but yeah, I managed to eventually, after a few takes, call up Freddy, get Freddy over here, and of course this was a parody of Security Breach, because Security Breach was a broken fucking game and Freddy did not fucking work. So Freddy just shows up and then runs away looking for Gregory, and then Gregory gets caught with a knife. And then I believe the other ones that I filmed were the other FNAF one, where the security guard is checking through the monitors and inevitably, has to avoid a demon upstairs who appears on the cameras by flashing the light at the demon on the camera, making sure it goes away before it approaches the upstairs door that leads down the stairs. And then, of course, you had the animatronic in the back room, where the animatronic is soothed by having the fan off, because the fan makes too much noise. So the more noise, the more it's going to show up behind him, behind the guard. And there was a couple of scary moments in there that I really enjoyed. The fucking laundry chute scene, that was one of my favorites that I got to edit, because it was legit terrifying with the glove and stuff. The animatronic standing behind the security guard, that was another one that I very much enjoy, in the dark. And then, of course, the ending. The ending is probably the scariest thing I ever edited. And the music that I had, one of my favorite ambiences is the underground score from 28 Weeks Later. One of the scariest ambiences I ever heard. And it worked perfectly for that skit. That skit, it took a while, because obviously I had to get all the camera shots. But when I finally got to edit it the way that I wanted to edit it, it was perfect. It was just perfect. It felt like you were legit watching a FNAF live action thing from like 2014, 2015 again. And, it brought me back to the good old days. And then, of course, the other thing that I filmed was the Thing skit, which the Thing skit was just the Thing ending, and then eventually I had to dub it over when I did Paranormal Investigator. So that's a total of 4 skits that I had already filmed, but of course originally they were not narratively supposed to be tied together. But then I narratively tied them together. And how I did that was by creating the character Enrique Jose Moreno, which is just the Spanish way to say my real name. So after those 4 skits that I made earlier in the year, I had to essentially find a way to tie them all together, because the idea that I was pursuing now was that not only were they just going to be some random skits at the beginning of the video, but now I wanted them to be like a part of a set. So now I wanted them to be a part of a set of 6. So I introduced the concept of this paranormal investigator. And I made this story turn out to be like an investigator story. So now, by introducing this character, Enrique Jose Moreno, now the narrative of these other 4 skits seemingly comes into play. You have the kid who's eating this pizza, just having another normal day at the pizzeria, and then all of a sudden is attacked, and now is running for his life, asking for Freddy's help, and then Freddy runs off. And now the introduction of this paranormal investigator would take in the middle part of this portion, and then eventually it would lead to him doing the night shift, getting attacked, and then somehow the thing ending would happen. Now, I didn't know how I was going to connect the dots to the thing ending, but that was something I was going to work out. So the first part that I did was like a Halloween, because I didn't have anything to do for a Halloween video. I didn't have any ideas for a skit for Halloween, for Michael Myers. I mean, like when I say Halloween, I mean Michael Myers series, that series. And so what I just ended up doing was just doing a bunch of house shots and a phone call over the stuff, and then have the piano be played later on in the skit. And the idea was to set up Enrico Jose Moreno's journey to investigating this house, and just calling the pizzeria house to say that, I'm coming over to investigate, and I'm not going to be stopped. I'm stubborn. That's why I'm going to find a lost kid and get some money out of it. As for the caller, it turns out he was the demon the whole time calling, and he's like, well, that's another victim to the list. And so that's when I get to the next investigator skit, which is Enrique going around the house, exploring, trying to find the spirits. And all of that was, again, authentically natural, because, again, I did not know what exactly I wanted Enrico Jose Moreno, the Paranormal Investigator, to be. I didn't know what I wanted him to be, and so what I ended up doing was I ended up making his character just this investigator, like I was doing some kind of paranormal documentary. And so he's going around the different places within the house. He does his little intro, and then he walks into the house, he starts exploring, and he starts experiencing some abnormal paranormal stuff. Like he finds an old broken down animatronic in the back room. He sees some lights that turn off. He hears some footsteps walking around the place. And he starts to become a little bit paranoid on what is actually going on here. He doesn't end up finding anything specific. He doesn't find like the kid. He doesn't find any spirits right away. But that's, of course, to set up the security night shift. And, of course, continuity-wise, I had him shave his stash, and then I did the whole joke of like, oh, he's shaving his stash with his manscape rather than a regular hair trimmer. So that way he has no mustache and shorter hair for when the later skits come into play. So that's how I wrote that into play. And overall, it was such a fun skit because it was different than what I was usually used to doing. It was a documentary style. You have like the camera flashes and imagery, and you moving around, commentating over like some shots and scenes, which is a little bit different than the kind of commentary that I do over stuff. And it was just a fun experience. And I especially love the coloring. Like the coloring for that skit as well. It was just perfect. It was like this warm vibe, but also autumny and a little bit creepy too. That it fits so perfect. Like everything about that first, well, not the first, but everything about part 4 of DVD 1 for Paranormal Investigator, the one with Enrico Jose Moreno exploring the place. It was beautiful. And then, of course, you have the iconic spirits. I demand of you to speak to me. Like that was authentic. Like I just thought about like how would this character with the accent that he has, which is supposed to be a Hispanic accent if you're wondering. I know some people confused it for like, well, I say some people. Matt has confused it for like Italian or Russian. It's supposed to be Hispanic, but occasionally it sounds a little European. So I don't blame him. Maybe Enrico Jose Moreno is from Spain. You never thought of that? But overall, like, those skits being linked together, it was a last-minute decision, but it ended up working out really well to where you could see how it narratively could work as a singular story. Now, obviously, there were some complications, like the final part, like the thing section, where I had to literally dub over everything that I already commented over, so that way it makes sense and sounds like Enrique and it sounds like the kid Gregory. But how he got there from the ending of the night shift, presumably burning down the animatronic, how is Gregory still walking around? We don't know, and so you have to kind of sit there and wait and find out. And so that was like a loose thread that I never really had an answer to, or had a way to answer, because it was the one part of the story that didn't fit with the rest of the puzzle. And of course that would bother me, and make me want to continue the Paranormal Investigator series eventually. But for right now, it worked for what I had to do, and I uploaded those videos in between A-Rex's disappearance videos. So that way you have the split between the parts. So that's why in the Paranormal Investigator DVD, it says that, some parts were created by Eric Moreno and some parts were created by A-Rex Mafioso, because it was originally Eric Moreno's project that he was working on, and then after A-Rex knocks the shit out of Eric Moreno, knocks the shit out of me with the purple black club thing. I don't know what that tool was. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I don't know what it was. It was just something that my sister had. I hope it's not what I think it is, but it worked for what I had to use it for. And then when A-Rex takes back the channel, his parts would be solely for him, and it would say that he created these parts. And I really liked that about it, because it showcases that the meta storyline without having to be like, oh, it's Eric running the video this time, or it's A-Rex running this video. It just shows you through just this narrative storytelling, whilst also showcasing that Paranormal Investigator is kind of like a DVD series of its own in this universe. So that sets that up for an inevitable continuation. But before that happens, the Halloween stuff ends, and I go on a hiatus for about, I believe, a month in 2022. And so it's about a month that passes by before I make the video called Redemption. And it's supposed to be my redemption video where A-Rex Mafioso, he gets done filming his last little serious talking video. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the serious talking video in question that he was filming was the one where I told you about my greatest desire, which was to become an immortal shapeshifter, which at the time that I did that, it was more embarrassing than it was, I take it, obviously, I'm proud about that now, as compared to how I felt when I first talked about it then. Which, when I talked about it then, it was kind of like revealing a secret that I shouldn't have, because I never talked about it with anybody before. That was the first time I ever said anything about that. And so it played into the storyline, because now A-Rex Mafioso, after he makes that video and then he cuts off the camera, he seems disappointed. He seems like, I can't believe this kid just did that. Why would he do that? And then, of course, I show up, and in storyline-wise, it's been like a month since me and him have encountered each other. His arm has grown back by this point, and obviously, when I get to the Randomness Act, that comes into play. But now he's kind of like talking to me like, why did you do this? Why are you still here? Why are you still making videos despite the fact you said you wanted to end? Why are you still not progressing in life? And this video really meant a lot to me at the time, the redemption video, because it really is how it's described. It is a redemption video. It's the video that finally made me view what I was doing as what it really was. Because up to this point in time, when I was making skits, I was having fun and all that, and I was doing YouTube for all this sake and purposes. But this was the video when I finally had to like take a step back and look at what I'm really doing. You know, I'm wasting days, weeks, months of my life doing a bunch of videos that doesn't progress me in any way, physically, or any way of what goals I was trying to achieve. You know, nothing was progressing in that terms. Mentally, yes, there was a lot progressing mentally. I was learning a lot through myself and through learning through myself, ironically enough. But physically, I wasn't doing anything. You know, I was essentially stagnant, just kind of staying around making the same kind of content, even though my content was evolving and adapting, because the whole idea of the videos was to start off with videos that were kind of had nothing to do with me. You know, you had no idea who this creator was. It was just a bunch of soundtracks. And then inevitably, I would add a piece of myself into my videos, like my voice, or like my opinions, or like my, you know, thoughts. And then I would start talking in videos, and then I would start adding my face cam in videos, and then I would start making skits in videos. And then all of a sudden, the media to which I'm talking about and describing are now the centerpiece of my own stories. And then all of a sudden, the media in general is just taken out entirely. And now it's just all about me. So it was a slow progression and evolution in that way. That was indeed happening, but still for me, on a real life perspective, even though I was progressing storyline-wise for all this, to me, I didn't feel like, in reality sense, I was doing anything, because I was essentially taking years of my life. I want you to understand this. This started in 2021. I started doing this in 2021. That was almost 4 years ago. And I've just been doing YouTube. That's not something I feel proud about. And the reason why I don't feel proud about it is because what does YouTube do for me in the long term? That's why I don't necessarily feel proud about it. Sure, it could do something for you in the long term, because I could give you something to look back on and be appreciative. But what am I giving myself? That I didn't know the answer to. And that's why that redemption video felt important, is because A-Rex is talking to me about all of that, and I don't know how to respond to it. And it's just a great video that not only moves the story forward into the Randomness Act. It literally, I believe, the Randomness Act is what comes immediately after that video. But it also makes me as a person progress and evolve, because that was after I did the serious talks and all that. So I would say from that point onward is when I really started to look at everything that I wanted to achieve and start to really evaluate on, how am I going to achieve this? What am I going to do to achieve this? Where am I going to go forward from here? And how is all of this going to work out in the end? And ultimately it did, with the Randomness Act, like I keep saying. And now this is where I finally introduced the Randomness Act. It takes another month of content and stuff, obviously, but inevitably near the end, I believe at the second to last day of 2022, is when I dropped the teaser trailer. And obviously for a teaser trailer, you don't want to really give much of anything away. So all I did for the teaser trailer was just, tell you what the concept is as A-Rex Mafioso in character, and then state the 4 constitutional amendments and the fact that A-Rex Mafioso was forced to sign the contract, which is a part of the storyline. Which is also something I almost forgot to mention at the end of the redemption video. A-Rex Mafioso gets a call from not only Sofa Guy for one little gag, but also from Teddy Long, who tells him that he still has a match with The Undertaker and that he is actually scheduled for a studio brawl for the WWE Championship right then and there. And that's when Rey Mysterio shows up. And so that's another lingering plot thread for a Randomness Act episode that inevitably gets pursued. which I really like that too, because it just comes out of nowhere. It just Rey Mysterio shows up. He's like, I'm gonna be the new WWE World Heavyweight Champion. Like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? Where did you come from, bro? What the hell? And then, so obviously now the Randomness Act, what is the Randomness Act? Because now that I teased it at the end of the Redemption, and now that I teased it in other skits that I made too, now I can finally talk about it. And that's what the teaser trailer does. It's a 13-minute video of me as A-Rex talking about the concept of the Randomness Act and how this show is going to be the main centerpiece of 2023, and that is exactly what ended up happening. But before the teaser ends, at the very end of the teaser, A-Rex figures out that anyone that signs the contract, as according to the constitutional rights of the Randomness Act, there, the amendment anyway, is that anyone that signs the contract has to participate in some way, shape, or form in every single episode of the season. So what he does is that he goes to M. James and he forces him to sign the contract. So now Matt is tied to the Randomness Act, essentially now confirming that Matt and I are both going to be working on the Randomness Act. That's essentially all that was. But also, it is confirming that Matt is going to be playing his own characters, like M. James. Like, M. James is his own character who is based off of himself, who is going to be one of the creators for the Randomness Act's first season. And then, of course, to end off 2022 was my first iteration of the goodbye video. Also, what I call now is the Fun Channel Retrospective, where I essentially talked about everything on the build-up to that ending, including all the uploads on the channel and all the individual soundtracks and all that shit. And the thing about it is, I knew when I released that video, which I missed the date, by the way. It was supposed to come out on New Year's Eve, but then I had to drop it on New Year's Day because I fucked up timing-wise. But I knew when I dropped that video, it was far-fetched from an ending. Like, it did not feel satisfying at all to end there. Like, that didn't feel like the end. I felt like there was so much more to come. And obviously, the Randomness Act was what was coming next for the story. But I felt like I could have done more channel-wise. Like, there was so much more opportunities that I missed out on that I wanted to pursue that I didn't. And that's what strived me to continue going. Now, obviously, usually as it goes, January and February are the months that I don't do much of anything. That I pretty much am a dead those months, or those months don't have a lot to offer, and when they do offer, they are minimum at best. And so January and February goes by, but during January and February, I ended up making this quick little poll. And I don't know if I talked about this earlier in the commentary, but I'm just going to mention it really briefly then. Is that I made this poll where you as the audience got to vote for my commentary videos, because I was getting insecure about the serious talking videos and how I was viewing them, because they weren't exactly what I wanted my commentary videos to be. They were more of me, like I said, playing the character of A-Rex Mafioso. And so I ended up making that community post, making you vote in a poll to see what you would choose, and y'all picked the letter D. And the letter D stood for delete the serious talking videos, and that would play into the storyline of the Randomness Act, and it ended up creating both episode 1 and episode 9 of the Randomness Act. And so that ended up working out very well for me, because I expected my audience to be a little immature and pick the letter D, because come on now, y'all are too predictable. And so that was essentially what I was looking forward to in 2023. But obviously, I was making some other stuff. I was dedicated to the medias that I was doing at the beginning of 2023. And then I got to do something that I hadn't really gotten to do in years up to that point in time, which was get a vacation, which I didn't realize how badly I needed a vacation until I got it. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. This feels great. And it's not like the vacation went and gone anyway, because I did end up using the vacation to make Paranormal Investigator DVD 2, or at least start DVD 2 for Paranormal Investigator. So essentially, now that I had like all these videos that I wanted to make for 2023 that suddenly came to mind, and I had my enthusiasm to want to make these videos kind of stand out as compared to the prior year's videos, Paranormal Investigator came back onto the plate. And I knew that this DVD for Paranormal Investigator, continuity-wise, was going to make a whole lot more sense than the first one. Now, was it going to feel the same? Probably not. It was probably going to feel a lot different, but because this DVD is more focused on the main character, which is Enrique Jose Moreno, as compared to the prior DVD, which was doing more of an episodic thing to the build-up of the Corner House storyline. Whereas this one is like Enrique trying to actually find proof of the paranormal and trying to get what he needs to prove their existence. And so obviously the first part starts off with me on vacation and me in a bed, sleeping in my underwear, in which I had to make sure the blanket was covering me because I didn't want you to see my fucking dick. Why the fuck would I want you to see that? I don't know. I'm not an OnlyFans model, but I work pretty damn good, man. And so I did the vacation skit. I had a few other gags in that vacation skit. I had one gag with the trans, joking about them because that's always funny to me. I had one gag about the Prime bottle, where it's like, oh, I'm taking this time to do a vacation. And because I never tried Prime, and so I just thought it would be funny to be like, oh, look, he's drinking Prime. Prime, I wouldn't recommend Prime personally. I'm not big on it. Then again, I'm not big on sports drinks in general, so not sure what to tell you. But my favorite gag of that entire vacation skit easily was when you had the split of the Enriques. One is lifting weights, one's on the treadmill, and then one is in the closet looking for spirits. And the other two are looking at him like, what the fuck is he doing over there? It's simple, but it's effective. That's what I love about like some jokes like that, is when a joke can land without having to try too hard, because sometimes I feel like comedy tries too hard and then it's just not funny at all, because when you try too hard then it doesn't become funny. And so something like that is simple and it works for me, and I'm glad that it does. So the vacation skit was to essentially catch people up on Enrique Jose Moreno and who he is. And it happened to be on a video regarding Kim Possible. And so now you get to figure out that Enrique Jose Moreno is actually the grandson of Señor, and the son of Señor Jr. and Bonnie, which he is not fond of his parents. He disowns his parents, essentially. He does not declare them as his parents, but he does declare his grandpa as his grandpa, which would beg the question why he is not Enrique Jose Sr. But that is easily answered because, like I said, he disowns his parents. So obviously he would change his name. And who would he change his name to other than mine? Well, then again, he is me, so I don't blame him. But Enrique Jose Moreno, you learn about his backstory. You also learn of the fact that Kim Possible and Ron Stoppable have seemingly just vanished off the face of the earth. No one knows where they are. That's a loose plot thread that inevitably would get answered. But for now, it's a loose plot thread that's just kind of lingering. It's a light one, though. You know, I think that the plot threads get increasingly more, like the ones that are left lingering get increasingly more bigger and more questionable. Like, what is actually going on here? This is one of them where it's like, oh, Kim Possible and Ron Supple have seemingly vanished. You're not supposed to think much about it, but it does come back. I love doing that. I love doing that. Like little foreshadow. You have the big foreshadows, or like I'm straight up telling you, hey, this is going to come. And then you have stuff like this where I just leave you a little seed, a little plant, and then it becomes something bigger later on. And so that you learn about with Enrique Moreno. Something else you learn about him is that his first task that he's going to do is there in Florida, where he's vacationing at, which is where I vacationed at. And he's going to be looking for Hell's Gulf. And now that was something that also happened to be very convenient in my case, because something that I was doing, or I was planning to do, was I was going to review a YouTuber by the name of Nick Carlson. He had a book that he dropped, and it's called Hell's Gulf. And I was going to review it because I was doing FNAF content, and he was a very funny FNAF creator to me at the time, that I was very interested in seeing his writing, because he was very good at critiquing the bad writing of FNAF. And so I wanted to see what he was able to write and give him some light on his book. But obviously, I like to be very straightforward and honest. So if I didn't like the book, well, I didn't like the book. I thought the book was all right. I wouldn't read it again, personally. But, I made a review. I was planning to make a review, and I was going to make a Hell's Golf skit for it. And little did I know, the idea of Hell's Gulf, or maybe the actual location, because I don't know if it's actually a real location, is located in Florida. And I was vacationing in Florida, so it's like, oh, look how perfect that is. Now I could do Enrique searching for Hell's Gulf. Unfortunately, I didn't have like a lake area to film at, and I know damn well I wasn't going to try to find one, because I'm not in New York anymore. We're not in Kansas anymore. We are in Florida. And if I know anything about Florida, is you don't want to ever fucking be in their water. Ever. You want to deal with an alligator or a fucking shark? No, I'm good. I'm good. That's not my terrain. I'll take the city life. I'll take the fucking criminals up here. Thank you very much. So, the next skit, obviously, is the Hell's Gulf skit. And so now Enrique Moreno is looking for Hell's Gulf. And I love the edit that I do with the book, where it goes around 360 with the camera flashes. I love that. I love doing that. That was one of my favorite edits. I keep saying that, but, you gotta compliment your craft from time to time. I think most people look back on their old stuff and be like, man, this is terrible. I do that too much, Something that I want to do right now for this commentary, I want to look back on my stuff and be like, man, this was great. Because to me it is. Because without it, then I wouldn't improve. So I have to view the bad, obviously, but I want to review the good. Because if I didn't think it was good, then I wouldn't keep it. That's the point at the end of the day. And so the idea with the Hell's Gulf is that obviously I wasn't going to go to any kind of lake area to film for the Hell's Gulf. So I decided that I would, as Enrique Moreno, he would pretend to dress up as a casual. He would put on baseball cap, put on the You're Killing Me Smalls t-shirt for Sandlot. And then he would make his way over to the mall and start to, ask questions about where Hell's Gulf is. And obviously what ends up happening is that he ends up finding out that the mall is seemingly more bastardly than the location he's looking for, Hell's Gulf. And this is one of those skits where Enrique doesn't succeed at all. Like, he doesn't actually find anything in this entire journey. And it's a little contradictory, because you're thinking, well, if his whole idea is looking for Hell's Gulf and then he doesn't find it, then what was the point of the skit? And to me, I knew that was going to lead into like a lingering thread. It's like, where's Hell's Gulf? Where was Hell's Gulf this whole time? And, well, it was going to get answered eventually. But for now, what Enrique does find out is that the mall has had some complications in its past. And it's just not as good as it used to be, and nobody really goes there anymore. It's almost practically abandoned. I would have liked the idea of maybe going there at night, but at the same time, I wanted to enjoy my vacation, so I enjoyed it while I could. Then the next skit, chronologically wise, would be the hunt for Michael Myers. The hunt for Michael Myers, I don't know what it was about that one, but that one, I feel like I dragged on a little bit too long. You see, I can be negative to my stuff. I'm being negative right now. The hunt for Michael Myers was too long. It was way too long. I feel like there's so many points that I could have just cut off and you wouldn't have missed anything. But to me, I wanted to get all the atmospheric shots of that lake in New York, because that lake there is a very interesting looking lake to me. So, and it's by a train station. It's right next to a train station. It's also next to a highway. It's so abnormal that it works for what I'm doing. Now, does it have anything to do with Michael Myers? Not really, but that's what I kind of play into the idea of, what if it's not Michael Myers that is around here, but rather Jason Voorhees? And I tease that numerous times throughout the skit, where at the end of the Hell's Gulf skit, Enrique Jose Moreno, he pulls up the laptop and he looks through, and he's now, his next mission is going to be hunting for Myers. And so when he does go hunting for Myers, he goes around this park. He goes to a bunch of different locations within the park. He even goes to a playground, a field. He goes into the woods. He goes into the lake. He goes by the train station. Like, he goes almost everywhere in this area. And he seems to not be able to find any kind of paranormal activity, and that's kind of continuing the train that Hell's Golf video and the Hell's Golf skit was doing, where there was not really much of any activity going on there, except for the nice little massage chair. But again, the massage chair was a bit rigged, because you had to pay money for only 1 minute of a massage. Like, come on now. I wish that massage lasted much longer, those chairs. But throughout the Michael Myers video, things get slightly more and more paranormal. And no, when I say paranormal, I'm not referring to the bumblebee that suddenly goes flying into the sky. That was a good gag. I like that one. But I'm referring to the first thing that happens, which is the laugh from the random kid, which is just the Balloon Boy audio. But I use that for like a random kid laugh that seemingly comes out of nowhere and scares the paranormal investigator into bumping his foot into something in the ground, which I'm not sure if I planned that or if it just happened accidentally. But I definitely did hit something in the ground, and it definitely did disappear when I kicked it. And I don't know what it was, and I don't know where it went. But wherever it is, it's not in the place that it used to be. I can tell you that much. Then you had the spirit that seemingly forms behind Enrique when he's at the balcony side looking over, and he's talking to his camera, and a spirit forms by the trash can behind him and then just kind of walks behind him, and it's somewhat comedic. It's not too over the top comedic, because it is comedic in a way, though, because he says, like, oh, I'm the best paranormal investigator. I don't miss anything, whilst there's a whole ass spirit walking behind him. He just doesn't see it. Then you have, like, the random, I guess, piano sound that he hears, that he's a little bit questionable of. And then he feels disappointed later on, because he hasn't found anything. He hasn't found any concrete proof other than the weird, strange laugh that he heard, until he sees something in his camera lens in the background, and he tries to go and chase after it and confront it. But it turns out that whatever he went to go and confront is not there anymore. It's just disappeared. It's gone. And he starts freaking out. He's like, I don't know if I should be here anymore. Maybe there is spirits going on here. And then he hears the Michael Myers piano and he fucking books it. And that's the end of the skit. Not a whole lot happens, and it's way too long, which is personally my fault. Like, there's even an extended cut, which is 5 minutes longer than the actual skit. And it's 5 minutes more of a whole lot of nothing. So I could have definitely probably cut that down to like 20 minutes skit, but I don't know. Overall, I think that one's probably the weakest investigator skit of them all, because it was just too long and a whole lot of nothing happened. But it's supposed to play into the story that he is failing, he's failing his missions. Whereas in the Hell's Golf video, he didn't find anything at all, and that's how he failed. In this one, he did find some things, but he didn't pursue them because he got afraid and he ran away. So now, the next part, I believe, was the Saw dream, where he wakes up in a makeshift saw trap in a bedroom, which is a reference to the bedroom trap from Saw 4. And then on the monitor there in front of him, which is just my laptop, I did a Saw tape, which is, again, something I had to film separately and then put onto my laptop and play on its own to play over while I'm tied to the bed. So that was a dream and a nightmare that Enrique has. And I really love the voice modulation I did for that one, and the look of like the demonic entity over the fucking video screen. Like, it looks really good. I really like that. And the idea of the trap is that if he doesn't escape the trap in time, or if he makes too much noise or doesn't escape the trap in time, then the animatronic in the room over is going to come over and he's going to kill him. And so he has to essentially snap his wrists by this mechanical machine that's totally 100% mechanical. And what ends up happening is that, and the reason behind him doing that is because he is a shitty cameraman, quote unquote, by the demon. And so he has to do one arm and then the next arm, but he can't do it because it's too painful. And I don't blame him. Who the fuck would do a saw trap? I mean, if I was in a Saw movie, I would die instantly because I can't do a saw trap, man. It's just too challenging. But he ends up losing, and the animatronic next door comes in and he fucks him up, punches him his ass in the face. I had to do some glitchy effects here because I could not get the crop shot of both the animatronic and Enrique tied to the bed at the same time because it would have looked horrible. So I had to kind of use opacity to make the animatronic look like it's kind of like ghostish, ghoulish walking in there. But it plays into the whole narrative of it being a dream, though. So that's what I like about it. It works out in the end. And then he wakes up, of course, and now he's ready to go back to that corner house and confront the demon. And that's what the fifth part is about. He goes to the corner house to confront the demon, which is just my house. But then he, so what he ends up finding, if I remember correctly, is he finds the Hell's Golf book, which is supposed to be a hint and another foreshadow that Hell's Golf has a bigger meaning than he thinks it is. He finds birthday decorations instead of Halloween decorations, which are dedicated to him. Happy birthday, Eric. It's his birthday. It's his number. I believe I turned 20 when I filmed, because this was 2023. Yeah, I turned 20, so it was 20. And then some other stuff throughout the house happens. to him whilst he's exploring. And one of my favorite sequences is the downstairs sequence where he has to go down the stairs and the lights are out and he goes with the flashlight and it has my demo music playing from that over the radio project that never got made. And it's just a nice creepy atmosphere vibe as he has to confront his fears and go into areas of the unknown and the dark and of whatever's lurking around the corner. Who the fuck knows? He ends up finding the cameras. He ends up finding 2 arcade cards. Was it 2 or 3? No, it was 3. It was 3 arcade gaming cards that he finds, which I got from the arcade beforehand because I filmed the arcade stuff when I was on vacation in Florida. So he ventures around the house and then a demon comes downstairs and pretty much scares the life out of him because it crawls around and walks around and then it spots him and he has to run out of the house, and it's this very tense, scary sequence. And I really like when I could play with your emotions because this is one of those parts that is more horror based. I think with Paranormal Investigator, you have some that are really comedy and just comedy. You have some that are really horror and just horror, and then you have some that are like the mix of both comedy and horror. This is one of those that was fully horror. Like, I don't think there is any comedic gags or moments that take away from the spotlight other than the apple, I spit in your face, of people who don't want to be cool. That was a good-ass apple, by the way. It was really good because it didn't have any bruises and it didn't have any brown spots, shockingly enough. That's rare now for me. I always get a fucking apple now with brown spots and bruises. Sucks. It fucking sucks. But it keeps the doctor away from what those myths say. So that skit I really liked for the horror atmosphere, and the music that I picked for it I think really worked really well. And then, of course, you have the arcade one, which is the finale to the Paranormal Investigator DVD 2, where he goes into the arcade, and that, let me tell you something, that was fun. Filming in an arcade, and not just any arcade, but an empty arcade, where there's nobody there, and it's so colorful and lighting up and glowing up. Dude, so fun. So fun. The amount of ideas that I could have done were endless. I mean, I did bowling. I did some searching. I did some race car arcade games. I did air hockey. I did the theatrical vibrating one where it's like you're in it. Man, it was fun. It was a blast because just it was empty. Like, I was shocked the fact that it was empty. Like, I've never heard of an arcade being empty until I was there and it was empty. But I could see why it was empty, because the fucking cards that I had for the arcade, all it would give me, despite all the games that I played and despite everything that I earned, all it would give me was one sweet tart fucking candy roll. That was it. That was all I won with 3 cards! Like, that wasn't a joke. That wasn't a parody. That was real. I was not joking about that. I was actually genuinely upset about that. I couldn't believe that shit for a second. Like, what? What do you mean this is worth one piece of candy? I don't know. I'm still baffled by it to this day. But I do know that I had a lot of fun filming everything and playing all the different games, the Pac-Man, the Luigi's Mansion, all that. And inevitably, the story of the arcade is that he encounters a spirit who is clearly playing games alongside him. But he chooses to ignore them until it's too hard to ignore. And finally, he has to confront the spirit by playing it in a trilogy of races or a best of three, so you have to get 2 of 3, and he ends up winning the dinosaur one and the race car one, but he failed miserably with the motorcycle one, which honestly, that motorcycle one, I had no fucking clue how to drive that motorcycle. I was trying to figure out for real. The character selection, obviously, was a bit questionable. But, Enrique's got his quirks too, okay? And so then, after I beat the spirit, I finally get his attention, and now I have to face the spirit in air hockey. And I played my sister, but obviously you can't see her on screen because she doesn't want to show her face. So me and her played, and I had to not only win, but also had to play in character as Enrico Moreno. So it's strange because I am pretending to be in character whilst playing the game. But and so I'm essentially calling her like, Spirit, don't do it, Spirit. And she's just looking at me like, what the fuck are you talking about? Don't worry about it. That's what. And so I beat her. I win the game somehow. And then I do the whole ride, the experience ride. I don't remember what it's actually called, but we do the ride and I do the interview and I pretend like I'm talking to somebody and knowing that I have to dub it all in post. But hey, it was fun. Well, you know what was not fun though? The audio editing. The audio mixing for this one was actually a challenge because I had to isolate the vocals because they had music playing in the arcade, and obviously I couldn't use that music because it's copyrighted music, and I don't know what's gonna fucking get me striked or not. So I had to like separate the music and the actual sound effects from the arcades machines themselves, and essentially kind of mix it up and make it sound better. Ultimately, I do think it doesn't sound the greatest, but it sounds better than it would have had I not removed the music that they were playing in the arcade. So that was a fun skit that Enrique finally gets what he wants. He finally got the interview with the ghost, the spirit kid, the child spirit. And that was supposed to originally be the end of Paranormal Investigator, where he finally succeeded. He finally won. He finally got what he wanted. But all of these loose plot threads that happened within Paranormal Investigator DVD 2, of course, would eventually be built up for my inevitable epilogue. But obviously, at the time, I didn't know I was going to make an epilogue. But I knew that with all these unanswered questions, they would need to be answered eventually. I didn't know how I was going to do that, but I figured out how I did it. But before I could talk about that, the next thing on the schedule that would happen storyline-wise around this time would actually be Teacher Rex. Yes, Teacher Rex, which originally was not supposed to be in 2023. It was supposed to be 2024, but it worked better for 2023, so I made it happen in 2023. Teacher Rex. So I think the ideas that I had for Teacher Rex was to explore the 5 major healths: physical health, mental health, emotional health, social health, and spiritual health. Now, the thing about exploring those healths is that there's different degrees to which how those healths are explored. You know, for example, physical health is very straightforward. It is objective. It's the most objective health that there is. Whereas spiritual health is the complete opposite. It's the more subjective health that there is. So you have to find like the balance between talking about something objectively with Teacher Rex versus also, not versus, but also balancing that with not being biased in any way when it comes to the subjective material. Oh, fuck, I can't say it. But you understand what I'm trying to say, though. Material matter, subjective material matter. I think that's what it is. But yeah. So balancing that out was a bit tricky. And then I also did two additional Teacher X videos, which were branches of physical health and social health, which the branch from physical health was sexual education, because I wanted to make that its own video. And then the other one, social health, was the branch there was the communication, because communication also deserved to have its own video at the time too. These were videos that work best when they were capable of having a full video dedicated to them, because when you want to talk about sexual education, you don't want that to be the entirety of physical health, because there's multiple avenues to physical health. Same way as social health, there's multiple avenues to social health than just the communication, even though communication is probably the main part of it. There were more things that I wanted to talk about with Teacher X there. And ultimately, I had to get through all of those in probably the worst conditions that I could possibly do, because it was summer. So I had to film in the dreaded heat, in my basement, sweating my ass off in those suits. And it was getting to a point where I was close to passing out sometimes when I was filming the Teacher X stuff. Where you see my face go like pale, that's me actually almost about to pass out. Not me being like stage fright or anything. I'm about to pass out from sweat and shit. It was tough. But I knew I had to do it for storyline purposes. So really with Teacher X, it was just a concept that I made just because I wanted to replace the commentary videos from the prior years. And so when I made Teacher X and I did this idea, I was hoping that in the real terms of things, that the idea was going to be to maybe help some people by being more factually based. But obviously, when I realized nobody really cared about that, I decided to instead just make it a character for the purpose of my story. And it ended up working out regardless of the fact. But I would have still liked to have had the foresight to, not waste so much time on trying to convince people that necessarily aren't asking for help or wanting help in that regard. And I wouldn't have been so fixated on making stuff like Teacher X. But then again, I'm grateful that I did make Teacher X, because it played into the storyline of what I wanted to do for the channel, which was to move forward and move on. And that was like the mirror and reflection, as I stated, of the character of Death Incarnate, which, thanks to Teacher X, it's funny enough because it was after Teacher X when I finally really knew what it was that I wanted to pursue and what I wanted to do going forward in the world. Like, obviously, I've stated multiple times that my goals are to, write all my stories, make whatever music I come up with, and also attempt to become a filmmaker and a scientist. The idea I'm thinking, because the whole point of this channel is that it was a progression of me inserting myself into my content. So like I said, it started off with just it being media stuff, and then I would add myself more and more into the storyline. But for the grand scheme of things, when I eventually do move forward and, this channel does come to a close within the next, well, I can't say how long, because I don't know how long this, every day that I'm recording this commentary is a different day, pretty much, because it's a long commentary and I can't do it in one sitting. But the goal was to lead up into me being, able to write my stories and then sell those stories as art and create them in either a book format or in a film format, so that way that I can display the art that I've been trying to tell within my stories and, have something fun. And so the same thing that I did for YouTube here, I'm going to be doing for my stories. But obviously I can't do it in the same way that I did with YouTube, because when it comes to professional writing, as I stated before, you never want to insert yourself as like the main character of a public story like that. Like, yeah, if it's a private story just for yourself or just for a couple of friends that you want to read, that's a different story because that's a fan fiction or your own created universe, similar to what I did here with the Randomness Act. But when it comes to legitimate professional writing, you never want to find yourself inserting what, your direction of stuff into the story. What the story should feel like is a third person narrative where it should feel like it already exists. That when you create a character and you place them into the idea of the world, the story should write itself and feel like it plays off the narrative of what are these characters' interactions and how do their interactions create the story as a whole. And so that's essentially what I'm going to be doing with the filmmaking. My filmmaking is going to start off with very entertaining pieces that are just kind of more for fun and don't really have a big message or a big lesson behind the art or anything, and are more based off of what I like in storytelling. And then as it progresses, it's going to increasingly become more and more not only just dramatic, but also the world is going to become more and more isolated as its own thing, and the storytelling behind the world is going to be more focused on on the worlds, I should say, because they're all different stories. And the focus on the worlds as I progress in the writing department are going to become more and more of their own thing, to where if you didn't know I was the creator of those worlds, you would probably think these are stories that could have existed or could have just been around already. I think in a way it is kind of contradictory, because the idea first with YouTube was to insert myself into my content more and more so that you know who I am. And with the filmmaking, it's kind of the opposite, where I start off inserting what I like and then start removing myself from the equation more and more to make it more publicly broad and more the art to reach to whoever it needs to reach to. But I think at the end of the day, you still know that it was me at the end of the day that created it. And funny enough, this is the mindset and the mentality that created Teacher Rex's catchphrase, which his catchphrase is, "Who I am is not important, but what I have to say is important." And the whole mantra behind that is that, who Teacher Rex is as a character, as a person, is not supposed to be important. You're not supposed to care about what Teacher Rex is or who he is, or the fact that it's supposed to be an AI type of character that's played by me, instead of just being, typed into an AI and programmed by itself. But what he says, what he's talking about, which is the objective facts and truth, is important, because that's the stuff that you need to pay attention to and understand for you to be able to pursue your own goals and your own adventures. And so that's how that catchphrase came about, and it's relevant to my story, to where when I become a filmmaker and I become a writer, that's what I'm going to be doing more and more, is that with the YouTube side of things, I became more and more of myself, and with my own selfish preservations and focusing on the story of just me and nothing what you wanted. And then now the filmmaking is going to be kind of the reverse of that. And it's not going to destroy anything of my credibility at all, but it is going to allow me to not only have the art of all the stories that I want to make be available for somebody to enjoy and be inspired by, to chase their own adventures and their own dreams, hopefully, I would presume, anyway, but also to allow me to kind of fade into the background again, because the idea right now is to fade into the foreground, so that way you know who I am and you could see the talent that I have in terms of my confidence in writing. And then it's going to push me back into the background, so that way I can fade out of your minds and that I could go pursue what I want to do on my own without the public having to know, which is going to be obviously trying to become a scientist. And hopefully, I would presume by then, if my writing does well, if it sells well, if my films, if I actually end up making films. All of this is presumptions, by the way. None of this is a guarantee. But if it all goes well, then I could fade into the background, pursue science, and I would have the funds and the money to essentially do my own kind of experiments and test out things that I want to chase after. And that obviously, of course, all that plays into what I want to really achieve in this world and really want to pursue in this world, which is to become an immortal shapeshifter. Now, I said that multiple times, and most people who haven't checked out that one post, that very long post that I made sometime during the summer, won't really understand the full context behind that, or, have seen the true end. If you haven't seen the true end commentary from May, you wouldn't understand the full context of this. But the whole idea of me becoming a mortal shapeshifter, that's real. Like, that's something I'm actually pursuing. Like, that's not a joke. I'm not taking that as a joke. I'm not making it seem like a joke. Like, that's something I'm really trying to do. But the thing is that the reason why it can be perceived as a joke or as something that it is not legitimate enough is because of the fact that people make it into a joke by pretending or believing that they have already crossed the finish line that doesn't exist anymore. And obviously there is a commentary video on my main channel that I talk all about it. It's called The Concept of Trans and why I don't like that concept on both an objective and subjective manner. But all in all, it's why it's always been kind of challenging for me to kind of figure out how to pursue such an idea, because on one hand, it's like I desperately want to pursue this. Like, this is my life's purpose. Like, I need to have this. Like, this is my necessity in life. Like, when I think about what I'm going to do when I'm in my old age, I'm going to think about how I am fighting death in my old age and how I'm going to beat death. Be one of the few people that actually defeat death and become immortal. But the thing is that this isn't something that you just do on a mental level. This is something physically that we have yet to discover and yet have figured out how to do yet. And so how we can accomplish this is going to be a challenge in and of itself, because what the challenge is asking me to do is something that no one has achieved yet. And obviously, when that is the ask, you're going to have a fucking hard time, because if no one has achieved it yet, how the hell are you going to achieve it? And that's the question you got to ask yourself. And that's what you have to look into. A lot of what is objectively available to you, what is real, what is available to you that I can use that can help me achieve a goal that has not been achieved yet. A good example that I could say is planes, because at the end of the day, someone a long time ago really wanted to fly, really wanted to see the world from the sky. That is someone's vision. That was someone's vision that they really wanted to do. And back then, that person probably went through the same complications of, well, how do I actually make it physically possible for a human being to be in the sky and see the world from the sky? And somebody had to figure out on a physical, objective level how to create a mechanical machine that would allow a human being to be in the sky. And that's how planes were created. And at the time, that is something that people dismissed because they didn't have it yet. But that's the thing about the future, is that you don't know what the future really beholds. There are so many possibilities that you can write off right now to what the future can behold, but can actually be real later. That's why a concept like the idea of changing one's physical being or physical body is not out of the realm of possibility in my eyes. Right now it's not possible. That's the problem that I have right now, is that people think it's possible now. No, that's the part you have to learn in order for you to chase the actual, goal. Is that first you have to accept the fact that the goal is not real for you to actually pursue the real goal. And so somebody back then had to accept the fact that human beings couldn't fly for them to figure out how to fly. It's literally the story of Toy Story. But that's why I love Toy Story. Toy Story is a great movie. But to pursue such a goal like that, somebody had to really think about what is a way to make it happen. And they thought about, okay, what if we create a machine that allows us to stay airborne? And who would have thought that was actually going to work out? Not many people, but it did. And now, nowadays you look at planes and you don't really understand like the gravity of how amazing it is to have the capability to fly across the world. Like, to be in a machine that takes you into the sky, like, back then, that was revolutionary. That was something never heard of. Like, that is something amazing. But obviously nowadays, since we have it, we've been born with it. Most of us have been born in a generation where planes exist. Unless there's somebody I don't know about that planes didn't exist then. But, now is something normal. So we don't see it on the same gravity as people did back then. And I see the same thing kind of happening if immortality is discovered and if shapeshifting will be discovered. Obviously there's going to be a lot of fallout from all of that when it does happen. But right now the goal is to simply see if it's even possible to make it happen and how we can approach it. And obviously how I'm pursuing to approach that goal is in the science field, because obviously it's on a biological level. How am I going to become immortal? How am I going to make myself stay alive forever? Well, I have to figure out my cellular being and how to keep my cellular being constantly healthy for days upon weeks upon years on end and never truly age. And always staying fresh and always producing new cells. And that's where stem cells come in. And stem cells there's a huge discovery in the science field that is going to be definitely the reason how we become immortal in the future. I know that for a guaranteed fact, but how we're going to enhance stem cells, I don't know quite yet. That's why I want to eventually pursue that goal. But right now, it's a progress. I can't just jump the shark and go straight into the science field when I'm not that knowledgeable in the field yet. It's a progress. Just like how I had to learn of the field of writing and storytelling through YouTube, now through storytelling, I have to learn the field of biology. And that's going to be my next phase of life. That's going to be my next chapter, and that's going to be the next thing that I focus on. And I don't know how long that's going to take, but it's going to take as long as it does. That's how I progress in terms of what I need to pursue next in life. The next step is writing and storytelling and a filmmaking and book level. And then it's going to be to the science field. And then, of course, in the science field, the next step would be probably immortality and appreciating life more and the people around me more, because that's something I have a hard time doing when I know there is a clock that's going to lead me to my death. And there's nothing I can do to stop it. And if I die, then it's all over and all this becomes meaningless. So I want it to be meaningful when I do become immortal. And that's when it's going to become more meaningful. Right now, I am learning to appreciate more of the gratitude of the experience right now, because I am still young, but that doesn't mean shit when it comes to death. So I don't know. But I do know that is the progress. Next step after the science field would be immortality, and the next step after immortality is how do I become a shapeshifter, learn how to become physically limitless, learn on a microscopic level how do I advance our cells to essentially produce and alter into whatever cell that we desire and we tell our brain to shape into by getting the DNA and genes and all that stuff. And then probably the next step after shape shifting would be how would I essentially try to influence people of responsibility on how to utilize such a power. That would just, it's funny because I view business as a more longer term goal than something to care about right now. Because if you don't have the science, if you don't have the life, then the business doesn't mean shit. Business and stuff like that and managing livelihoods doesn't mean shit if you don't have the capabilities of maintaining life as a whole. So all of that stuff doesn't really affect me, but I understand how it does affect some people. But then again, I do think that you can have always a more better positive mindset in terms of what you pursue, because at the end of the day, it is your call and your choice. But I do understand why some people struggle. And I also understand that some people, despite struggling, they still find a positive mindset to pursue. But that's essentially the step-by-step process. Obviously, after shapeshifting, and responsibility to focus on that, I'm going to have to figure out more and more goals. But that is something in life that you definitely do need, is to have multiple goals with multiple progressive steps. In a story, in a real story like life, there should not be an ending. There should never be an ending. There should never be a point in time where it should end. The story should end, because if that happens to you, then you're going to feel lost again. Then you're going to feel like now you have nothing to do in life, and you're going to want to go back to the old stuff that you did and come out of retirement and all that to pursue what you didn't pursue in the past and try to get what you need to pursue again. It's great to have goal on top of goal, and it's great to have those goals in a step-by-step process to feel like they are progressing and evolving, to that they are going into the next step. Like, to me, the goal after school was to go into YouTube, because that was the next step for me, was doing YouTube content and producing content here on YouTube. Now the next step for me is writing and making books and pursuing that, and then it's going to be filmmaking, and then from filmmaking and making all those stories, it's going to be the science field, and then from there it's going to be immortality, and then from there shapeshifting, and then from there the responsibility of figuring out the politics behind how that's going to work, because that's going to be problematic. But that's going to be a progress down the line. That's going to be a goal down the line. And all of this is a learning process. You're supposed to be able to make mistakes, but you shouldn't force those mistakes, because when you force those mistakes, then is it really a mistake, or is it really just your fault in that regards? Because with a mistake, it's supposed to be a mistake. It's not supposed to be something you're supposed to see coming. It's supposed to be something that you didn't know was actually going to be problematic for you. So that is what I'm looking forward to in the future. But of course, there is still another project to discuss. And that, of course, is the project that leads me to the very end of the storyline as a whole, which is, of course, the Randomness Act. Now, the Randomness Act, of course, Mia and Matt made it together. We filmed on so many different days throughout the year of 2023, and then even into 2024 because of episode 10. But with each episode, I wanted it to feel like a continuation of all the storylines that I built into the Randomness Act, which is why I had to, in the teasers and in the trailers, constantly tell you that all the stories are pre-existing stories for this new concept. Because I know some people would not know about the sofa commercial. I keep saying the sofa. I know some people would not know about the furniture hardware store commercials. And I know some people would not have known about Paranormal Investigator. Which is why I had to keep saying, hey, these stories are also a part of the End of the Fun channel story, which is going to be in the Randomness Act. That's going to be the goal. And so I inevitably, I believe, made some full storyline arc videos. Like, I made Paranormal Investigator DVD 1 and 2 in full, I made the End of the Fun channel in full, and I made the Furniture Hardware Store story in full. But the Furniture Hardware Store one, I waited until the Randomness Act episodes dropped, because it was supposed to be a build-up and tease for the final episode. But those full videos essentially put the story in chronological order, or I should say in release order, so that you know how the story goes and how it leads into the Randomness Act. So now, here at the Randomness Act, the very first episode is Enough is Enough, and that was something that was very last minute. I think it was the last thing that I filmed before No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. But I filmed it, I think, a few days before I had to actually release the episode. And the reason why that was is because, like I said in the scrapped content video, the first episode was supposed to have a song created by me called Conquering Death. And now the song Conquering Death was originally the first ever iteration and idea of this song was a song called Conquering Lucifer. And it was just some random rap that my friend Luffy and I created for the purpose of just having fun. So we made like a rap just randomly out of the blue. We just made it about conquering Lucifer because it was in reference to some things, the storylines that we were talking about at the time. And so when we made the rap, I actually wanted to make that into a real song. It never happened because of reasons. And so inevitably I just reconceptualized the song of Conquering Lucifer into Conquering Death, because that is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to conquer death. And so I was going to make that into a song. You even hear there was a recording of how I wanted the melody to sound. But I never actually got to making it because I was very occupied and I was also procrastinating. So the combination of the two did not help me at all. And so inevitably I had to cut the idea of the song and instead do like a commentary over the first episode, kind of refreshing your memories on what we are doing here with the Randomness Act, what's about, how it got created because of my storyline, and how that storyline inevitably became what it became. And so some people may not know this, but there is a skit, like a little mini skit, like a 10-second to 12-second skit at the end of one of a random video. And I believe it was the Hell's Golf video. The Hell's Golf video, at the very end, not the beginning, because the beginning was the Paranormal Investigator skit. At the very end of the Hell's Golf skit, I did a little parody where, as the character Eric Moreno, I was like, where is, what am I missing? Like, something is missing from this whole video making that I've been doing. And that was A-Rex Mafioso. And the reason why I reintroduced A-Rex Mafioso was obviously to bring back the Randomness Act. And because storyline-wise, I was supposed to be done making videos. But, from March to May, I was constantly making new videos, which completely contradicted what I said I was going to do. And so A-Rex obviously is mad about that. And in storyline-wise, it's the reason why he came back, why he was brought back. And you learn more about that in the 9th episode of Randomness Act. But here, in the first episode of Randomness Act, you're following along after he essentially attacks me, and he ties me up, and he, puts me in the back room. And then he comes over and confronts me, and he starts telling me, like, why did you do that? Because now that you did that, now I'm going to take initiative. You want me to be the villain of your little storyline? I'm going to be the villain. And so now A-Rex Mafioso is fully the antagonist for Randomness Act. And I'm not necessarily the protagonist. More so, the protagonist of Randomness Act is supposed to be you as the audience, because you're the one who's making the choices. So A-Rex ends up leaving me in the room, and then he confronts you as the audience, and he essentially is telling you, now's your chance to make a choice. Are you going to listen to this guy, Eric, who has just lied to you and has essentially came back despite the fact he said he was going to be over? Or are you going to trust in me, the guy who's essentially been telling you the facts and the truth? And then you get the option to choose. Do you want to be A-Rex's friend, or do you want to be his foe? Now, storyline-wise, the Randomness Act continues because if you pick him as a foe. Because him being your enemy is why the story of the Randomness Act would continue. The whole reason the Randomness Act exists is because you make enemies with A-Rex Mafioso, is because he's supposed to be the villain of the story, and that's what he ends up becoming when you pick him as the enemy. But of course, if you pick him as a friend, then the story doesn't even happen, because now the story is over and there is no continuations or nothing like that. And so inevitably you just get to have a chat with A-Rex now being his friend, and he tells you, how he's feeling about everything going on. and then he either, he asks you if you want to watch his DVD, which is Paranormal Investigator DVD 2, which regardless of if you pick friend or foe, you are given the option to watch it, because if you pick foe, then storyline-wise, you end up watching it yourself. But if you pick friend, then you can watch it before anybody else. Then there's also a couple of other options too, like the I don't know option, where he talks about the treasure hunt, like I mentioned earlier. There's the option where he leads you to Teacher Rex, because the only reason why A-Rex knows Teacher Rex exists now is because you chose him to be your friend, which he wouldn't have known Teacher Rex exists unless you chose him to be your friend, because that's the whole narrative of the story. And I talked about this in the True End commentary as well, but the choices that you make here are a reflection and almost pretty much the identical choices that you make in the last episode of the show. So it all comes narratively back around. But then, of course, there's also a secret ending, to where if you wait before, the video ends, another title card will pop up that is like a bunch of dots, periods, then question marks, and then exclamation points. And it's essentially supposed to represent you not making a choice, you hesitating to make a choice, and A-Rex is just getting anxious and more pissed off, and then eventually he just decides to take action himself and betray you and just leave you for dead. Because if you wait, the whole idea there was that if you waste time, if you don't make a choice, if you don't pursue your opportunities, then somebody else will make the choice for you, and you will be left for dead. And that's why it leads you to the end, Fun Channel retrospective video. Because if you chose nothing, then you already chose the ending of the channel for yourself, which is the original ending, the 2022 ending of the channel. And so A-Rex leaves you for dead, and that's pretty much the end of the story there. That's the secret ending, and that's also in the title cards. All of these are title cards, by the way, in the full video, the full A-Rex Mafioso storyline video, because obviously I couldn't fit them into the story, because that would have contradicted the storyline. So there's like there's like cards in the description of the video that like takes you to the alternate endings and the alternate reality of him being your friend instead of your foe. So it all narratively comes back around. But of course the real ending is you attacking A-Rex, or I shouldn't say the real ending. The real pathway is you attacking A-Rex and locking him in the closet, and that ends up becoming a running gag of itself that I pursue in some videos that I make after that are not Randomness Act related. So following that Randomness Act episode, there are a few videos that I made throughout November and I believe also December, where I was just making ranking videos again. And so storyline wise, I made it seem like I finally got, I almost said the thing. I shouldn't have said that. I untied myself, I got out of the room, and I was looking around. I'm like, Rex, where the fuck are you? And then I see that the camera's on. I'm like, oh, I have to do more videos, because that's the responsibility that I got now. And the whole time I'm wondering, where is A-Rex? I don't know where he is. And it's because he's locked in the closet. He's locked in the place that you locked him in storyline-wise. And that's why there's some of those skits at the beginning and ends of those videos. Then you have, of course, the infamous Spider-Man one, where I got my friend Luffy to cosplay as Spider-Man over the phone call. Originally, I was supposed to get Tony to do it, but he didn't want to do it. And so I ended up getting my friend Luffy to do it. And essentially, he was just telling me, like, nah, I don't really feel like it. I don't want to go over there. And there's, like, a picture of Spider-Man sleeping, like, on the bed, just, like, tired. He's like, I'm relaxing right now. It's my day off. I'm not going to help A-Rex. It's like, nah. And that comes back around where A-Rex is like, even Spider-Man didn't want to help me. What the fuck? So that skit happened. And the reason why I got Luffy, because not only just because Tony said no, but I was also supposed to get Luffy for the Randomness Act as a little cameo. But I couldn't get him as a cameo in time because what I wanted him to film, I wouldn't have been able to reach him in time because his responses are by business days. So I had to instead kind of dub over that line in, I believe it was the 5th episode of the Randomness Act, where A-Rex calls a random person. And essentially I was just going to ask him to be like playing video games, record himself playing video games, get the call and be like, man, fuck off. As a little cameo, because I want to have my friend's cameo in the story. The only person that signed the contract is Matt, so he's the only one that's obligated to appear in every episode in some way, shape, or form, whether it be acting, editing, music, all that. You know the drill with the Randomness Act. You probably saw the intro skit that I did for this very commentary. So who knows? Here's what I do know. What I do know is this. A lot of you actually tuned up for the first episode of the Randomness Act, which I did not expect. I didn't expect the 3 likes that I got from the first episode of the Randomness Act, or the people tuning into the premiere. That was a genuine surprise that I was happy about, because the whole time that I was advertising for Randomness Act, and I used Teacher X to do it because it was supposed to narratively fit, that Teacher X would present the concept and then close the concept. But the whole time I was doing that, I wasn't expecting anyone to actually care about the Randomness Act. I believe I also made a poll sometime during the summer that was literally asking you, hey, of these different contents that I'm making for the rest of the year, what are you most interested in? And I don't know if Randomness Act got a single vote. I think it only got 1 vote out of 40 or 50 votes. Something along those lines. I don't remember exactly, but I remember being surprised that people tuned in to the first episode of Randomness Act, because I didn't think that y'all would really care about that. This whole time that I'm making the storyline, I didn't know, nobody really tuned in for the storyline. I know I've seen people like some of the videos, like some of the stories, but I didn't think y'all were gonna tune in for the premiere. Even now, a good almost 30 people voted to see the commentary drop on Christmas Eve. The fact that there is 30 people that want to see this commentary, what? That is baffling to me. So some people that's a low number. No, it's not. That's 30 people right there. My goodness. I can't even be in a room with 30 people. Holy shit. Oh shit, it's literally holy shit. I almost dropped my shit. That's such a surprise to me that y'all genuinely cared about that. Even to this day, I'm still surprised that my main channel has 100 subs, because 100 people are there for me. They're not there for anything else that I did but me. And that's a surprise to me. That's a shock to me. And I'm very grateful for that. I'm surprised by it too. So obviously, I was taken off guard by that, and I wanted to make more videos for November and December, and that's what I did. And I really liked the videos that I did for the last 2 months, whilst the Randomness Act was releasing on a weekly basis. So then, episode 2 was Sofa Guy Shenanigans, and of course, it's the follow-up to the 3rd hardware store commercial, where Eric, the Sofa Guy, goes solo, and he decides to, the next day, come back to the house and set up shop at the house, and essentially just kind of put a table together. I don't know what he was going to advertise. I did not have that in mind. That's the thing about the Randomness Act. It's all improv, so no idea what I was going to advertise. I just knew that I was going to have the character of Daryl, because now you were going to finally be able to meet Daryl. So Daryl actually lives, he owns the house that I am staying at, which is Matt's house that we filmed at. And so as he comes by and he confronts Sofa Guy, Sofa Guy is essentially confused at the fact that this is his house, because he thought it was M. James' house. And so that's where the party was supposed to take place. The party was M. James' party. that Lounging King was trying to invite Sofa Guy to. And so Daryl reveals that, nah, M. James just rents out rooms. I'm the one who owns the house. And of course that takes Sofa Guy off guard because he's not really big on Daryl. And Daryl, thematically, is supposed to be a tough buff guy. But obviously Matt is not necessarily fits that stature. But, you know, you're supposed to pretend, you know. That's the whole idea. You're supposed to go along with it. Sofa Guy being intimidated by him, you're supposed to go along with it. So they have their banter that goes back and forth, and we had a lot of fun filming that because we kept, like, every time we did a different angle of Sofa Guy shenanigans, we kept changing up what we were saying, but it was essentially the same thing, right? It was essentially talking about, like, what I'm doing there, what Sofa Guy's doing there, and what the plan is, and him trying to get equipment from Daryl's shed, because he finds out that the shed that he got his prize from is Daryl's equipment. But, of course, knowing that it's Daryl's equipment, you can't exactly steal Daryl's equipment. So he has to find a way to get the equipment without, you know, just flat out stealing it in front of Daryl, because Daryl will kill him. So what he ends up doing is he ends up pretending that he's defeated. He's asking Daryl to, like, help him put stuff away. And there's, like, a solid minute and a half where they are just moving everything back in place. And it was intentionally made and designed this way, where they're intentionally moving everything back in place, and it's supposed to make you feel at ease, like nothing is about to happen. Like, man, they're really just moving all these chairs back, all this table back, the trash can back, and Daryl makes his way over to the shed, essentially. And then it turns out that Sofa Guy hid a baseball bat in the trash can, and he jumps him from behind. He then drags his lifeless body somewhere. It's never specified where he drags his body. It's implied that he buried him, but it's never specified what happened to Daryl's body. Then he steals the stuff, and he's like, well, this is going to be a great hardware store. And that's essentially leading into whatever episode of the Randomness Act was going to happen after that. Now, the way that I structured Randomness Act was that every episode was supposed to be a different story. So the first episode was A-Rex, second episode Sofa Guy, third episode Rey Mysterio, and then it loops back around. Fourth episode A-Rex, fifth episode Sofa Guy, sixth episode Rey Mysterio, seventh episode A-Rex, well, actually in Paranormal Investigator, because it's tied into, I'll get there. Eighth episode, Sofa Guy. Ninth episode wasn't Mysterio. It was actually A-Rex, because it continues off of the episode 6. Again, it makes sense, though. So, with the capping off of episode 2, actually, I don't know if there's anything blooper-wise to discuss about episode 2. I'm not quite sure. I know there was some fun, witty banter. I know I almost fucking tripped and hit him for real with the bat at one point, which that would have been really bad. But I think for the most part there wasn't really any mistakes with episode 2, or like bloopers or mess ups. I know one mistake. One mistake that I did with the Sofa Guy shenanigans was that I got the wrong baseball bat. It turns out that for the third commercial, I had the wooden bat, not the metal bat. I thought it was the metal bat. It turned out it was the wooden bat. So that was a continuity error on my end. I should have watched it back before doing that commercial. I fucked up there. But it's alright, because a metal bat is more legitimate to killing somebody. So it worked out in the end. Randomness Act Episode 3, called The Hockey Slayer, takes the perspective of Rey Mysterio as he is trying to get back into contact with his son Dominic, and the Hockey Slayer is obviously doing his own thing with the imaginary person that he made up in his mind. So whilst the Hockey Slayer is doing his own thing, Rey Mysterio is thinking back to the time that he and his son Dominic had a fight at a casino party, which happened to be the party that Eric the Sofa Guy and Matt the Lounging King had went to that one day. And so at that casino, Dominic Mysterio and Rey Mysterio have a fight with each other. Teddy Long comes down trying to figure out what's going on. And, well, Teddy Long is also booking, he's talking to Eric Moreno, he's talking to me. And he's trying to figure out, what I should do for my show. And that I should have more action. I should have some wrestling matches to book. And if I could get A-Rex under contract, or at least if I could get Teddy Long in a position of power, and get A-Rex to sign the Constitution of the Randomness Act, this is what this was setting up, then Teddy Long can make the Randomness Act more interesting by putting A-Rex into different various matches. So after Mysterio's little flashback sequence, you have him you have him call Dominic. Dominic calls him back, tells him to fuck off, and then you see as Rey Mysterio watches the Hockey Slayer do his thing, they eventually cross paths, and that is where Action Motion Sequence 4 left off at. And now you get to pick up with them fighting at the water park with the hockey sticks slashing at each other, and they do it for a long time until inevitably a storm comes by, the clouds come through. And after their fight, Hockey Slayer is trying to figure out why the hell Mysterio's going after him. And Mysterio thinks that Hockey Slayer has something to do with Dominic Mysterio acting the way that he does, as if Hockey Slayer is a part of the Judgment Day. And so Hockey Slayer's like, just go fuck off, and he goes about his day, and then he actually tricks him, hits him in the head with a hockey stick. And then after Hockey Slayer just goes off and leaves, Rey Mysterio gets called from Teddy, informing him that he has a Studio Brawl WWE World Heavyweight Championship match with A-Rex Mafioso coming up, setting up the seeds for that cliffhanger that I left off with as well. And also telling you the story of why Rey Mysterio is doing the things that he's doing, and why Hockey Slayer is his big nemesis right now. And I think it's a pretty good skit. Yeah, I love having the skits that intercept, cross paths, and have a different perspective on things going on. Because in Hockey Slayer's perspective with Action Motion Sequence 4, he was chasing this kid around. It was this intense action sequence. But in Rey Mysterio's perspective, it looks like this guy is just some crackhead running around like a crazy person. And so Mysterio's whole thing of having a problem with his son Dominic, that was relevant to the real wrestling storyline going on at the time, where Rey Mysterio for real was having real problems with Dominic Mysterio, and they had their feud going on. There really wasn't much to this one other than it being an alternate perspective of what Action Motion Sequence 4 is, and a continuation of the cliffhanger, leaving it off, and why Mysterio is fighting Hockey Slayer, and why they're going at each other's throats. And also teasing, Teddy Long, starting to book these matches to fuck with A-Rex Mafioso. And I really like this style of storytelling where you have different characters and all of their stories are happening at the same time and kind of progressing around the same time. Because, not only did you have, Mysterio and Hockey Slayer doing their thing, but Teddy Long was a prominent role in this episode by, he was trying to call me, get into contact with me, trying to figure out, how he can get in a position of power so that he could get back at A-Rex Mafioso, who had originally fired him. A-Rex fired him, and now he's asking me to essentially reinstate Teddy Long as general manager, to give him a position of power, and eventually book A-Rex Mafioso into some championship matches to make the Randomness Act more interesting. That was the whole idea there. The filming process of that was obviously completely different days. I had to get a pair of glasses from my father to wear for that skit. The suit, of course, is the same suit I use for Teacher Rex, and Dominic Mysterio, I gave Matt the wig that I used for Serpentius, and he used the wig to play as Dominic Mysterio. I was going to play as Dominic, and he was going to be Rey. But I thought it would have made much sense for me to be playing Rey and then for him to suddenly be playing Rey. But I knew at some point we were going to have to switch between playing Rey Mysterio, because there was going to be a point in time where our characters were going to cross paths, and he would have to take on the mantle of Mysterio, whilst my characters would have to fight him. But ultimately, that didn't happen yet. So for now, I'm playing Mysterio, and for the most part, that skit didn't have many bloopers either. I did film a behind-the-scenes thing that I put at the end of, I believe, the scrapped content video, where I just essentially thanked you all for tuning into the Randomness Act and all that crap. Then that moves on to episode 4. Now, episode 4 is another one that is a continuation off of a prior storyline where A-Rex was trapped in the game, in the saw trap that I had him in the basement. And it revolves around the DVD that he finds, the one that he kicked out of the CD list there. And now he picks it up, he checks it out, and he goes to put it into the console there to see what it is. And in the background, you could see my unconscious ass lying down because he had just knocked me out with that strange stick thing. And as A-Rex is reviewing the footage, he finds out that I was making some kind of makeshift DVD, aka Paranormal Investigator. And so he tries to pursue and see what it is, the DVD that I was trying to make. And originally, it seems like what I'm trying to make is exactly what it turns out to be, which is a Paranormal Investigator skit. But in reality, for the story of the Randomness Act, that's not what I was making. In the story of the Randomness Act, I was actually making a documentary on a police officer with the same name, Enrique Jose Moreno, who had saved a kid from a burning building. But A-Rex misinterpreted my scenarios that I was describing here and the person that kidnapped this kid. And so now he suddenly made it into this Paranormal Investigator series, and he created part 1, part 2, part 4, and part 5 of Paranormal Investigator to make it seem like a cohesive narrative, even though it really wasn't that cohesive. And at the end of it all, after creating it, he decides to sell it on his own. And this is a episode that I did myself. Originally, the ending for this episode was going to be a more meta ending where I talk to you, the audience, about, how are you enjoying the Randomness Act, but it wouldn't have made a lot of sense because A-Rex Mafioso is not the one who is advertising the Randomness Act. I am, Eric Moreno. So he wouldn't have been the one, breaking the fourth wall, but I do like the fact that, the clothes rack is in the back, because of something that was going on in real life, why the clothes racks were there. And so it made it seem like it was all a set that I was filming in, and I just suddenly cut off the set. If you haven't seen that scrap content meta ending, then you should definitely go check it out. It is a funny little gag. But all in all, episode 4 was a very straightforward episode. It was essentially trying to link together the bits and pieces of why Paranormal Investigator DVD 1 is so disjointed and why A-Rex Mafioso is now in possession of DVD 1. And it made perfect sense, and it all happened because I accidentally kicked the CD rack and dropped a DVD. Well, it was actually a CD, but yeah, I pretend it's a DVD. But all of that happened from an accident, but that's the beauty of improv, is that you improv off of it and you create a beautiful storyline. So that was episode 4. I had to insert Matt in some way because that episode had no contributions to Matt and all, so I had to put one of his songs in there just to make it, continuity-wise, to follow the constitution of the Randomness Act. And have him participate in every episode in some way. So then after episode 4 is episode 5, and we go back to Sofa Guy. Now, Sofa Guy is running his solo business, and he's at a random field somewhere, and he's trying to advertise 3 sticks. And whilst he's advertising the sticks, some guy comes by the name of Grandpa. And Grandpa is this old hockey player that is seemingly very much like the character of M. James, but Eric the Sofa Guy doesn't really know that he's similar to M. James in a way, because M. James and Grandpa and Daryl, they're all on the same hockey team. That's why Lounging King is friends with them all, because they're all on the same hockey team, but Lounging King wasn't a hockey player yet because he was in school. So he inevitably wanted to become a hockey player and pursue like the parkour stuff because of his friends that inevitably perish at the hands of Eric the Sofa Guy and A-Rex Mafioso, of course. But we'll get there. So with Grandpa starts to become a little bit of a problem for Sofa Guy, and I had the megaphone, and the megaphone, I knew I wanted to use it for something. This was a perfect time to use it because the wind was very strong, and I was very far away from the camera, and I needed you to hear my voice. Unfortunately, I was not very good at the isolating my voice at this, like with this specific skit. So it sounds very quiet, and you can't really hear a lot of what I'm saying. And so sometimes I even had to dub over some things because we were talking too quiet. But it is what it is, you know. That's the problem. That's something that happens with the Randomness Act, with the improv. And inevitably, Grandpa steals a hockey stick, whilst Eric the Sofa Guy goes bling mug mode. He gets confronted by, I believe, A-Rex Mafioso about like the DVD. That's why Eric Sofa Guy now knows about A-Rex Mafioso. A-Rex Mafioso does know Sofa Guy because he mentioned him all the way back in WWE skit, but he's pretending like he doesn't care because Eric the Sofa Guy is, his ego, his pride is through the roof. And so he's just kind of like, man, I don't give a shit about you. I don't know who you are. But you could buy my shit. You know, you could buy my DVD, Paranormal Investigator. And Sofa Guy is like, nah, you're going to buy my shit. And A-Rex Mafioso is just like, nah, I'm good. He walks by. And then, of course, you have the fight sequence, the hockey fight between Grandpa and Sofa Guy, and it results in some stunts here and there by Matt. And ultimately, the episode ends off with Sofa Guy actually defeating Grandpa and beating him and pretty much killing him off screen, but I didn't say that just yet. But yeah, Sofa Guy beats Grandpa, which is a strange random victory on his end. But of course, it's not exactly all sunshine and rainbows because nobody shows up to buy his products. And so he walks home defeated. He tries to make a few phone calls. He calls A-Rex. And this is supposed to be his perspective when A-Rex is doing the redemption video. So this is when he was talking to me about like redemption, and then he gets the call from Teddy Long. But before he gets a call from Teddy Long, he gets a call from Sofa Guy. And Sofa Guy essentially asks him, you know, hey, you want to buy my product now? And A-Rex is like, man, fuck off. And then he would have called Luffy, but Luffy didn't participate, so I just had to play a random character of a random caller. And that's one missed opportunity with this episode. But overall, this episode was a bit tricky because again, there isn't a narrative for Randomness Act, and so you had to come up with random ideas on the spot. Like the whole fight sequence between Grandpa and Sofa Guy, that was all on the spot, and having to figure that out. And of course, having to figure out how Sofa Guy was going to narratively feel defeated, leading to his departure and essentially becoming depressed for the episode 8 when he comes back around. But for right now, Sofa Guy is defeated, and Grandpa is seemingly out of the picture. Moving on to episode 6, The Studio Brawl, Rey Mysterio versus A-Rex Mafioso. Another cliffhanger plotline that I left off in the redemption video that now is getting continued. So now you know the context, though. Now you know why Mysterio has a match with A-Rex Mafioso, because Teddy Long set it up. So Mysterio heads over, you know, he's doing his little vignettes, like in the camera. I did that like at the like midnight, 3 o'clock in the morning, just doing a bunch of like, ooh, ah, in the camera and all that shit. And then he heads over and he encounters me, Eric Moreno, during this time frame, because chronologically, I would have been heading up the stairs as A-Rex Mafioso is getting all these phone calls from Sofa Guy and Teddy Long, and so I encounter Rey Mysterio, and we're having our conversation with each other at the same time that A-Rex is having his conversation with Teddy Long. And the way that I lined it up, and the fact that you could hear like his muffled conversation in the background with Teddy Long, I really love that. That's something I very much enjoy, you know, for the continuity's sake. I believe my character even states a couple times like, oh, you know, you gotta get this for continuity, you know, you have to go shave his head and cut his hair so that way continuity wise he has short hair now. And obviously Rey Mysterio goes and does that as he heads down, and I essentially tell him, you know, winning the championship is not going to win Dominic back. And Ray was like, well, I have to try. You know, I have to at least try so that I could get Dominic back in the family. And so Rey Mysterio goes down, and he faces A-Rex Mafioso one-on-one. And I believe before he does, I even made it like a little comment like, you know, you're not going to win. But yeah, go ahead, good luck. Because obviously he wasn't going to win. Storyline-wise, he can't win. So A-Rex, Rey Mysterio go fighting, and obviously Rey Mysterio whoops A-Rex's ass because he's a real fighter. And so it goes into this montage where you have the me whooping my own ass. I'm whooping my own ass. And then it has one of my favorite edits with the 619, me both in the same frame, and then Rey Mysterio comes around, swings, and then the different angles there to get the 619. Oh man, that was so great. What wasn't great was filming as Mysterio because the mask was causing me some trouble breathing whilst I was in the hot-ass basement with the heat on because the fucking heat was on. It's broken for some reason. It just was on, and I couldn't have any fans on because that would have affected the noise. And so I'm literally sweating to death. Like there was a couple times I would have puked, honestly. But I still pulled it off. A-Rex is trying to bribe his way out. Like, oh, Ray, wait. I could give you my fucking Paranormal Investigator DVD if you don't have to do this. But Mysterio's not having it. He's there for the championships. And A-Rex is like, all right, if that's what you want. And he starts beating the shit out of Ray. And then he gets an elbow drop. He takes his mask, and anybody that knows in a match, if Rey Mysterio's mask is off, he's pretty much done. He's game over for him. And so fucking A-Rex Mafioso goes and grabs a step stool that I pretend to be a chair because that was the closest thing to a chair that I could get. And I go swing it down on his head. I accidentally looked at the camera by mistake. I shouldn't have done that. I should have just kept my eyes. I just wanted to make sure that it was in frame, that is all. But I should have kept my eyes on the prize there. I hit him, and it's like, GG's. I'm still the champ, baby. A-Rex Mafioso still the champion. Rey Mysterio lying there dead as fuck. I love the edit with the mask, like me throwing the mask at him, and then I had to throw the mask myself in that shot where I'm lying down, and I was essentially face down, and I had to use my arm and kind of like leverage shoot it behind me somehow so it still landed next to me and looked like someone else threw it. That was performed perfectly. I'm glad I got that. And then, of course, you have the little ending sequence where Rey Mysterio's, you know, he's sitting there in his home thinking to himself, like, damn, that hockey slayer guy, he really is the root of all my problems. I'm going to come and find you, and I'm going to beat your ass. And really, that scene was just there so that I could put Matt in the fucking episode because I didn't have anything for him. I didn't have any music that I used from him in the episode, so I just had to put him in somehow. That's how I did it. I put him as a flashback hockey slayer. And so I did not reach the runtime. That's something else that didn't happen. So usually a Randomness Act episode is supposed to be 7 to 12 minutes. That was the idea. Like, it has to be between 7 and 12 minutes. Originally, actually, it was 7 to 10, but because I kept going over 10 minutes, I had to make it 7 to 12 minutes. And so this episode was not long enough. It was way too short. It felt way too short. It didn't feel like it was finished yet. And so I had to add Dominic at the end, making a phone call. And unfortunately, I couldn't get into contact with Matt in time to, record the call for me. So I had to voice over Dom again. That was something I had to do for episode 3 as well. But here, I voiced over Dom, and I'm like, Ray Mysterio, what the fuck, Ray? You got whooped by A-Rex Mafioso on live television? Concerto? And it was essentially just to extend the runtime. But I got a chance to ask you, how are you enjoying the show so far up to that point in time? Somebody answered. I'm glad that you did, whoever you are. And I'm also just glad that that everything for this episode worked out as planned, because it was all just me for this episode. And I didn't think that the fighting choreography was going to be that good. But when this episode did really well, I knew that for like the Triple H fight and the Undertaker fight, that I was good. I was good to go. Because that was my worries. Like, how can I kick my own ass and make it look convincing? And I managed to do it. I'm shocked at it, but I got it. And I'm glad that I did. And so that's my takeaway from the studio brawl, which then leads into episode 7, which is a continuation of the DVD, the unfinished DVD episode from 4. Now you get to see a deleted episode, which wasn't really a deleted episode. It was just an origin episode idea that I thought of to play as the Paranormal Investigator. And so the idea was just to showcase, Enrique Jose Moreno going on his first ever investigation. And so he essentially introduces himself like, there's somebody who needs to solve all these unexplained mysteries, and I'm going to be the one to do it, for I am Enrique Jose Moreno, and I'm indeed a Paranormal Investigator. And so that is his origin. And so his first mission ever is looking for something at a field that is right next to a river area. And so he's exploring the field. He's like, look at these tracks. These footprint tracks could be a potential paranormal entity for all we know. And this is essentially Enrique's gimmick, is making small little insignificant things seem bigger than they actually are. So you don't know if these footprints are paranormal, but Enrique is going to try and convince you that these footprints are paranormal. And so whilst he's going about the different parts of the park and the field and the river, he inevitably finds some trace and link to this tree, which, let me tell you something, that was the most convenient tree I've ever happened upon, because what I was doing, right, is that I found this little mini trumpet behind some random area. I found it, like, I saw it there, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna use that as like evidence of some kind of missing toy. And then while I was walking by filming, I saw this tree, and I saw that it had like a little puddle in the tree. I'm like, what if I drop this little trumpet into the tree? Maybe it might tell me something. And it so happened, like, I did not know this until I literally moved the camera up and looked at it. But it so happened that this tree had like a carving, and the carving said RT. Didn't know that. But it was the most convenient shit ever, because now it looks like I legitimately got a random clue from just doing that. And it worked out perfectly. And so now, Enrique Jose Moreno's looking for RT. Unfortunately, though, as he's going along the riverside, he can't seem to find anything to trace back to RT. At one point, he even jumps into the river, and he's like, well, don't do that shit. That was a gimmick where, like, there was this little, like, walkway that leads directly into the river. And I had no idea why the fuck that was. Like, I'm like, why the fuck is there this little walkway to where you could just jump into the river? And so I'm like, oh, let me make a gimmick of this. Oh, I'm going to charge directly into the river and find an RT, even though there's signs everywhere that says, do not go swimming. And so I go in, and then obviously I cut it because I'm not going to fucking jump into a river. And then I cut it to where I had a water bottle on me, and I poured the water bottle over my head in this cold-ass day where I'm dripping water, and I'm like, do not jump into the river. Thanks, Enrique. You're telling us great advice. There was also a gimmick at one point where I was going over this hill, and I'm like, oh, let me drop down and fall off this hill. And I believe this is one of the few rare times where you get to see a different angle of Enrique that's not from his own camera. So you actually get to see some real shots that aren't from his own camera, where he's falling down the fucking hill, like tripping. And then inevitably he comes to the conclusion that RT, he can't find RT. And so he's a little disappointed, but he finds a poster on a billboard somewhere that says that there is a missing child by a corner house, and that child is Gregory, and Gregory is missing, and the pizzeria house is where it is. And that leads us to, of course, Paranormal Investigator DVD 1. Unfortunately for A-Rex Mafioso, the DVD seemingly corrupts, and he's pissed off because now the episode is gone. And that's why it wasn't a part of the DVD 1 package. But in reality, it was just a Randomness Act episode, and I had to have a reason as to why you didn't see it yet, and so it got corrupted. The DVD got corrupted, and he's pissed off. There was also supposed to be more to that ending. Like, it was supposed to be something else where A-Rex just did a little doodle on why how he survived the night shift area, and it got to the thing where he burned the animatronic and he survived the demon, and it was supposed to be this stupid gag where he like boxed the demon. But I thought it was way too stupid, and there was no shot of me filming that and it looking good. So I decided to scrap it and just leave it to where, well, this episode got corrupted, so A-Rex Mafioso just didn't make it and had to use Eric's part 3, where he calls the restaurant, and it's just a bunch of atmospheric shots. But all in all, I think that episode was good at giving you an insight on Enrique's character before his first investigation at the corner house, because you can tell that he's a bit comedic, and he also jumps to conclusions on some things. But at the same time, he does take his job seriously. He wants to pursue and find true evidence of these strange events, like the RT. Like, what the fuck is the RT? He can't seemingly figure it out, but eventually, of course, I do answer that question, but it was much later on, past the Randomness Act. But I will get back around to that. But for now, we move on to episode 8, and it's Casino Night. And for the first time, we are jumping to Nicky and Jimmy. And here we have Nicky and Jimmy, and it's supposed to be like the two characters that were doing all the other film skit programs that I did with Matt. And those characters were supposed to be Nicky and Jimmy, like I said. The guy sleeping in class and the assignment, that was supposed to be Nicky. The 15-second definition, that's also Nicky. The guy in the treasure hunt, that's Jimmy. But this time around, the reasoning is that Jimmy got suspended from school, and so for skateboarding, but then he whittled it down to being detention instead. But in the end, we had this skateboard scene where he's riding Frankenboard, and I ended up asking one of my friends named Caleb to edit it, because he did these like colorful like montages that like zoom in and zoom out and had these like Gen Z effects to them. And I'm like, dude, I need you to do this montage of him like riding his skateboard, like do a little quick montage. And thankfully he did it, and I credited him in the credits for the Randomness Act, and I'm thankful for you, Caleb, because it ended up looking really good. There were some parts that didn't have an effect, and I had to put a little bit of an effect on it, but it is what it is. It overall still looks great. And then you have Nicky and Jimmy just walking down the street, reminiscing on all the old skits to kind of catch you up on who these characters are and where they're inevitably going. Because where they're inevitably going is they're going to detention, and they're going to be the two characters in The Substitute video, where The Substitute, of course, they encounter Timmy Tom, And, you know, he comes in, and then, of course, they're talking about the substitute and the whole storyline and what happens with the substitute. And this is all supposed to tie back around to the Hockey Slayer. So the idea of the Hockey Slayer is that he's a Hockey Slayer. He's planning to kill somebody. He's planning to attack somebody. That was what Action Motion Sequence 4 is about. He's planning something. You know, he's preparing to attack somebody. And he turns out to be the substitute teacher. And so that's what Nicky and Jimmy's fates are. But of course, this episode is not about Nicky and Jimmy, even though we're catching up with them. This episode's about Sofa Guy. So obviously, at some point, they cross paths with Sofa Guy. And Sofa Guy's like, yo, I need you to buy my product. I'm fucking failing in my business right now. And they're like, what the fuck? Get the hell out of here. Random ass guy. And so while Sofa Guy goes about his day, he goes over back to M. James' house. M. James is kind of just typing, doing his own thing, and Sofa Guy is drunk as hell. As he comes down, he's like reminiscing on the past. He's like, oh, remember that casino night? And now you get to see the party, the casino night, from their perspective, from Sofa Guy and Lounging King's perspective, as they were doing an auction and bidding for some equipment to sell, essentially. And, you know, you had some gags with, like, the dogs where Rhesus randomly decided to jump up on me and was just attacking me. And so I had to, like, play along. He's like, yo, Matt, you gotta still bid, man. I'm getting attacked over here. Keep the bidding up. Keep the bidding. Reese's did that for 2 different angles too. That was not planned. Not only did it once, but did it twice. But it worked out for us. It worked out. We ended up getting the auction, and we got our equipment. I got a baseball bat, whilst Matt got a hockey stick, and that's why we were surprised by the weapons that we had in the 3rd commercial, when I had a real bat and he had a real hockey stick. And because we didn't show each other. The idea was that don't show me your gift. Don't show me what you got. And then we decided that we were going to sell the lounging chair. Unfortunately, as I was recording that, I realized that the lounging chair was not there. And I'm looking around like, wait a fucking minute. We don't have the chair. And I'm asking him, I'm like, you lost the chair? You lost the chair? And he's like, oh, I don't know where it is. And he's like, I have to call M. James. And so he ends up calling M. James. He's like, and there was something else that I realized as well, is that M. James wasn't actually at the party. He wasn't at the casino that he set up. And so, so we had to call him, try to figure out where he was. And so it turns out he wasn't going to be there for a while. And so we decided that the next day we were going to break in and we were going to take the lounging chair and sell it. And so that's exactly what we did to set up the 3rd commercial. And that's what we did. And of course, the same day we decided to film Price is Too Great because M. James wasn't going to be at the house. But now, Sofa Guy's kind of relaying all this information to M. James. And for the first time, you get to see like M. James' reaction to all this stuff. And he's pretty chill. And this is how Matt is in real life. He's really chill about a lot of stuff. And he doesn't really take a lot of stuff too crazily. And that's why it works very well when Sofa Guy's kind of relaying all this. Because, like, even though he broke in and he's admitting to it, and he's saying that I crashed your party and all that, M. James is like, it's cool, man. It's cool, man. You're drunk as hell. I get it. And so Sofa Guy, being drunk, he walks by and he's like, I'm gonna go sing a song, A-Rex Hardware Store. And M. James is obviously, he can tell Sofa Guy's troubled, and so he starts asking, like, what's wrong? And Sofa Guy's like, Matt left and all, and I kind of miss him. And so M. James is like, go find him. He's like, I don't know where to find him. He's like, he's probably at a park somewhere, because that's usually where he likes to hang out, is at a park. And so that's, of course, setting up episode 10. But here, you know, we have Sofa Guy ends up passing out. M. James teases the Paranormal Investigator series, like confirming that this is a real DVD that A-Rex sold by saying that, hey, you know, I have DVD 1. Because if you noticed, A-Rex Mafioso filmed at M. James' house. And the reason why he was filming at M. James' house is because he went over to M. James' house the reason why he was at MJ's house, because at the end of the episode 1, or how we suddenly just seemingly teleported there, is because he was going to MJ's to talk over what they were going to do for the Randomness Act. Because remember, he and MJ signed the contract, and so it was originally supposed to be like their show that they had to run. But you choosing him as a foe, you locked A-Rex Mafioso in the closet. And so that's what ended up happening. So M. James, who's supposed to be running Randomness Act, is not running Randomness Act. He's just kind of doing his own thing. And that kind of gives more of a motivation why A-Rex would want to attack M. James later. Especially since he never fucking lets him out of the closet. But not now, like, not at episode 8. Like, Casino Night, I don't think... A-Rex is locked in the closet yet. He's not locked in the closet at this point in time, so he's not there yet. So it's not like he's banging on the closet, because I'm pretty sure M. James would have heard him. But with Casino Night, it ends with him watching Paranormal Investigator 1, and that's how the episode ends. But it was a really unique episode, because there was a lot of layers to it. You had the layer of seeing, like, Nicky and Jimmy, and then Sofa Guy encountering them. You had the layer of Sofa Guy getting drunk and talking about his past at the casino, which that was a funny gimmick. The bottle was Matt's. That bottle, I did not drink that, because I don't drink alcohol. I don't do substances. I don't do any of that. Straight edge over here. I believe I even made a meme of that in a short video once. So I was pretending to be drunk. Matt was convinced by it. I don't know how. I thought I was doing terrible. I thought I was being a little too over the top. Turns out I was pretty good at it. But that was Casino Night. It was a little bit of a jumbled mess. I had to cut down a lot. That's why you see a lot of cuts, is because I had to reach that 7 to 12 minute runtime, and there was just too much talking points. And some of those talking points you didn't need to know about. So I cut around them. It worked out for the better. And then, of course, we move on to episode 9. So episode 9 continues off of the studio brawl. And now A-Rex Mafioso is trying to figure out, yo, Teddy, what the fuck is up? Why did you set up that studio brawl and let me know last minute? And Teddy Long is like, well, you got to be prepared. You're the champion, after all. And A-Rex Mafioso is like, I don't give a shit if I'm the champion. You got to let me know when the shit is going on. For example, you got to let me know when the Undertaker match is going on. And Teddy Long is like, well, you got to still compete in the match. And A-Rex is like, well, after what you pulled, after the shit you pulled with the studio, bro, I'm not sure if I really want to fight the Undertaker now. And Teddy's like, oh, don't back out on your word now. Don't back out on your word, because if you back out on your word, you're going to get it to you. Undertaker's going to come and get you. And A-Rex is like, ugh, I don't fucking give a damn about the Undertaker. I don't give a damn about Rey Mysterio. And Teddy Long's like, you better stop disrespecting the legends of this business, because they are the ones that are carrying the business, and you are going to get it if you keep disrespecting them. And so A-Rex, he's just not, listening, and he begins to have some random electrical problems. Like, the light starts to flicker at random points in time. And at first, he thought it was just the light dying, but then it starts to really flicker. And he takes notice to that, and he has to stop the call with Teddy. And he's like, hey, hang on, Teddy, I'm going to call you back, because this shit is starting to bug me out. And it turns out why the light was flickering is because the Undertaker was arriving. And finally, after how long? Sir Pentious returns. You thought he was dead. Nah, he was being reborn as the Undertaker. And that's what it's revealed as. A-Rex is like, oh, Sir Pentious? I thought you fucking died a long time ago. He's like, nah, I came back to claim what is mine, your soul. And A-Rex doesn't believe him at first that he's actually the Undertaker until he throws a fedora and the sloth toy. And it's supposed to be metaphorical that the IMP and A-Rex's old friends, Arachnus and Angel Dust, they're all dead. And Sir Pentious killed them. The Undertaker killed them. He took them out because, remember, like he said, if you disobey him, he's going to fuck you up. And he did. He did that. And that was a good way to write them off, because narratively now it makes him look like a legitimate threat. And so now Undertaker's essentially telling him, like, oh, you don't know, Eric is writing you out of the story. He's trying to get rid of you. That's this whole thing, is that he just wanted you for the show. Now that he used you for the show, which was essentially episodes 1 through 9, the Randomness Act, Now that he used you, he doesn't need you anymore. And so now you're going to start to fade away. And so he starts to fade away as Undertaker's showing him like his past mistakes, which was the 2022 commentary videos, the serious talking videos that inevitably I deleted. And like I said, remember all the way back when I said that community post was going to come back around? This is when it comes back around. And so now the audience voted for your videos to be deleted. And so now you are going to be terminated. And that is what this episode's about. It's called Termination. And so A-Rex is being terminated from YouTube because y'all wanted him gone. Y'all picked D. Y'all wanted his videos to be deleted. So now we're getting rid of A-Rex Mafioso. And so that is what The Undertaker was sent to do, to get rid of A-Rex Mafioso. And he fades into the distance. And that was a very easy editing trick. You just film a shot with me there. You film a shot with me not there. Simple. And then I fade off. And I really love the music choices I used there. That was really great too. And he disappears from existence. And finally, Undertaker just laughs while he's doing his creepy ass eye roll. I've managed to perfect that eye roll. I didn't think I was going to be good at it, but I managed to perfect it for the skits. Thankfully, because if I didn't, I would have looked like a fucking idiot. And so after all of that, the episode seemingly ends. But then, of course, if you remember, back to episode 1, A-Rex comes back. And why does he come back? Because I brought him back when I continued making videos. So the idea was that I was supposed to end the channel after A-Rex was terminated. But I didn't. I continued making videos, and so now I brought A-Rex Mafioso back by remembering him and remembering his existence. And now he's brought back, and now you have the Randomness Act. And so, all in all, episodes 1 through 9 could have been like its own set and been perfect. But of course, I have teased episode 10 time and time again. And so, of course, episode 10, Rexy's Frenzy, is the grand finale of it all. As stated, last but not least is Rexy's Frenzy. And of course, this was going to be the grand finale, the 30-minute episode, final showdown for the Randomness Act and closing end for all the storylines. And my goodness, this episode was a blast. Now, obviously, it was filmed in completely different days of different calendar months of the year. But it was so fun editing this one. The beginning sequence, not the opening intro with like the reference. I do like the references to all the past episodes, like leading into this one, and the white fading into the black with the red, and then going into the white and the red with Bloodsport. I love that. But the whole Bloodsport sequence was one of my favorites to edit. I don't know why I never thought of the idea before. But having Matt play his character and play another character both on screen at the same time. This is the first time, I believe, that Matt has two characters on screen at the same time. And my God, it works so beautifully. So what we did for this is he dressed up as one character. He dressed up as Hockey Slayer, and I was essentially giving him I was on the other side of the couch, and I was essentially stating stuff that I would think M. James would say to Hockey Slayer, and say like, yo, you need to talk to Sofa Guy, because that's what he just had. He just talked with Sofa Guy, now he needs to talk with Sofa Guy. Hockey Slayer needs to talk with Sofa Guy. And Hockey Slayer's like, nah, I don't want to do that shit. And then I did the vice versa. I then was in the position of Hockey Slayer whilst Matt played M. James and was telling him like, oh, I don't want to fucking do this. And M. James is like, well, yeah, you got to go do this, man. It was fun. And then I put them together, and it worked beautifully. And then, of course, his reaction shots to the actual video game. So we played a few rounds. I think we played 3 rounds. And for the 3 rounds that we played, he did a couple of different audios, cues that he yells out, that he's like, motherfucker. Like, I got you now, boy. Stuff like that, man. It was funny. I really much enjoyed, editing that one, because the different cues, they worked perfectly. It felt good. It felt good seeing, Matt played these 2 characters and them being on the same the same scene as each other, because for the most part, whenever there's two of the same people like playing a character, it's just me. So this is the first time where you get to see Matt playing two different characters on the same screen, and I very much enjoyed doing it. It was supposed to be a wide shot where you saw both Lounging King, and I mean, no, but yeah, he is Lounging King, but he's now Hockey Slayer. There should have been a wide shot where it was Hockey Slayer and M. James both there, but I believe the camera was like moving on its own. It was falling down, and so I kind of fucked up the angle for that, so I couldn't do the split screen for that wide shot angle, so I had to zoom in on him for that one. But all in all, that was my, like, probably my favorite opening sequence for all the Randomness Act episodes, because of how fun it was, and just seeing these two play Bloodsport. And yes, if you're wondering, Bloodsport is indeed Matt's real game. That is his actual game. He made that game. He paid for somebody to develop it for him, and he created the storyline behind that game. And the reason why I wanted to do him playing this game for the beginning of episode 10 was because narratively, I had the idea of wanting to loop back around to the game, where instead of them playing Bloodsport in the video game, there was going to be Bloodsport in real life, because it was going to be a fatal 4-way match between Sofa Guy, Hockey Slayer, Rey Mysterio, and A-Rex Mafioso, and it's going to be a Bloodsport match for the championship. It was supposed to narratively make sense, come back around. And even there's also another narrative device that was utilized there too, where you had like the Orange Republic and the Blue Kingdom, which were the two teams that M. James and Hockey Slayer were playing as. And every time that Hockey Slayer would win, it would say like, oh, Orange Republic wins. And then it's later on where M. James is like trying to convince Hockey Slayer to go talk to Sofa Guy, is when he starts to lose the game. And then eventually he does lose. And M. James finally wins. And that's when the Blue Kingdom wins. And that was supposed to be representative of A-Rex Mafioso and Eric Moreno, where A-Rex Mafioso, he keeps beating me. He keeps winning against me. He keeps defeating me. But in the end, I was going to defeat him. I was finally going to get one up on him by putting him through this hell that was Randomness Act. And so there was a lot of narrative like devices that, of course, is all improv, that just happened to work out beautifully. And I'm grateful that we played the game, because Matt really wanted to have an episode where we played his game, and we did, and it was one of my favorites. So I'm glad that we did. So after M. James finally convinces Hockey Slayer that he needs to go and talk with Sofa Guy, and Hockey Slayer's like, man, I'll think about it, okay? Rey Mysterio comes by, and he finds Hockey Slayer, and he's like, I'm coming for you. Hockey Slayer dips out, he runs away, and M. James like, yo, where are you going? What's going on? And he's like, man, fuck this, I'm just gonna get a snack. Goes to the closet, turns out A-Rex is still in the closet, and he fucking BAM! Whams him in the face. M. James is down for the count, for good. GG's, good night, M. James. But now A-Rex Mafioso is free, and now he can go on his little frenzy. And that just kicks off a bunch of crazy-ass things going on that narratively, if you've been paying attention to the storyline, it all comes back, and it's like, oh my god, A-Rex is in the closet, that's right, I forgot about that, and oh my god, Rey Mysterio is going after Hockey Slayer, and he chases him down the street, but Hockey Slayer is 20 times faster than him. And so Rey Mysterio is thinking about like, oh, what am I going to do? He runs back and he sees that Hockey Slayer left his car unlocked. And it turns out that the bodies of Nicky and Jimmy and Timmy Tom are in there, and the Quiet Kid as well. And you see Jimmy's hand kind of peeling over through the car seat, holding on to the Frankenboard. And if you put the piece together, you know that in the substitute, that you would figure out that Matt the Hockey Slayer was actually, the substitute the whole time, and he killed Nicky and Jimmy, and now their bodies are in his car, and that's why he's undercover. And so that's why the Frankenboard is there in his car, and that's why Rey Mysterio takes it, and he takes the hoodie that Nicky wore, and actually, was it Nicky that wore that hoodie? I think it was either Nicky's hoodie Yeah, it was Nicky's hoodie. It was Nicky's hoodie, and he takes Nicky's hoodie, and he takes Frankenboard, and he tries to catch up to Hockey Slayer. And like all these pieces, they're coming back around, and it's all coming back together. And if you've been paying attention, it's all making sense. It's like, oh my god, that and this and that and this and that. And I love doing that for the epic finale. You know, it's all, you know, tying it all together and come to a close. And then of course you have Teddy Long, who has these nice little shades because I couldn't get regular glasses for this skit. So I had to put on shades. And he's like, yo, MJ, check out these new shades. But M. James is down for the count. He checks out M. James. And what does he do? He calls Triple H to let him know that A-Rex got loose. So now we're setting up the A-Rex versus Triple H fight. And as he's going to run off, A-Rex hears him downstairs and he fucking attacks him. He kills Teddy Long, and Teddy Long's done. And it's going rapid fire, but so much is happening. Like if you like blink for a second, you're gonna miss a very crucial detail for the overall story and how everything links together. And it's, oh man, that was so great. I love that sequence from the beginning all the way to that sequence, all the way up to when Sofa Guy comes onto the screen as Bling Mug. Yeah, it's Bling Mug with the gold standard. And of course, Hockey Slayer shows up, and as you notice, his hair is dyed a different color. Now, in real life, Matt actually dyed his hair, and it was a bad time to do it because continuity and all that stuff. But it ended up working out because now it seems like the reason why he dyed his hair was to be, you know, anonymous, so that way people don't tie him to the killings that he did. He was trying to hide his identity with the whole hair color change, and that's why it looks like he looks different. And he also put on a different hoodie because he doesn't want to be seen with his Hockey Slayer gear. And so, you know, that's why everything works out. And if you pay attention, also, another detail, this is why I love this shit. Another detail is that you see the hoodie that he's wearing, it's a Barry Tech BOCES hoodie, tying all the way back around. From all the way back when Nicky gave him a Barry Tech hoodie, and he's like, you should use one of these because these hoodies will help you perform better in parkour and all that shit. And what is he wearing? He's wearing a Barry Tech hoodie. And so, it all comes back. I love it. This is why I love storytelling, man. This is why I love it. This is it right here. This is the kind of stuff that I love doing. And the fact that we got to do it all improvised, oh, bro. Oh man, it's so good. I'm so happy that it all worked out this way. And then of course you have Sofa Guy and Hockey Slayer's banter. Sofa Guy's not very happy with Hockey Slayer because, you know, he felt like he dipped out on him, but of course Hockey Slayer's not happy with Sofa Guy because Sofa Guy kind of been abusing him all this time. That's why he left. So you have their banter back and forth, and then they reveal, like, their crimes, and that Hockey Slayer, he killed the kids at the school. He killed the Quiet Kid, Timmy Tom, Nicky, and Jimmy. And Sofa Guy's revealed that he killed Daryl and Grandpa. And so now they're kind of like, well, even though I did this bad thing, it's all going to be good in the end because I got something to look forward to. You know, Sofa Guy's like, oh, I got this championship match or whatsoever, but I'm going to get these belts if I win this match. And when I get these belts, I'm going to make a lot of money. And it's never explained how or why Teddy Long called Sofa Guy. Like, Teddy Long just randomly called Sofa Guy. I'm pretty sure narratively it would have been like, I told Teddy to call Sofa Guy to set up this fatal four-way so that way it's like the grand finale of the show. So that would have probably been the reason why. But I think also something else that was going to happen was that Teddy Long, when he went to visit M. James, they were both going to release A-Rex. They were going to both bring A-Rex to the fight. But A-Rex got out before Teddy could get there and already attacked M. James. And so that's why, you know, he was surprised, and that's why he called Triple H to let him know, like, oh, shit is going down, call the cops. Triple H decided not to call the cops. Instead, he decided to handle things in his own hands. Not the smartest idea, but you know what? A-Rex went back to my house. He tried to take some stuff. He tried to take the championship belts. He got the backpack. What else did he get? He got the mask. That was a mask that I was going to come in with, like, as an entrance, the Purge mask, for the Fatal 4-Way match. And I believe I did film a shot at the hockey rink where I come in with the mask. And so that was going to be, like, his mask that comes in with. And it was going to be, like, this great big boss battle fight. And I was going to play the Bloodsport boss battle theme for the fight sequence. It was going to be great, dude. It was going to be great. And then you had him confronting Triple H. And Triple H is like, you really think you're going to take my championship belt? I'm going to hand you myself. And so you get the setup between A-Rex versus Triple H. Triple H also tells A-Rex that he has the Fatal 4-Way match. That's how A-Rex finds out about it. And then, of course, he's going to fight Triple H, and they're going to have their little one-on-one action there. Meanwhile, Hockey Slayer steals Sofa Guy's hat. So he steals his hat, and it's supposed to be a reference to the chase, the Action Motion Sequence 3, when he stole his phone, and he chased after him for the phone. So now it's a callback, and now he takes his hat instead, and now he's chasing him after his hat. And without going into any spoilers or specific details, this whole chase sequence idea is with him, like, with Hockey Slayer taking his hat and running off with him, and he chases after him through a park. That is actually going to be a real scene, an official scene that I'm going to make for my show. It's actually going to be in the first episode, and I'm not going to spoil how all of that comes out to be, but the fact that it inspired, like, the first episode for my show that I'm writing, that I can't tell you the name of, but I will give you the placeholder name. The placeholder name is A New York Mafia. But the fact that this inspired the first episode, a scene in the first episode, I'm just grateful of that. That's awesome. Like, to me, that I'm gonna call back to this show and this idea. It thematically makes sense for what the Randomness Act is supposed to be. This developmental show of introducing ideas and concepts that you later want to explore into official real work. And this is one of those moments where you have Hockey Slayer stealing his fedora, stealing Sofa Guy's fedora, and running around the park, and they're having this chase sequence, and it just, now I have an actual scene where that literal scenario happens. It's great. It's great stuff, and I can't wait to, like, showcase it to you, like, the real art of what I'm writing and stuff. Like, that is so great. I'm so happy to look forward to that, man. I'm so excited. I can't wait. But for now, in terms of Hockey Slayer and Lounging King, or Hockey Slayer and Lounging King, God, he has too many nicknames. Hockey Slayer, Lounging King, same mug. They're going about chasing each other throughout the park, and we filmed throughout, I believe, 2 or 3 different parks for this chase sequence, because we really wanted to go all out for this last chase sequence. I chase him, I miss him, I go onto the ground, I go after him. He does some stunts on a zip line when he goes under, I go over. I try to cut him off, he misses out, ducks out. Dude, it's some great shit, man. And then a couple other scenarios. There's a callback to Action Motion Sequence 4 where Sofa Guy gets distracted by the horse, and that's why Hockey Slayer was, like, looking down at the horse in the Action Motion Sequence 4, because he was envisioning what if Sofa Guy was there, he was gonna get him. And now that scenario is coming into reality, but instead of attacking him because he doesn't have his weapon on him, he takes his fedora instead, and they go around, they do a little Scooby-Doo action, left, right, downstairs. And of course, at the same time that's just happening, Triple H and A-Rex are fighting each other, and we're going off. I missed the first shot as A-Rex. Triple H grabs him. He starts punching. They're throwing haymakers at each other, and everything's going crazy. They're fucking kicking. They're fucking wailing. Eventually, I get the upper hand when Triple H tries. I think he hits me with the hammer, in the stomach, which I didn't realize I had an actual sledgehammer. I just used a hammer because I didn't think we had that. We have an actual sledgehammer. I should have used it. So he hits me with the hammer, and he goes for the pedigree, but A-Rex lifts him up over his head and drops him on the ground, and then takes the hammer and, of course, uses the hammer to take Triple H out of commission for good. And all of this is this chaotic stuff, and man, this episode was so good, man. I was really hoping that this would be the perfect finale. And then we cut back to Sofa Guy and Sofa Guy and Hockey Slayer, yes. And there's a little gag where they have the fucking Super Smash Brothers commercial song playing. And they're swinging on the set, and it's like this autumn color. Like, oh, they're happy friends again. And then, nope, take the fucking fedora. See you, bye. Run into a pole. Fucking like an idiot. Bink. The reason why I did that gag where I ran into the pole was because originally when we did the whole zip line one, where I believe I go on the zip line after missing him, he goes on the spinny wheel, goes under me, avoids me. The sequence that happened just before that one would have been like with a random ball that we found, and we used the ball as like something to distract ourselves with. And so I believe Sofa Guy would have kicked the ball, missed Lounging King. It would have went into the sky. Sofa Guy would have went up the slide whilst Lounging King went around. He would have catched the ball. I keep calling him Lounging King, but the same person. Lounging King, Hockey Slayer, they're the same guy. He then catches the ball as Sofa Guy tries to cut him off, and then he would have volley-balled the ball to his face, and it would have hit Sofa Guy in the arm. And that's why Sofa Guy would have been holding on to his arm. But the sequence didn't work out, and we didn't film it again. We didn't finish filming the sequence, so ultimately I had to replace a reason why Sofa Guy is holding on to his arm at the beginning of that shot. And so I had him just run into a pole because he was looking the wrong way, and then he ran directly into a pole, which, believe it or not, that is something that could definitely happen to you if you're not paying attention, and it fucking hurts. My goodness. So after the whole sequence there, I believe it cuts back to the shot of the aftermath of A-Rex having pretty much killed Triple H, and A-Rex walks off through the garage as Triple H is lying there dead as fuck. And then we got another action motion sequence for gag where Sofa Guy has the camera and he's like, mission lock, there's a hockey killer on the loose. And then but Hockey Slayer knows that he was going to do that because, he had the foresight. He cuts him off, he takes the hat, runs off, and then he hears a voice. He's like, hey, I got you now, boy. And he looks around, and there's Rey Mysterio. And, of course, the I got you now, boys, in reference to the action motion sequence 4 when Hockey Slayer said it. And, of course, now Mysterio got the upper hand. He's in the tree. He's like, yeet. And he's about to go after him. And now you have Sofa Guy. He takes the hat back. And you see the three of them running. And, I love this shot, too, where the three of them are, like, chasing each other after each other. And you can see, like, I had to be in the lead, and then I had to be in the back as Mysterio. And so the three of them now, like, Hockey Slayer's chasing me, and Mysterio's chasing Hockey Slayer, and we're running off. And we would have ran straight into the cage area where we would have started the Fatal 4-Way match, where Mysterio would have caught up to us. We would have had a little confrontation and talk about everything going on and what the chaos is all about. And then A-Rex would have showed up, and he would have had the WWE World title with him, and it would have been announced, like, oh, this is a WWE World Heavyweight Championship match, and A-Rex would have entered with the boss music. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god, it would have been so perfect. And then, of course, you would have had the fight sequence with the four of them fighting and then trying to grab the belt. Inevitably, I think at some point in the match, the belts would have been, somebody would have grabbed the belt. It would have been flying into the middle of the basketball court, and all of the four of them would have been down by this point and injured, and so they were all crawling to the belt, and they would be like, I'm gonna grab the belt, and as they're all crawling for the belt, you would then have the 4 different options, and you would have chose who you would have wanted to grab the belt first and win the championships, and then it would have led to the different endings. If you would have picked Mysterio would have won the WWE World Title as Dominic shows up, because remember in episode 6, Dominic stated that he was going to go and to the park and he was going to show up and he was going to confront Rey Mysterio. And now that he's the champion, he's like, oh, Dominic, I'm the champion now. And Dominic's like, I don't give a fuck. I want a world title match. And it would have set up Rey Mysterio versus Dominic for the WWE World Title. That's what it would have set up. While Sofa Guy and Hockey Slayer would have been disappointed. And as they're lying there on the ground, and they would have been mad that they lost, but they would have bonded through their loss and would have been like, you know what, all this is stupid, let's make amends, I'm sorry about this, I'm sorry about that. They would have took accountability, they would have shook hands, and they would have went their separate ways as they went off into the sunset. And Dominic Mysterio would have been like, Hockey Slayer, where you going? Because Hockey Slayer and him are boys. And so Dominic would have been like, where you going? And Ray is like, nah, it's between me and you. We're going to have a championship match in the future. And that would have set up like whatever storyline that would have been. A-Rex Mafioso would have gave respect to Rey Mysterio. He would have like shake his hand. He would have said like, GG's, good game. Good match, you're the new champion, you deserved it, you earned it. He would have gave his respect. He would have showcased to Teddy that he does respect the legends, and Teddy is just assuming that he doesn't. And then the whole Undertaker Shabaka would have happened. Actually, no, before that would have happened, as Sofa Guy and Hockey Slayer were going off into the sunset, they would have been confronted by Enrico Moreno, the police investigator. Because it turns out that he was actually a police investigator and not a paranormal investigator. And so he would have arrested them, and he would have arrested A-Rex too, because he would have found out that A-Rex killed him, and A-Rex would have found out that, oh, Enrico Jose Moreno's actually a police investigator? Is that what Eric was making this whole time? And then Undertaker would have snatched A-Rex from the timeline, and then lead to the fight and all that. Unfortunately, as I stated, I couldn't film this, and it got scrapped, and it's infuriating to me, not just because I didn't get to finish it the way that I wanted. Like, that's not even it. That's not even the reason why it makes me mad that I couldn't just finish the Randomness Act the way I wanted to finish it. What makes me the most mad is the fact that this episode was literally perfect. It was literally the perfect finale that tied everything together. You had everything that I ever made combined into one skit here. It was perfect, man. It was so perfect. And I couldn't finish it. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Maybe one day. But I just don't think it's ever going to happen. I want to so badly show you the alternate episode 10, but I don't know if it's ever gonna happen. One day, if we ever get time and we ever have like a lot of time on our hands, we're gonna do it. We're gonna fucking do it, bro. Because you need to see what the real episode would have been. You need to see how that would have really turned out. Because it would have been literally so perfect. But like the Randomness Act, like I said before, Randomness Act's improv. And so if you can't get or film what you need to film, you have to improvise. And so how I improvised was the commentary. JR, Booker T, Jerry Lawler essentially telling you and commentating to you everything that ended up happening with the end of it. And then, of course, you would have had Undertaker that glitched in. It's like, now it's time for you as the audience to make a choice. Who are you picking? Are you picking to support Eric, or are you picking to support A-Rex? You need to make a choice now. And then, of course, it leads to the different outcomes, where if you pick A-Rex, you would have got the bad ending, and A-Rex would have been somewhere taking cover, because he wouldn't have wanted to be caught, of course. He is a criminal. He killed people. And so A-Rex is taking cover as he's talking to the camera because he wants this message to go directly to Eric. And he's saying that, Eric, you lost, and even though the audience picked me, I'm not happy about it because they betrayed me before. And so now I walk off as the WWE World Heavyweight Champion, and you have to accept defeat now because you lost. And essentially he's just going about talking about how Eric failed in all this way and everything that led up to this failure of his and how he has to take cover and all that stuff. And it's great. It's great. It's a great narrative ending. Also, the reference to the WWE title, because the Randomness Act, I had to switch the WWE Championship. I accidentally switched it to the other WWE title, which it should have been the spinner belt, but I switched it to the 2013 belt, which was my mistake. But it's rectified in that bad ending where he states, man, I didn't even want to use this belt. This belt was only for the prop of the Randomness Act. I want the spinner belt. And he brings back the spinner belt. But yeah, and then after the ending there, Eric turns to the camera and he looks at you and he states, man, this is what the fuck you picked, man? This is ridiculous. This is a joke. I can't believe you picked this shit. And so he walks off into the sunset. He's like, man, I hope you're happy. I hope you're proud of what you picked. And he leaves you to stare at the Randomness Act contract. And as you're staring at the Randomness Act contract, somebody comes by, picks it up, and it's fucking Vince McMahon. Of course it fucking is. Oh, contract. I even made a reference and a joke to him that one time that he looked like J. Jonah Jameson. I need you to get me a picture of Spider-Man. And then he's like, oh man, this contract could get me back into the business. And then Eric Bischoff shows up. He's like, no. That's going to be my way back into the business. and that's just the bad ending for you. Now you have the fucking 90s war over again for the whoever gets the Randomness Act. Thanks to you. But narratively, I think it would have still found its way back into Teacher X's hands. Because Teacher X would have found a way to get it from Vince and Eric Bischoff. So, regardless of the fact, even though it leads to the same outcome, the bad ending's still the bad ending. Yeah, like, why would you even pick that, man? Why did you pick that shit? And then the other choice, if you would have picked me instead of A-Rex, it would have led you to the Undertaker fight, just as planned. Just like it was originally planned. A-Rex would have fought the Undertaker. It would have been one-on-one. A-Rex versus the Undertaker. And as they fight each other, well, actually, first, it's A-Rex in the Shadow Realm. And as he's looking around, trying to see what the fuck is going on, Undertaker shows up. And he arrives. And A-Rex is not too brave about that because he knows he disrespected Undertaker. And he's like, well, shit. Undertaker's going to whoop my ass. And my God, I beat the shit. Bam. Undertaker going in. He's not letting up for a second. Gosh, it was so fun filming all this shit. The entrance, too, with, like, the flashing light. I wish the brightness flash was a bit better so that it looked more convincing, but it is what it is, the entrance. I had a blanket wrapped around me that looked like a cape. That's the same thing that I did for Sir Pentious, which they are the same character. Pentious and Undertaker, same character. But now this entrance feels more demonic, more satanic, and you have the announcer, which I based the announcer voice based off of Justin Roberts, obviously. And so Undertaker enters, the match immediately begins, and he lays the smackdown on A-Rex's candy ass. And as he does this, I forgot what happens after that. Oh, I remember. A-Rex somehow gets a leverage point. He kicks him. And he's like, ha! I got one up on you. And the Undertaker fucking does the eye roll. And he's like, oh shit, maybe I didn't. Punched in the face, gets taken down. And now A-Rex is kind of crawling. And as Undertaker is like beginning to become more satanic, he looks around the room and he sees two things. He sees the dagger, the same exact dagger that he used to cut his arm all that time ago. And that he fucking said was a useless piece of shit. And then to the left is some random blue orb. that is unexplainable. He doesn't know what the fuck that orb is. But he just knows that Undertaker is closing in, and it's closing in. And you get to pick between the orb and the knife. And you don't really know what's going to happen. So if you pick the orb, you get the fake ending. A-Rex grabbing the orb, and him seemingly not knowing what it does. I mean, Undertaker didn't know what the fuck it did either. And he just shoots the orb at Undertaker, and it fucking blows him to bits. And that boy is just nothing but dust now. And A-Rex is like, well, that was pretty interesting. And then he gets cut off because Eric grabbed the dagger that he didn't grab. If he would have grabbed the dagger, then he would have been fine. But what he did was he cheated. He used the magical blue orb, which I interpret to be just Eric. You know, he grabbed the essence of myself and summoned me for my help. And I simply grabbed the dagger and I stabbed him in the back. And what the ending here was originally going to be was, after I stabbed him and I talked with him, I try to sit him down and have a conversation with him so that we can meet together and kind of come together as a unit. But that is not essentially what ended up happening with this ending. Instead, I wanted it to be more like a thematic ending. So if A-Rex cheated to win, right, and you picked me, and this is supposed to be my storyline, my version of how the story ends, then I gotta finish where I was originally gonna finish with A-Rex long time ago, which was the saw room, the basement, when I had him trapped there. Now I have him trapped there, and now his game is finally over. I made him play the game, and now he's going to remain trapped there forever. And I did the whole Saw 3D ending, where I grabbed the dagger, you know this dagger that you use? See you bye. And that shot where I throw the fucking knife, oh man. I love that shot. If you have not seen this ending yet, the fake ending, which is the orb, go check it out because it was a fun little Saw parody for the Saw 3D and that I did. And then of course you have to have the no game over. No, and that's the end of A-Rex Mafioso. That thematically would have been how it ended if I got my way. But I didn't get my way because that's not the real ending. That's the fake ending. And so the real ending, of course, is that A-Rex grabs the dagger, stabs the Undertaker, and then uses the giant shelf that was there for a temporary amount of time because I don't remember why it was actually there. If I remember correctly, I think we were moving that shelf to a different room in the house, and so it had to be there for a while. And so I used the shelf, and I was like, I'm going to, toss it down onto the Undertaker. And when I tossed it, the fucking shelves came out of the giant thing and crashed down onto my phone. Thankfully, it didn't break my phone. But that shit genuinely, like, oh shit. Like, that gave me an oh shit moment for real. And so after A-Rex defeats Undertaker, Undertaker can't get back up. He's stuck down there. He dusts off his hands. He said, man, I knew I was going to beat you type of shit. He walks off into the night, kicks Undertaker's hat, and he goes upstairs and he finds me. And me and him, we have a conversation with each other. And it's heated at first until Teacher X comes up there and he helps us find unity within each other. He talks about our flaws and our problems and our goals and how we can help each other, and that if we aid each other and tag alongside each other, we can accomplish more than we know, because the conflict of matter here is identity crisis, that who truly is Eric and A-Rex combined together? Well, it makes Death Incarnate, and that's how I create Death Incarnate. Is when A-Rex and Eric formed together thanks to Teacher Rex and formed Death Incarnate. And that was supposed to be based off of how in real life Teacher Rex genuinely did help me, like that character and that doing that genuinely helped me figure out what I wanted to do in life. So that was narratively told in that way. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I actually filmed that true ending before I actually figured out what I wanted to do in life. So it actually legitimately helped me out there. So that ending is the true ending, where eventually I do walk out of the house And that's how it's supposed to end, with me as Death Incarnate now, walking out of the house, exploring what avenues that I want to explore, whilst Teacher X stays behind and he does his videos with you guys, the audience, because he's there for the societal business. You are the societal business because you are society. So that is the true ending of the Randomness Act. But of course, in typical Randomness Act fashion, there is another hidden ending, and that ending is known as the good ending, which if you were to wait when Undertaker is standing there menacingly over A-Rex, a third option would have popped up, and it's an option called RIP, and that's essentially that A-Rex remains inactive. And what happens to A-Rex? Well, he dies. That's exactly what happened to you earlier in the first episode. And so it's a reflection. Just like I stated in the True End commentary, all of the choices that you make in the end here reflect the same choices that you made back in the first episode of the Randomness Act. So where, if you pick the left option of making A-Rex the foe of the Randomness Act and creating the story of the Randomness Act, then you make my ending, the fake ending, the real ending. Well, that actually happens. The fake ending is what happens because that's narratively what I wanted the Randomness Act ending to be. Then, if you would have picked the right option where A-Rex becomes friends and you become friends with A-Rex, then the same thing would have happened where I become friends with A-Rex and we meet each other's agreements, and Teacher Rex would have helped us get there. And that's what happens in the friend option, the first episode, where A-Rex leads you to Teacher Rex because now he knows who he is. And then same thing here, RIP option. If you would have picked the RIP option, then just like you picked the question marks and the periods and the exclamation marks in episode 1, then it would have led you to A-Rex making the choice for you. And the same way here, Undertaker makes the choice for A-Rex and he kills him off. He grabs him by the throat, slams him down, and then as payback, just like he did to him all the way back in the Hell's New Ruler stuff, he slams the computer down while he's screaming, just like how A-Rex did him dirty when he was Serpentious and he slammed the computer down on his face. So now Undertaker gets to walk off, look back, and do the iconic pose. And all in all, that wraps up the Randomness Act, pretty much. The Randomness Act storyline ended there, with the true ending, of course. The true ending being that Teacher X helps me become Death Incarnate. And that's where the A-Rex Mafioso storyline ends. And then, of course, it leads to the True End commentary video, where I explain pretty much everything that I was trying to do narratively with the Randomness Act in that video. So if you want to hear all about that in more detail and like why I did the Randomness Act and all that stuff, you could listen to it there. I know that you could be hearing it here, but I just don't want to reinstate stuff I already talked about in a prior commentary. You know what I mean? So you can check out that commentary. It's significantly shorter than this one. And it is supposed to serve as the true ending of the channel, where I finally now am capable of ending off the channel one last time in that one. And I did finish the A-Rex Mafioso storyline. Now, ultimately, I did state that I was going to, it wasn't a permanent ending, I stated that, yeah, I'm going to occasionally maybe post some videos again, randomly out of the blue. But after a few months and giving it some consideration, I've ultimately decided that's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually permanently end now. Because now, thematically, I finished everything. Storyline-wise, I finished everything. Everything that I built up with the Randomness Act and everything that I built up here on this channel came to a close once and for all. And over the summer and into the fall, I managed to close off some lingering things that I had left. I had some music left over in my vaults, unreleased music that I had yet to drop, that I decided to drop. I had to finish off with the FNAF 10th anniversary medley to say goodbye to Five Nights at Freddy's. And I think there was a few other things too. I made one more mashup. I celebrated Saw's 20th anniversary with a top 20 Saw scores. And I also made a most popular video celebration for the 28 Days and Weeks Later fans by making a Don is an Innocent Man video, which is something I always was going to do. I was always going to do that analysis video. I just had no idea when. And then now I had an excuse to do it because now y'all made In the House in a Heartbeat film version my most popular video on this channel. And I thank you very much for that. And now with 28 years later coming out, which is very convenient how the trailer just dropped like a few days after I posted that video. Now with that movie coming out, I'm very excited to see what the future beholds, but you're not going to be able to hear my thoughts on that one unless you genuinely somehow convince me to talk about it. But do not pry me. Do not pry me to get the answer on my thoughts on it, because you're most likely not going to, because I'm not going to be commenting here on this channel anymore. But on my main channel, you know, I'm going to be doing my stuff. So don't bug me with stuff that isn't mine on my main channel, please. Somebody has already been doing that, and I just want to let y'all know now. Don't bug me about medias that aren't mine on my main channel. The point of my main channel is about me, and nothing but me. So respect me by not talking about anything that's not me. Thank you very much. Anyway... I think we're coming close to the end of this commentary here. Obviously, there is still one more thing that I want to talk about. Other than the fact that there are a few other Randomness Act ideas that never made the cutting room floor. Like, one idea that I wanted to do for Randomness Act was that I wanted Matt and I to kind of commentate over certain episodes and be, like, behind the scenes of me and him being like, oh, what the hell were you thinking when you made this episode? I didn't make this episode. You made this episode of A-Rex Mafioso and M. James, because they would have been the creators. But ultimately, I think the direction that it went in is a lot better, where M. James didn't really understand the Randomness Act at all, and he just kind of never helped A-Rex at all, and A-Rex has been trapped this whole time. I think that thematically worked better. Some other ideas where I was going to do like a fairy tale ending one, with the Randomness Act, where I would have been like, well, so this is how I'm thinking I'm going to end the show. And I was going to be talking to my friend Tony, and I'm going to be like, what do you think? And he's going to be like, man, that shit is trash. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I'll just delete it. Ultimately didn't go with it, mainly because Tony didn't want to, but it wouldn't have worked anyway. So there's a lot of things that didn't happen that would have been cool concepts if I did pursue them. But it is what it is, you know. There's some other, like, episode scrap scenes. If you want to see all the different scrap content that I had and ideas that I had for Randomness Act that never made the cutting room floor, and maybe even some fun facts that you may have not have known about for Randomness Act, then go check out that video. It has all the different scrap content and some fun facts. And if you want to see some bloopers of Matt and I fucking up while we're recording, go check out the bloopers video for the Randomness Act. They're all in the same playlist, in the Randomness Act additional content playlist. And there you could also see the trailers, as well as the whatchamacallit, the unlisted choices. Yeah, the unlisted choices you also get to see there. So if you want to see those, you can at any given point in time. But for now, I think this is where we lead to. So it leads up to my last project, my last cinematic project that I decided to work on as a last minute thing, and that is A Cold Winter Night, the Paranormal Investigator Epilogue. That epilogue is the last thing I'm ever making, and I am very gracious to have been able to make it. Because it worked perfectly, because I did make like a 3.5 part of Paranormal Investigator DVD 2, where it was like Jason is still here at the park where Michael Myers was, and it was supposed to be this lingering thread, and now I'm pursuing that thread because I found out that December had Friday the 13th, and so it's like, oh, perfect, I do one more cinematic thing of Paranormal Investigator Jason Voorhees. Perfect. And that's what this episode was. It was supposed to be like the closing end, answering all the lingering questions with Enrique Jose Moreno. And I filmed in the bedroom as an introduction with the different shots and the nice-ass camera angle where it's up in my face and you just see my mouth moving with the microphone there. And I'm like hinting at the fact that I want closure. And that thematically is supposed to play into me, real life. How Enrique Jose Moreno wants closure, and he couldn't get it. He wasn't satisfied when he was supposed to, when he finally got proof of the paranormal, he wasn't satisfied because he didn't get closure. Now he has closure. Now he's ready to move on. That was the theme of the epilogue, and that's the theme of me and my story here on YouTube, because last year was supposed to be it, but it wasn't. And now this year it feels right. I'm ready to move on now. And that, of course, plays into the intro skit that I did for this very commentary, where I talked to you, the audience. Well, actually, I talked to Teacher X, and I told Teacher X to give you the Randomness Act, and he's going to make an announcement video that you're going to see on New Year's Day. And, of course, you're also going to see the final tribute video that I make for New Year's Eve. And it's all going to come back around, and it's all going to be one last final goodbye to each and every single one of you. And that introduction, you also see me wear the mask where I was supposed to represent death, of course. But with the epilogue I filmed, Matt and I were supposed to film it together, but Matt got injured again. I mean, it's something to expect at this point. That's what happens when you play rough hockey. So I had to play the role of RT, Randall Trevino. Originally, Matt was going to play it, and he was going to speak Spanish, and it was going to be like this whole gag of like, oh, I can't understand you, despite the fact that I am Spanish. But it worked. It worked out. Me playing Randall Trevino as like the ghost, the demon, the whole time that there's this demonic entity. And even though I answered all the questions, I answered Michael Myers because it wasn't actually Michael Myers, it was Jason Voorhees. I answered Hell's Gulf as the very end where Enrique and Gregory are there in Hell's Gulf, and it was supposed to be the Thing skit that leads them there. It's supposed to be hell, literally. I answered RT, Randall Trevino, and I answered the Haunted Corner House. Well, actually, I didn't answer the Haunted Corner House. That's still like the last lingering question, and I think that's one I could leave off to you to interpret. Like, what happened here at the Haunted Corner House? Was it Enrique? Was it RT? That's for you to decide. Gregory teases it as it was Enrique, but Enrique thinks it's RT, so I don't know. It's up to you to decide. But the whole Jason Voorhees thing, I had to film that in the woods at night. I was not prepared. I was scared all the way to go film it because, man, I was not ready. But thankfully, two things happened. One, there was lights that turned on when it got dark. That helped a lot. You can help me see because it would have been pitch black out there if it did not turn on. And two, my mom ended up helping me and filming a lot of the shots. And then, of course, taking on the mantle of Jason Voorhees when I was in the same frame as her. So I thank her very much for that one. It meant a lot to me for that, to get that project done and film the Jason Voorhees stuff. And even though it wasn't like a long skit and a lot of the thematic elements came back, like, oh, I almost forgot, like Kim Possible and Ron Stoppel, what happened to them? Well, they got their heads cut off by Jason Voorhees. This felt like a perfect finale, and it feels thematically perfect for me. That's why I had it in the opening of this skit for this commentary, because it thematically works. It thematically comes all the way back around and works. And I'm grateful to see how this is a perfect closing chapter for me, and how, that being my last cinematic project for YouTube, I love that. I love that idea. It works. It's perfect. It ends off everything. It showcases how Enrique was a ghost this entire time, commentating over his old adventures. And that's why when you hear the commentary, that's him commentating over his old adventures, and him, the ghost that was in the forest was him watching over himself in the past and seeing what he did wrong, his mistakes. And his fuck-ups, and then finding out that that kid that was laughing was actually Gregory, who is the same kid as not only the kid that went missing at the pizzeria, but was the kid that he found at the arcade, and that he interviewed, and that he didn't know it was Gregory, because Gregory didn't know it was Gregory until he died. And so now it all thematically comes back, and it takes them to Hell's Gulf, and now they're finally ready to move on. And that's just the closing end to Enrique Jose Moreno, the Paranormal Investigator, the epilogue. And now it's the closing end for me, where now it leads us here, to this commentary, and now the only way to go from here is forward. And whatever happens forward, whether I become an author, whether I become a filmmaker, whether I become a scientist, or whether I actually become an immortal shapeshifter, mentally and forever, I will always be an immortal shapeshifter to you people, because you people have put me into your lives, and I will forever take on the shape and mantle of however you want me to be and however you perceive me to be, and I am forever grateful for that. I am thankful for everything. And man, I'm really gotta say goodbye for the last time now. I've said goodbye so many times, but this is it, the real one. And man, I'm just thankful for everything. I really am. I know I don't sound like it. It's because I'm a little bit in a hurry right now. I have to go somewhere, but I really am thankful for you guys. And I'm thankful that this goal of mine is not perceived by you guys as something stupid, and that I'm actually going to pursue it. So we will see what happens. If I end up dead or if I end up achieving that goal, that is where I end up. And if we cross paths along the way, that is what happens. So, one more time, thank you and good night. But before I go, as a matter of fact, let's face the facts. I will always give you a reality check, and if you can't handle that, then I will probably have to beat you with a baseball bat. Best believe. Arrivederci, my friends. Nah, you're not my friends. You're bitch-ass motherfuckers! I ain't gonna end there, though. No, genuinely thank you. And goodbye. Gotta love a little bit of hot chocolate when you're recording.